Chapter 331. Enough, there are so many Shen skills here, there are some that are suitable for you. Whoever dares to fight for it will be killed without mercy. Disciples of our sect, retreat. Seeing that the battle was about to erupt, Tian Xing shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the Light Star Hall retreated to his side unwillingly. Return my Xian skill first. The Heavy Sword Sect disciple shouted unwillingly at the Light Star Hall disciple who had just snatched his Xian skill. It seemed that if he didn't return it, he would still fight. The person from the Light Star Hall didn't speak, but Tian Xing shouted at him sternly, "Take it out." The Light Star Hall disciple unwillingly took out his Xian skill and threw it at the Heavy Sword Sect disciple. "Mei Niang, Brother Luo, let's split the Xian skills here equally," Tian Xing said with a faint smile. The other two had no objections and nodded at the same time. Although the mystical skills here were not bad, it was not the time for them to fight each other to the death. Who knows, maybe the best things that existed above were the ones above. Therefore, the three of them knew that if they wanted to fight, they had to see something that could make them fight for it at all costs before taking action. Ling Xiao squinted at the people from the three sects and thought to himself, it's good that they're not on the same side. The people from the three sects began to divide the Xian skills, and Ling Xiao still didn't stand on ceremony and took 13 Xian skills. Everyone knew Ling Xiao's strength, so no one said anything. Only Luo Baxing's expression became even more gloomy. Just as everyone was about to walk up to the 5th floor, Ling Xiao turned to his companions and said, "All of you go down. No matter what's up there, it's not something you can touch." As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the people from the three sects looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. Tian Xing and Mei Niang's eyes flashed with admiration at the same time, while Luo Baxing's eyelids twitched. If the Purple Sky sect withdrew because of this, then his plan would be ruined. "What, are you all cowards from the Purple Sky sect?" Luo Baxing said sarcastically. The people from the Purple Sky sect instantly looked ugly. Zhao Nan shouted, "We want to go up too." "Zhao Nan, don't be impulsive. We should listen to Junior Apprentice Brother Ling. Let's go down." Chen Wenyu was the more composed and immediately advised Zhao Nan. "That's right. You guys should just obediently scram. The good stuff up there won't belong to you, you lowly cowards." Another disciple from the Heavy Sword School joined in. That's right. How could a low-level sect like yours be worthy of sharing with us? Hurry up and scram back to your mother's place to drink milk," sneered another. "Junior brother, even if we die, we can't let people look down on our Purple Heaven sect." Yen Zhe, who rarely spoke, stood up and said firmly. "That's right. Even if we die, we can't be seen as cowards," another disciple of the Purple Sky sect replied. The others all expressed their unwillingness to leave. They clearly knew that this was the other party's provocation, but they still persisted, not for anything else, but for the glory of the sect and their own unyielding pride. If they still remained indifferent after being humiliated like this and listened to Ling Xiao's words, then perhaps their cultivation in this lifetime would definitely be limited. Martial artists paid particular attention to bravery and diligence. Only by being unafraid of death could one break through the shackles and become an expert. Ling Xiao understood this quite well, so he didn't say anything more. He just secretly decided that he would protect them no matter what. After all, he was the leader of the sect, so he had to be responsible for their safety. "Let's go. Pay attention to those sons of B** cheese who were talking just now. If you notice anything wrong, retreat immediately. Dead people don't have any backbone." Ling Xiao indifferently looked at the people from the Heavy Sword sect. "Who are you calling a grandson?" Luo Baxing shouted, pointing at Ling Xiao. The other Heavy Sword School disciples all raised their heads, looking very indignant, as if they were about to attack the Purple Sky sect. "Whoever answers is a grandson. Why do you want to kill me here? Can you do it?" Ling Xiao said coldly as he looked straight at Luo Baxing. Seeing that Luo Baxing was about to make a move, Wu Meinyang opened her mouth from the side. "If you want to fight or kill, you should first see if there's anything up there. Just wait and see." Luo Baxing clenched his fist, shook his head, and walked up with his companions. The others couldn't wait to follow. There were already so many good things on the first 3 floors, so the things on the upper 2 floors would definitely be even more extraordinary. However, when they reached the 5th floor, everyone was dumbfounded. There were no high-grade profound artifacts or profound skills like they had imagined, nor were there any spirit pills. There were only 5 corpses lying on the ground. Could it be that the things here have already been taken away? Tianxing guessed with an ugly expression. It's possible. There's still a floor above. If someone really wants to take it, then there shouldn't be anything on the upper floor. Wu Meinyang couldn't hide her disappointment as she replied. Impossible. Isn't this a 6th-rank sect? How come there's nothing but trash here? Luo Baxing cursed. He waved his hand and a sharp wave of metal energy smashed into the corpses. That's impossible. Boom. When the golden aura approached the 5 corpses, there was a loud explosion. What bad luck. Let's go up and take a look. Luo Baxing spat and then said to everyone. Everyone nodded and was about to go up. Wait! Ling Xiao called out with a raised eyebrow. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stopped what they were doing. Don't follow me if you don't want to go up, coward. Luo Baxing turned back and scolded disdainfully. Just as Luo Baxing was about to go up, everyone stopped moving. They just stared in one direction, their pupils constricting and fluctuating. What's wrong with you guys? Luo Baxing said unhappily. Young master, that corpse. One of the heavy sword sect's disciples stuttered, and at the same time he kept retreating. He wasn't the only one retreating. The others were also retreating as if they had seen something terrifying. Luo Baxing didn't know what was going on. He frowned and said, "What are you talking about? You're stuttering." Suddenly, Luo Baxing felt a sense of danger at the back of his head. Young master, behind you! One of the heavy sword sect's disciples cried out and stabbed at Luo Baxing with his profound weapon. Luo Baxing was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! Luo Baxing shouted angrily, "Zhang Long, what are you doing?" Young master, the corpses have come back to life. The heavy sword sect's disciple hurriedly explained. Only then did Luo Baxing turn to look at the corpses. Sure enough, the 5 corpses had stood up, and one of them was still where he had been standing. Clearly, it was the one who had attacked him. What's going on? Luo Baxing was shocked. It's all your fault. That palm of yours broke the restriction and allowed these puppets to move. Tianxing snorted. The corpses in front of him weren't living corpses, but puppets that had been refined by someone when they were alive. Normally, puppets were refined by alchemists. First, they would use a special refining method to soak a person who had just died. Then, they would use other precious materials to separate all the muscles so that the corpse would never decay, and the puppet would still maintain its original fighting strength. But since these puppets were inanimate objects, they couldn't use their original attributes to attack. That was one of the biggest drawbacks of puppets. The advantage of puppets was that they didn't have any offensive capabilities. As long as they were ordered to, they would attack with all their might until they were destroyed. The stronger the puppet when it was alive, the stronger the puppet it was refined would be. Although the 5 puppets in front of them didn't emit any aura and were covered by thick armor, only their bloodless faces could be seen. Each face had 5 veined patterns. Each pattern represented an Earth Sovereign puppet. 5 veined patterns meant that these 5 were Earth Sovereign puppets. An Earth Sovereign stage powerhouse represented the highest level of combat power in the vast Northwest. But there were 5 Earth Sovereign puppets in front of them. That was why everyone's expressions were so ugly. Damn, we're in big trouble now. Luo Baxing gulped. Everyone on guard, destroy them for me. Tianxing immediately gave the order. He took out the silver falcon mirror, and with a flash of light, an extremely tyrannical energy shot towards the puppets. Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing didn't mind and took out their profound weapons. Wu Meinyang took out a pearl that emitted a 5-colored glow. This pearl was also a low-grade spirit weapon, but it was half a grade higher than Tianxing and Luo Baxing's. It was a mid-6th grade spirit weapon called the 5-element spirit pearl. This kind of bead was a spirit bead refined from a combination of natural treasures of the 5 elements. The power it could unleash was extremely great. Any one of the 5 elements could use it. If its owner was of the metal attribute, it could transform into a metal attribute attack. If its owner was of the fire attribute, it could transform into a fire attribute attack, and so on. It was obvious that this 5-element spirit pearl was extraordinary. Wu Mainyang used her jade hands to activate the 5-element spirit pearl and attack the puppet. The flames were so bright that they almost drowned the entire floor in an instant. Fortunately, the pavilion had already been set up with a powerful restriction, so it didn't show any signs of being damaged by the powerful spiritual energy. Tian Xing, Wu Mainyang, and Luo Baxing each took on a puppet, while the disciples of the 3 sects attacked the other puppet. In the end, the puppet walked step by step towards the people of the Purple Sky sect. Everyone, attack from afar, don't let it get close. Ling Xiao ordered. None of the people from the Purple Sky sect dared to hesitate, and they all used all their strength to attack the puppet. Unfortunately, the earthly sovereign rank puppet's body was extremely tough, and their attacks were useless against it. Moreover, it didn't feel anything at all, only endless killing intent. After being attacked repeatedly, the puppet's energy finally awakened. It let out a strange cry and turned into a shadow that charged towards the people of the Purple Sky sect. The other puppets also became ferocious. Be careful, all of you retreat. Ling Xiao was shocked. He couldn't catch the puppet's movements at all, so he could only shout. At the same time, he took out the ice and fire swords and entered a desperate state. This puppet was an inanimate object, so there was no way to use spiritual energy to attack it. The innate Yin Wind Evil Qi was only effective against living things, so the only thing he could rely on was the blue demon flame. Chapter 332. The puppet's speed was very fast and it directly ignored the attribute attacks that were piling up. A simple punch smashed towards Yen Zhe, who was closest to it. Yen Zhe didn't even have time to react before he was hit by the punch and spat out a few liters of blood. His entire body flew far away and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. How could a punch from an Earth sovereign be so easily taken? Even a king stage couldn't take it, let alone a spirit master. Yen Zhe. Zhao Nan saw that Yen Zhe had been hit and immediately shouted, "I'll destroy you," and the spear in his hand pierced towards the waist of the puppet. However, he discovered that it was as if he had pierced a steel plate, and with a ding sound, he was unable to pierce the puppet's body and was momentarily shocked. Just as he was about to retreat, the puppet's fist had already smashed over. Zhao Nan's chest was heavily punched and his chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like Yen Zhe. The rest of the Purple Sky sect disciples didn't retreat, and one after another, they used their full strength to attack the puppet. Rumble. The puppet didn't know how to dodge and took all the attacks. It should be destroyed. When Ku Dai sighed with lingering fear. However, when all the smoke dissipated, the puppet that was as black as a devil was still standing in the same place without any damage. It let out a strange cry and rushed towards Wen Kudai. Its speed was like a ghost and astonishingly fast. Wen Kudai was still like Yen Zhe and didn't realize that the puppet had already arrived in front of her. "Junior sister, go away." Shi Tianho, who was beside Wen Kudai, was quite alert and shouted. He pushed Wen Kudai away and chopped at the puppet with his axe, shining with a golden light. Ding! The axe and the puppet's fist collided intimately and gave off a metallic sound. Pooh! Shi Tianho felt a strong recoil and a sweet taste came from his mouth. A mouthful of blood blossomed and the axe in his hands cracked. This was the strength of an Earth sovereign puppet. Shi Tianho was only a middle-stage spirit master and the difference in strength was too great. There was simply no way to compare. Moreover, the hardness of this puppet's body was comparable to a 5th-tier profound armament. How could that pair of broad axes withstand a single punch from it? The puppet wanted to kill its way forward, but no one from the Purple Heaven sect dared to step forward. This was because the puppet had no flaws, and with their strength, no matter how they attacked, it would be useless. Their hearts went cold, and they were extremely regretful that they'd rashly followed him just now. Just when everyone thought that they would be doomed, a figure attacked the puppet from behind. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and slashed at the puppet with the ice and fire sword. The puppet didn't sense any danger at all, and it took a direct hit from Ling Xiao's sword. Just as it was about to retaliate against Ling Xiao had already retreated. Just now, his sword contained the blue demon flame, and the flames had already started burning on the puppet's body. However, the puppet didn't feel any pain at all. Its entire body was on fire, and it still charged at Ling Xiao. "Everyone retreat!" Ling Xiao shouted, and the ice and fire sword in his hand shot out another ray of fire. The flames on the puppet's body grew stronger, but it had already reached Ling Xiao's side and was attacking Ling Xiao's head. No matter how fast Ling Xiao was, he couldn't be faster than the speed of an Earth Sovereign stage. Ling Xiao had nowhere to hide, and he held his head with both hands, preparing to receive the Earth Sovereign stage's punch. However, the blue flames on the puppet's body just happened to burn its arm. Bam! An Earth Sovereign stage puppet was actually burned to the point of shriveling, and in the end, not even a scrap was left. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in relief. If it wasn't for the heavenly fire, they might have all been wiped out this time. On the other side, Heavenly Star fought alone. With the silver falcon mirror in his hand, he attacked several times in a row, beating the puppet to a pulp. However, puppets were puppets in the end, and they didn't know what pain was. As long as they weren't completely destroyed, they would continue to attack. Heavenly Star only spat out a mouthful of blood after taking a punch from the puppet, and he was still able to fight. Needless to say, he was wearing a high-grade defensive armor. After a fierce battle, Heavenly Star, Wu Mainyang, and Luo Baxing all destroyed the puppets. Heavenly Star and Luo Baxing were both injured, and only Wu Mainyang was unharmed. It was clear that the 5 elements spirit pearls in her hands were more destructive than their spirit weapons. On the other side, the 3 sects fought a single puppet together. Many of them were seriously injured, and some were even beaten to death. If Wu Mainyang hadn't come to help in time, the casualties would have been even worse. When all 5 puppets were destroyed, everyone heaved sighs of relief. Most of them sat down and consumed pills to recover. On the Purple Sky sect's side, Yan Zhe and Zhao Nan weren't dead, but they were seriously injured and in critical condition. Although the 2 of them had taken medicinal pills, it would be difficult for them to truly recover without heavenly treasures or high-grade medicinal pills. Their internal organs had been displaced and bleeding, and several ribs had been broken. They didn't have Ling Xiao's freakish recovery ability. Although Shi Tianhou was injured, he was in a much better state. Both his arms had been shaken to the point of dislocation, and he should be fine after taking pills and resting for half a month. For a time, all the Purple Sky sect disciples looked dejected. However, compared to the 3 sects, the Purple Sky sect's losses were the least. "All of you retreat for now, and take care of the 3 senior brothers," Ling Xiao said solemnly to the rest of the Purple Sky sect, glancing at the 3 seriously injured people. After experiencing this puppet attack, everyone had been frightened. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, they might have been completely annihilated. No one dared to hesitate, and they quickly carried Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Shi Tianhou out of the pavilion. Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, Wen Qidi, and Luo Ming all knew that their strength was too low to be of any help, so they could only helplessly retreat. After his companions left, Ling Xiao looked around at the people of the 3 sects, his expression indifferent. His gaze finally landed on Luo Baxing, and he said in a joking manner, "Brother Wang, weren't you very powerful? How could you be injured by a mere puppet? It's not that I want to criticize you, but don't think that you're unparalleled just because you have a spiritual artifact. You're still calling me this king, this king." Luo Baxing was only half a step into the king stage, and he hadn't become a true king yet. Ling Xiao really didn't like hearing him call himself this king. Now that there was an opportunity to ridicule him, how could he miss it? Luo Baxing's eyes were filled with resentment. If he wasn't injured, he would have immediately fought to the death with Ling Xiao. However, although Luo Baxing didn't make a move, there were people from the Heavy Sword sect who spoke up for him. An uninjured half a step into the king's stage stood up and shouted, "Mere spirit master, don't be so arrogant." With that, he shot toward Ling Xiao, and a palm that contained all the spiritual energy in his body slapped toward Ling Xiao. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with one palm. However, Just as his palm was about to land on Ling Xiao's body, he felt his palm hit empty air. He hadn't hit his target, and the corner of his eye twitched. So what if you're a spirit master? Even if you're already at the king stage, I can still beat you into a pig's head. Ling Xiao appeared behind the half-step into the king stage and shouted. His fists glowed with a golden light, and dozens of fist shadows smashed toward the half-step into the king stage's back like a storm. Bang bang. A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to fight with me, Ling Xiao said indignantly as he chased after the half-step into the king stage. Apart from the dozens of punches that had attacked his back, the rest landed on the half-step into the king stage's face. The half-step into the king stage felt like he was trapped in a sea of fists, and he couldn't tell which direction he was going to go. His face burned with pain, and it was even more painful than death. Two figures rushed out from the heavy sword sect and attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Being attacked from behind, Ling Xiao had no choice but to throw the half-step into the king stage back. One of the people from the heavy sword sect caught the injured half-step into the king stage, and the other took out a huge sword and went straight for Ling Xiao. This person was also a half-step into the king stage, and he didn't think that Ling Xiao had the ability to defeat his companion. It was just that his companion had been careless for a moment. Ling Xiao didn't fear the incoming attack and instead smiled. His legs turned into countless leg shadows. Wind God Kick second form, grass in the wind. The tip of his foot kicked the half-step into the king stage's huge sword to the side, and in the next moment, the leg shadows were as fast as a hurricane, stomping on the half-step into the king stage's chest. Bang bang. Poof. The half-step into the king stage wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, and he was kicked dozens of times in a row. He spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed into the wall not far away. Ling Xiao had defeated two half-step into the king stage in a row, and a relaxed smile hung on his face. He flicked his martial clothes and said, "You guys still have the nerve to say that you're half-step into the king stage, but you can't even beat a mere spirit master like me. I really don't know what to say about you guys." Ling Xiao had a pained expression on his face, and everyone knew that he was purely trying to anger the people from the heavy sword sect, especially Luo Baxing. Luo Baxing couldn't take it anymore, and the other disciples of the heavy sword sect also looked indignant. Wu Mainyang, who wasn't injured, glanced at Ling Xiao, and her beautiful eyes blossomed with a strange light. She continued, "Everyone, now is not the time for internal strife. There's still a floor above us, and it won't be too late to fight once we get there. Let's go up now." Luo Baxing's eyes were filled with anger, and he knew that Wu Mainyang was right. He could only suppress his impulse and take the lead. The people of the heavy sword sect glared at Ling Xiao and followed closely behind him. Tian Xing stood up and glanced at Ling Xiao, then turned around and walked up as well. At the same time he sighed, "What a pity! What a pity!" No one knew what he was regretting about. However, Ling Xiao gave Wu Mainyang and Tian Xing a meaningful look and was about to walk up. At this time, Wu Mainyang intentionally or unintentionally approached Ling Xiao, and her beautiful eyes shone with a captivating light. She said in a sweet voice, "Junior brother is truly a hero. You even dare to offend the heavy sword sect. Aren't you afraid that they'll deal with your purple sky sect?" Looking at the dreamy eyes and listening to the demonic voice, Ling Xiao only felt that his thoughts had become slow, and a wave of heat actually rose uncontrollably. Ling Xiao couldn't help but reply, "It's not that I want to offend them, but they've gone too far. Even if I don't offend them, they won't let us go. Why don't we?" Ling Xiao still wanted to say something, but a cold intent reached the top of his head, causing him to instantly regain his clarity. Chapter 333. The three parts returning origin qi in Ling Xiao's body separated a few strands of cold intent, allowing him to regain his consciousness. The automatic protection ability of the three parts returning origin qi was quite good. Ling Xiao vigilantly distanced himself from Wu Mainyang. He still had lingering fear in his heart. If Wu Mainyang had taken the opportunity to deal with him just now, he would have died on the spot. At the same time, he felt that Wu Mainyang's seduction methods were much more brilliant than Yu Lian's. This was the first time he had been truly bewitched. Wu Mainyang's beautiful eyes jumped slightly. In her heart, she was surprised that Ling Xiao had actually gotten rid of her seduction method. This didn't seem right. Junior brother, why don't you continue? Wu Mainyang leaned closer to Ling Xiao, and her jade fingers gently stroked Ling Xiao's arm. This was simply a seductive hook. If it was any other man, his soul would have been hooked away. Ling Xiao felt the softness and exquisiteness of his arm, and the spiritual energy in his body once again surged. Fortunately, he was already prepared. His entire body was channeled with ice attribute spiritual energy, and his entire person became incomparably calm. Senior sister, if you don't go up, the things above will be gone. Ling Xiao said in a tone that rejected people 1,000 miles away. He no longer paid attention to Wu Mainyang and strode towards the top floor. Wu Mainyang was stunned for a moment, and for no reason she lightly stamped her foot and said angrily, "Little slippery, sooner or later I'll deal with you." After saying that, she waved her hand and followed up with a group of female generals. This was already the top floor of the pavilion. The three sects had gathered, but the number of people was somewhat different. The Light Star Hall had lost one disciple, and 2 were severely injured. The Charmed Flame sect had lost 2 disciples, 1 was severely injured, and 1 was lightly injured. The Heavy Sword sect had lost 2 disciples, and 3 were severely injured. The 3 sects had a total of 25 disciples left. On the Purple Sky sect's side, only Ling Xiao stood alone at the end. On the top floor, it was different from the previous floors. It looked much more dignified. In the center of the pavilion, there was a statue of a 1,000-year-old profound stone. The statue was extremely large, reaching the height of an entire floor. It was the statue of a middle-aged man, who possessed an extraordinary might. He held an azure dragon moonslaying sword in his left hand and the heaven's dragon shield in his right. His expression gave off a domineering aura that looked down on the world, as if he was a god who could fight immortals and kill gods, or slay ghosts and demons. Everyone was captivated by the statue's elegance. Heavenly Star sighed for no reason and said, "Such an imposing manner, such a domineering manner, truly a role model for us juniors." After saying that, he actually bowed slightly towards the statue. Wu Mainyang praised, "Such a hero must be the senior who established the heaven-suppressing sect. He is truly admirable." Luo Baxing glanced at Tianxing disdainfully and thought to himself, "You're just so pretentious." When everyone was done admiring the statue, they gradually shifted their gaze to the table where the statue was placed. There were 4 objects enshrined there. There was an azure dragon-cutting moonsword that looked like it was carved on a statue, a dark green heavenly dragon shield, a simple and unadorned beast skin scroll, and 2 bottles containing medicinal pills. The 4 items were laid bare in front of everyone. As soon as everyone's gaze fell, they couldn't help but swallow a few times. Everyone believed in their hearts that this was definitely a true spirit treasure. After all, the restriction light screen in front of the table couldn't be faked. "You two, there are 4 treasures in front of us. How do you think we should divide them?" Tianxing asked Wu Mainyang and Luo Baxing with a faint smile. From the looks of it, he seemed to already have a card up his sleeve. Before Wu Mainyang could speak, Luo Baxing looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "Xingzi, Mainyang, I advise you to obediently retreat. Our heavy sword sect will take everything here." "Oh, is Brother Luo really that confident?" Wu Mainyang was slightly stunned. "It seems that Brother Luo's appetite isn't small. Be careful that you don't get too full," Tianxing said with narrowed eyes. "Huh, Xingzi, Wu Mainyang, take a good look at what I've prepared for you." Luo Baxing looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. The hidden snake sword appeared in his hand at the same time, accompanied by 5 figures. These 5 figures were actually puppets as well, but they were a level weaker than the puppets on the lower floor. There were only 4 patterns on their foreheads, obviously king stage puppets. When entering this secret realm, all experts who had reached the king stage and above could not enter. Therefore, in this secret realm, those who had reached the half-step king stage were already the strongest. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. However, Luo Baxing already had 5 king stage puppets in his spatial ring. Obviously, he had already planned to take everything here for himself before entering this secret realm. Luo Baxing's patience was amazing. Just now, he had been ridiculed and humiliated by Ling Xiao, but he still hadn't released his puppets. Now that he had released them, it was obvious that he planned to take them all in one fell swoop. When these puppets appeared, Tian Xing and Wu Meinyang's expressions both changed. Who would have thought that Luo Baxing had hidden his strength so deeply? All of you, leave immediately. This place belongs to our heavy sword sect. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Luo Baxing said proudly. Brother Luo, do you really think you can eat us? Tian Xing suddenly revealed a cold smile. Does Xingzi really want to have a taste of my puppet's power? Luo Baxing said disapprovingly. Although Tian Xing had the silver falcon mirror, he had already consumed a lot of spirit energy to deal with the Earth King stage puppet. If he wanted to use it again, he would need a lot of energy. Tian Xing probably wouldn't be able to use it many times, and Luo Baxing also had the hidden snake sword in his hand. As for Wu Meinyang, it would depend on whether she was tactful or not. Hehe, originally I only wanted to take one more item than you. Unfortunately, Brother Luo is too greedy. Since that's the case, we also want to take it all, said Tian Xing with a sneer. At the same time, he lightly nodded at the people beside him. Those people responded, and a few pills appeared in their hands. The corner of Luo Baxing's eye twitched. He seemed to think that the Light Star Hall had some good stuff, so he roared, "All of you, kill them!" As soon as Luo Baxing's words fell, Wu Meinyang led her sect's disciples in retreat. "Ha come!" Tian Xing laughed, and the silver falcon mirror in his hand emitted a powerful energy that blasted towards the heavy sword sect. The hidden snake sword in Luo Baxing's hand also released a powerful ray of fire. Rumble! The might of the spirit weapons collided, causing the entire pavilion to shake. At this time, the 4 high-rank spirit masters who hadn't reached half a step into the king stage in the Light Star Hall took the pills at the same time. The moment they took the pills, several powerful waves of spirit power surged towards them, and balls of energy lit up the entire building. In just a moment, their strength had reached the low stage of the king stage. Hurry and kill them. Luo Baxing seemed to understand something and hurriedly urged the puppets to attack. The 5 puppets quickly pounced towards the Light Star Hall. Come, is your puppet more powerful, or is my king's step more powerful? Tian Xing called out. He didn't pay any attention to his companion and flashed towards the table by himself. Don't even think of getting your way. They're all mine. Luo Baxing roared, and the hidden snake sword stabbed towards Tian Xing. Bang bang. A chaotic battle erupted in an instant. The Light Star Hall and the Heavy Sword sect fought, and the Charm Flame sect retreated. What should we do? A woman from the Charm Flame sect asked Wu Meinyang, her expression filled with worry. Wu Meinyang's expression was unprecedentedly serious. I'm afraid the alluring sky formation won't be of use. We can only see if we can pick up some ready-made ping-yi. The alluring sky formation was a soul-stealing formation of the Charm Flame sect, and it could make any man fall into a trance. When that happened, they would be at the mercy of the Charm Flame sect. However, a major change had occurred in the Light Star Hall and the Heavy Sword sect. Those from the Light Star Hall had obviously taken the Spirit Burn pill, which allowed them to instantly reach the king stage. Although it was only a short 15 minutes, it was enough to change everything. On the Heavy Sword sect's side, there were 5 lifeless puppets. Their enchanting sky absolute array would not be of any use against them. Wu Meinyang secretly cursed herself for miscalculating. Not good, they're attacking us, the woman exclaimed. Wu Meinyang gritted her teeth and ordered, all of you retreat first. With that, the 5-element spirit pearl appeared in her hand, and she activated her spiritual power once again. A scorching flame instantly appeared in front of a puppet and a disciple of the Light Star Hall. She only did this so that her companions would have time to retreat. After that one move, Wu Meinyang's face turned incomparably pale, and she immediately took out another pill and swallowed it. She was only half a step away from the king stage, so she used a mid-tier 6th grade spirit artifact to power it much more than Tian Xing and Luo Baxing. Wu Mainyang didn't plan to come into contact with the king's stage or the puppets, so she used strange footwork and pounced towards the platform. In a corner, Ling Xiao slowly retreated. The battle here was extremely intense, and it wasn't the time for him to fish in troubled waters. Moreover, he felt that the things on the platform were too obvious, as if they weren't afraid of being robbed. Unfortunately, just as Ling Xiao was about to retreat, two half-step king stage cultivators from the Heavy Sword sect surrounded Ling Xiao. Now that the Heavy Sword sect had 5 more puppets, they had the advantage in numbers, so they had more than enough people to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao pointed to the platform and said lightly, "I advise you to help your young master. He's in danger." Now that Wu Mainyang had joined the fray, the situation on the platform had become much more strange. All 3 of them had actually stopped fighting. Wu Mainyang seemed to be dancing a sexy dance, and both Tianxing and Luo Baxing were captivated by her. "Xingzi, brother Luo, can you stop fighting? I'm so scared," Wu Mainyang said timidly. At the same time, she twisted her snake-like waist, ribbons fluttering in the wind. Her veil gradually loosened, revealing her fragrant skin. Her whole body exuded endless temptation. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was constantly on guard, and his ice attribute kept him calm. But when faced with Wu Mainyang's full power, he felt that his ice attribute almost couldn't suppress the impulsive desire in his heart. Needless to say, the 2 disciples from the Heavy Sword sect had their eyes wide open, and their eyebrows kept rolling. The other disciples from the Light Star Hall and the Heavy Sword sect were also bewitched, and they actually stopped fighting. Only the 5 puppets and the 4 disciples from the Light Star Hall who had taken the spirit-burning pill didn't feel anything at all. Chapter 334. Bang. Although the 5 puppets couldn't use elemental attacks, their fighting style was extremely desperate. Moreover, they were very likely to have possessed the strength of a high-level king stage expert when they were alive. Otherwise, how could they have survived the continuous bombardment of the low-level king stage experts from the Light Star Hall? One of the king's steps of the Light Star Hall noticed that Wu Mainyang was about to grab the item on the table. He ignored the puppet behind him and raised his hand, sending a wave of spiritual energy towards Wu Mainyang. Poo-pew! 2 mouthfuls of blood sprayed out at the same time. One was from Wu Mainyang when she was attacked, and the other was from King Stage who was seriously injured by the puppet. However, Wang Jie was also quite impressive. The moment he fell, he used all of his spiritual power to shatter one of the puppets. With Wu Mainyang injured, Tianxing and Luo Baxing regained consciousness at the same time. The 2 of them reached for the item on the table at the same time. Swoosh! Just as the 2 of them were about to grab the counter, a powerful rebounding force forced them back a few steps. Of course, the 2 of them wouldn't give up just like that. At the same time, they used their spiritual weapons to attack the counter. Rumble! The light curtain above the table was shaken to pieces. Tianxing and Luo Baxing attacked at the same time. Tianxing got the Green Dragon Moon-slaying sword and Heavenly Dragon Shield, while Luo Baxing got the Beast Hide Scroll and 2 bottles of pills. "Huh, I finally got it. Let me see what rank this spirit artifact is." Tianxing faced the sky and laughed crazily. Then he used all his strength to pull out the Green Dragon Moon-cutting sword. An azure dragon splendor blossomed, and the indistinct silhouette of a beast appeared in midair. However, although this beast's shadow resembled a dragon shadow, it was far from a dragon. It would be more appropriate to call it a snake shadow. Haha, with a spiritual sword in hand, let's use Brother Luo's hidden snake sword as a touchstone. Tianxing laughed again and waved the Green Dragon Moonslaying sword at Luo Baxing. Luo Baxing didn't dare to be careless. The Green Dragon Moonslaying sword should be a higher-level spiritual weapon. If he didn't use the hidden snake sword to block it, he would die. "What are you waiting for? Come and help us!" Luo Baxing yelled at his comrades as he fought. The people from the Heavy Sword sect charged towards Heavenly Star. Wu Mainyang took the opportunity to hide behind the table to recover from her injuries. That king rank attack from before had already caused her to suffer quite a bit of injury. If it wasn't for the fact that she was wearing a high-grade armor, then only death would have been waiting for her. Tian Xing's Azure Dragon Moon Severing Sword clashed ruthlessly against Luo Baxing's hidden snake sword. A victorious smile appeared on Tian Xing's face, as if he could already see Luo Baxing's hidden snake sword destroyed in front of him. Luo Baxing's heart was bleeding. Although the hidden snake sword wasn't their sex totem, it was still one of the three. If it was destroyed just like that, they wouldn't know how to explain it to the sect. The spiritual weapons collided with each other, emitting a clanging sound. One of the swords was split in half. However, it was not the hidden snake sword that was broken, but the green dragon moon slaying sword. Both of them were stunned by the scene before them. What was going on? The green dragon moon slaying sword was the spirit weapon of the heaven suppressing sect, a 6th rank sect. How could it be so weak? The only explanation was that the green dragon moon slaying sword was fake. No. How could this be? Impossible. Tian Xing looked at the broken sword in his hand with great unwillingness and roared. Luo Baxing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly regained his senses and laughed. Ha, this kind of trash actually dares to let my hidden snake sword fight against it. You really don't know what's good for you. Star Child, have a taste of the true power of my hidden snake sword. With that, Luo Baxing swung the hidden snake sword towards Tian Xing. Because Luo Baxing was of the metal attribute, he was unable to unleash the true power of the hidden snake sword. However, he was still able to force Tian Xing into a dangerous situation. In the end, Tian Xing had no way to dodge and could only use the heavenly dragon shield to block. Bang! Unfortunately, this heavenly dragon shield was also a fake. It was directly cut in half by the hidden snake sword. Tian Xing's chest was injured and he was sent flying. Ha, Star Child, you also have this day. Luo Baxing laughed. Just as he was about to walk over and attack Tian Xing propped himself up and shouted, "Wait, brother Luo, the beast skin scroll and pills in your hands should also be fake." Hearing this, Luo Baxing stopped in his tracks and his expression stiffened. Immediately after, he quickly took out the beast skin scroll from his spatial ring and opened it, only to find that there was nothing inside. He then took out the pill and opened the lid, only to find that there was a corrosive aura coming out. Damn, I've been tricked. Luo Baxing threw the two items away and cursed. Rumble. At this time, the King Stage cultivators from the Light Star Hall made their final move against the puppet. The time for the spirit-burning pill had arrived. The 4 King Stage cultivators had become crippled, and their bodies fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. They looked as if they had aged more than 10 years. 3 of the puppets had been destroyed, and the other 2 had lost all their limbs. Their fighting strength had plummeted. At the same time, 3 people from the Heavy Sword sect had been killed, and the rest had been seriously injured. Stop! Luo Baxing shouted at the 2 puppets that still wanted to continue attacking. This time, they had really suffered a great loss. The people from the 3 sects were either dead or injured. Only the Flame Charm sect's strength remained intact. The Light Star Hall had lost 2 people, 4 were crippled, and 2 were seriously injured. As the leader, Tian Xing's injuries were not light either. The King Stage cultivators from the Light Star Hall had destroyed 3 puppets and killed 4 people from the Heavy Sword sect. In addition to the 3 who had died earlier, only 2 people and Luo Baxing were left alive. The 3 sects had fought so hard, but what they had obtained were fake goods. They had really been tricked this time. Damn! Luo Baxing couldn't bear it anymore and swung the hidden snake sword at the statue. There was an explosion, and the statue was smashed into pieces. Looks like the things here have already been taken by someone else. The price this time is too high. Tian Xing muttered after swallowing the pill. The people who had come out this time were all the young elites of the sect, and almost all of them had died here. In the end, they had gotten nothing. His heart was bleeding. Luo Baxing was also feeling terrible. At this moment, Wu Mainyang dragged her heavily injured body and quickly rushed down the stairs. Tian Xing and Luo Baxing also noticed it, but they couldn't be bothered to do anything. After all, the Flaming Charm sect's strength was quite well preserved. If they angered Wu Mainyang, it wouldn't be worth it. Ling Xiao also knew that this matter was coming to an end. He glanced at the messy pavilion and turned to go down. Luo Baxing also saw Ling Xiao leave. He immediately swallowed a few pills, put away his 2 puppets, and summoned his 2 companions to chase after him. Luo Baxing was the least exhausted and the least injured among the 3 leaders. He couldn't let Ling Xiao leave here alive. Ling Xiao was the first to slap him in the face. He swore to kill Ling Xiao. However, Luo Baxing knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. Moreover, Ling Xiao wasn't injured. If he fought him head-on, he might not be able to win. He could only choose another way to get rid of him. If I let the people of the Purple Sky sect leave here alive, I, Luo Baxing, will write my name backwards. Luo Baxing revealed a venomous expression as he thought to himself. Tian Xing wasn't in a hurry to recover here. He stood up and glanced at his 4 companions who had taken the spirit-burning pill. They had exhausted too much energy and had all fainted. Sigh, the sacrifice this time was not worth it. Tian Xing's eyes flashed with reluctance, and then he said, "Even if you can live, it will be a burden. Why don't you let me help you get rid of it?" After saying that, he raised his hand slightly, and a few blade-like rays of light slashed towards the 4 people who were shooting. These 4 people from the Light Star Hall had made a great sacrifice for the sect. Even in death, they didn't know that it was their own people who had injured them. The 2 half-step king stage cultivators from the Light Star Hall who hadn't died yet broke out in a cold sweat when they saw this scene, afraid that Tian Xing would attack them. One of them said timidly, "Young master, please spare us." Tian Xing curled his lips and said, "Don't worry, you're only injured. It's not like you can't recover like them. When we return to the sect, I will definitely report what happened to the sect master and have the sect reward you." The 2 were overjoyed and immediately kowtowed to Tian Xing and said in unison, "Thank you, young master. Get up, it's not like we didn't gain anything this time," Tian Xing said as he dragged his injured body down the stairs. After Wu Meinyang left the pavilion, she immediately returned to her own camp and ordered, "Protect me, I want to heal." Then she handed the 5-element spirit pearl to a slightly older woman and said, "Sister Lien, I'll leave it to you, just in case." "This, how can this be?" The woman called Sister Lien waved her hand repeatedly. "This is an order. It's for you to take it to protect me and the other sisters. What are you thinking?" Wu Meinyang said with an irresistible authority. Yu Lien solemnly took the 5-element spirit pearl. One had to know that the 5-element spirit pearl could only be held by the next generation of the Flaming Charm sect. Now that Wu Meinyang had handed it to her, she was terrified. It didn't mean that handing it to her meant that she would be the future sect master, but that Wu Meinyang had absolute trust in her. Yu Lien was even more convinced and grateful to Wu Meinyang. Yu Lian walked over and looked at Wu Meinyang worriedly. "Meinyang, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just suffered a little. I'll be fine after a short rest." Wu Meinyang replied with a faint smile. "Then you should rest quickly," Yu Lian said nervously. Then she looked a little hesitant, as if she wanted to say something. Wu Meinyang saw through Yu Lian's thoughts and immediately smiled. "He's fine. Look behind him." Yu Lian was embarrassed. Then she turned around and saw a figure walking over quickly. "Xiao, are you okay?" Yu Lian quickly walked to Ling Zhao's side and asked with concern. Just now, there was a burst of shocking explosions in the pavilion. She was scared out of her wits and was afraid that something had happened to Ling Xiao. The other people of the Purple Heaven sect also came over and asked with concern. Ling Zhao's heart warmed and he immediately responded, "I'm fine. I've made you worry. Let's go. There's nothing left to miss." "Xiao, let's wait for Meinyang," Yu Lian said. "All right, I'll go see Senior Brother Yen and Senior Brother Zhao." Ling Xiao glanced at the people of the Flaming Charm sect and hesitated. Yen Zhe and Zhao Nan's injuries were quite serious. If they were not treated in time, it would likely have a big impact on their future. Ling Xiao squatted down to check their injuries and then took out 2 bottles from his space ring. This bottle contained the precious 10,000-year stone emulsion. Chapter 335. Not only could this 10,000-year holy liquid transform one's physique, but it also had first-class healing effects. Anything over 10,000 years old was the best of the best. No one knew that Ling Xiao's 2 bottles were so precious. As soon as Ling Xiao opened the bottle cap, an icy cold air spread out. Everyone felt a chill, and with a light sniff, they felt extremely comfortable. Bing Ruoshui was especially sensitive to the ice attribute. She immediately felt that this small bottle must be very important to her, and she had the urge to snatch it. However, she also knew that she wouldn't do such a thing. She could only pray that Ling Xiao would remember that she was his woman and give her 1 or 2 bottles to try. At the thought of this, her pure white face became a little flushed. Who's his woman? Bing Ruoshui spat at herself in her heart. When Kitty asked in surprise, "Senior Sister Ruoshui, why are you blushing?" Who's blushing? Maybe it's because the weather is hot. Bing Ruoshui said as she looked around. The weather is hot? When Kitty was even more puzzled, but in her heart, the sun hasn't appeared today, so how can it be hot? Ling Xiao lifted Yen Zai's head and fed him the 10,000-year stone milk and a broken high-grade 3rd-rank healing spirit herb. After Yen Zai consumed the 10,000-year stone milk and the spirit herb, the medicinal power actually began to take effect. In just a moment, a thin layer of ice covered Yen Zai's body, and his body was still trembling. Ling Xiao placed a hand on his back and said, "Senior brother Yen, quickly circulate your Xian Qi." At the same time, he also transferred fire attribute spiritual power to Yen Zai, in order to dispel the cold air that Yen Zai was suffering from. Although Yen Zai's consciousness was a bit hazy, when he heard Ling Xiao's words, he realized that someone was helping him. He forcefully supported his injured body and began to form hand seals to meditate. After a while, the layer of ice on Yen Zai's body began to melt, and the aura in his body began to gradually recover. Everyone was shocked to see this scene, and at the same time, they praised in their hearts. As expected of a 4th-rank alchemist, this method of saving people is so fast. At this time, Luo Baxing and his 2 companions also walked out of the pavilion. Luo Baxing happened to catch a glimpse of Ling Xiao, who was standing not too far away. Seeing him transfer spiritual energy to his friend, he couldn't help but think of a plan. "Hee, you're still not dead this time." Luo Baxing laughed in his heart, then pinched a pill and sent it into his mouth. The 3 of them walked in the direction of the Purple Heaven sect. In fact, this was the only way to go down the mountain. Everyone from the Purple Heaven sect was also vigilantly staring at Luo Baxing. This person had definitely left a deep impression on them, so they had to be on guard against him. Seeing that Yen Zai's body was gradually recovering, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and let go of Yen Zai's hand. Coincidentally, he saw Luo Baxing and the others walking over. However, he felt that Luo Baxing and the others had suffered great losses, so they probably wouldn't dare to rashly provoke them. Thus, he continued to feed Zhao Nan the 10,000-year stone emulsion and spirit grass. Zhao Nan's situation was similar to Yen Zai's, so Ling Xiao naturally transferred spirit energy to him. It was also at this moment that Luo Baxing approached the people of the Purple Sky sect, a venomous sneer on his face. Luo Ming just happened to catch this moment, and a bad premonition struck her. Suddenly, Luo Baxing, who was walking slowly, disappeared. In the next moment, Luo Baxing appeared next to the Purple Sky sect group, the hidden snake sword in his hand stabbing towards Ling Xiao's back like a real viper. His face was twisted as he roared, "Die!" No one had expected Luo Baxing to attack so openly, and his speed was simply too fast. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Ling Xiao was about to die under his sword. "You Lai Yen, Bing Ruoshui," and when Kitty all cried out with grief and indignation. The others immediately rushed to help. Unfortunately, they were half a beat too late. The invisible snake sword had stabbed into his body. "Ha, you annoying bastard, finally." Luo Baxing laughed madly, but when he saw his target clearly, he was dumbfounded. The person he had stabbed wasn't Ling Xiao, but someone else. Ling Xiao had already sensed the danger and used his strength to push Zhao Nan away. He turned around, only to see a slender body slowly fall into his arms, her hands still tightly gripping the hidden snake sword. I blocked. The person in front of Ling Xiao was none other than Luo Ming, who had just sensed something was wrong. The hidden snake sword had completely sunk into her body, and a large amount of blood gushed out from her chest. Her delicate face became incomparably pale, and the aura around her body gradually weakened. Ling Zhao's mind went blank. He looked at Luo Ming, who still had a faint smile on her face, and a feeling he had never felt before filled his body and mind. It was a kind of crazy hot blood burning, a kind of extreme madness awakening, a kind of most primitive emotion impulsive, a kind of hatred that could not be expressed with words soaring into the sky. Ling Zhao's eyes became as red as blood. He hugged Luo Ming and roared into the sky. This roar shook the earth, and the wind and clouds changed color. The sky was angry, and thunder rumbled. Boom! There was a sudden clap of thunder, and a shower of rain fell. The people of the Purple Heaven sect attacked Luo Baxing at the same time. Although Luo Baxing's two companions were injured, they still rushed forward to help. Yu Laiyin and Bing Ruoshui's target was Luo Baxing. Let go! Luo Baxing wanted to pull out the hidden snake sword, but he found that Luo Ming was holding it tightly. Just as he was about to push Luo Ming and Ling Xiao away, sword energy, one hot and one cold, attacked him. Luo Baxing could only let go and retreat, his great sword instantly appearing in his hand. The people of the Flaming Charm sect weren't far away, and Wu Mainyang realized the situation over at the Purple Heaven sect's side. She immediately ordered, "Sister Lian, take a few sisters with you and protect Yu Lian. She's a rare genius and we can't afford to lose her." Yu Lian hesitated for a moment, but then she nodded and called her 3 companions over to help Yu Lian. They would only protect Yu Lian, and not the rest of the Purple Heaven sect. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Only strength mattered, and they wouldn't form an irreconcilable enmity with the Heavy Sword sect just for the sake of the Purple Heaven sect. "I'll take the sword after I kill all of you bitches." Luo Baxing's killing intent surged, and the great sword in his hand slashed at Yu Lian. Fortunately, Yu Lian arrived in time to block the attack for Yu Lian. Yu Lian was half a step away from the king's stage, and although she was a bit weaker than Luo Baxing, she wasn't much weaker. Luo Baxing frowned and shouted, "Does your Flaming Charm sect want to interfere with our Heavy Sword sect's matters?" He was anxious. If the Flaming Charm sect really did ally with the Purple Heaven sect, then he was in a very bad situation. After all, the Flaming Charm sect had a total of 8 people, and they even had a spirit weapon like the 5-element Spirit Pearl. He had lost the hidden snake sword, so how could he fight against them? "We're only protecting this young lady, and the others have nothing to do with us," Yu Lian replied. All right, I'll kill the others first," Luo Baxing responded, then turned to attack Ling Xiao. He wanted to take back the hidden snake sword as soon as possible. "Watch out for my sword." Bing Ruoshui stabbed out with her ice sword, and waves of ice flowers stabbed towards Luo Baxing. Luo Baxing cursed, "How annoying, I'll kill you first." However, just as he was about to kill Bing Ruoshui, a fiery whip wrapped around his waist like a snake. "What's that?" Luo Baxing froze and looked at the red whip at his waist. "Senior Sister Ruoshui, kill him quickly." It turned out that when Kitty, who hadn't made a move yet, had used her whip to successfully trap Luo Baxing. "You overestimate yourself." Luo Baxing looked at Winkidi disdainfully, then grabbed the red whip and swung it forcefully. Winkidi's petite body immediately flew towards Bing Ruoshui. Just as Bing Ruoshui was about to attack, a black shadow smashed towards her. The 2 women cried out in pain and fell to the side. Luo Baxing took the opportunity to attack with his giant sword, wanting to kill the 2 women in one go. Yu Lian wouldn't retreat behind the Flaming Charm Sex people, so she used all her strength to attack Luo Baxing. Yu Lian had received orders from Wu Mainyang, so she had no choice but to raise her sword in front of Luo Baxing. "Bastard, take care of this woman, or I'll kill you too," Luo Baxing cursed angrily as he retreated. Yu Lian turned to Yu Lian and said, "Miss Yu, you should come with us over there. With the Flaming Charm sect protecting you, no one will be able to hurt you." "Bullshit. I'm grateful that you guys came to protect me, but they're my senior brothers and sisters, and my man is still here. How could I abandon them? Go back and tell Mainyang that I appreciate her kindness," Yu Lian cursed. At the same time, her rapier once again shot toward Luo Baxing. You're right. You're right. Yu Lian's face flashed with a complicated expression, but just as she was hesitating, Wu Mainyang made her move. Her injuries had recovered by 50%, so she could just barely block Yu Lian. Mainyang, get out of the way! Yu Lian shouted. Wu Mainyang ignored her and turned to Luo Baxing. Brother Luo, give me some face and let the purple sky sex people go. Luo Baxing frowned and said, Mainyang, are you really going to stick your nose into this? Mainyang has no choice, please forgive me, Wu Mainyang replied indifferently. Luo Baxing tightened his grip on the giant sword and was silent for a moment before saying, I can let them go, but I must take his life. With that he pointed his sword at Ling Xiao, his killing intent clear. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first, Yu Lian and Bing Ruoshui said in unison. Wu Mainyang glanced at Ling Xiao, then at Yu Lian, and said faintly, Brother Luo's request is a bit difficult. Luo Baxing looked at Wu Mainyang and saw that her killing intent had already been aroused. He immediately softened and said, For your sake, I'll let this matter go, but I still want my hidden snake sword back. Otherwise, I won't let this matter rest. All right, I can return the hidden snake sword to you, Wu Mainyang replied straightforwardly. If you want the sword back, exchange it with your life. A cold voice that seemed to come from the netherworld rang out. Chapter 336. Luo Ming was not a woman with unparalleled beauty, but she was a woman with a strong sense of justice. Her full breasts were her most prideful capital. In the Jade Spring Pavilion, she was one of the most outstanding disciples. In the Purple Sky sect, there was no lack of disciples who pursued her. However, she had always been focused on cultivation and had no time for relationships, so she had always been single. Until this sect pledge assembly, when she entered the nest of beasts, the heaven-suppressing sect, and other places of life and death, she began to come into contact with Ling Xiao. At the beginning, she did not have any feelings for Ling Xiao. She only felt that Ling Xiao was a fourth-rank alchemist at such a young age. He had achieved a height that others could not reach in their lifetime. Moreover, he had become the Purple Sky sect's most revered elder, so she only had some respect and curiosity for him. However, later, in the nest of beasts, she encountered the Dragon Sea Pavilion and the Great River sect. Luo Ming was the kind of heroine who could not bear to see others bully the weak, rape, and pillage. Regardless of Ling Xiao's obstruction, she interfered. In the end, she almost lost her life. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao's heroic act of saving the damsel in distress began to capture her heart. From then until now, Ling Xiao's overbearingness, Ling Xiao's humor, Ling Xiao's wit, Ling Xiao's calmness, and everything about Ling Xiao began to gather in her heart bit by bit. It directly filled her heart and occupied her entire being. As long as she closed her eyes, his handsome face would appear in her mind. She found that she had already fallen hopelessly in love with Ling Xiao. Even though he already had several women by his side, and these women were all very young and beautiful, she still silently thought of him in her heart. She always wanted to see him. Love is a kind of longing, is a kind of tolerance. It seems very complicated, but in fact, it is that simple. If you love someone, you love everything about them, and you can bear everything for them, even if it is your life. The moment Luo Ming's chest was pierced, she didn't feel any regret. Instead, she felt extremely satisfied because she had blocked it. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the beautiful woman in his arms. She still had a satisfied smile on her face. It was as if thousands of knives were cutting into his heart. He had never had any improper thoughts towards her. After all, he had many women, and all of them were of superior character and appearance. It wasn't that he judged a book by its cover, but he didn't want to incur too many unrequited love debts. However, at his most dangerous moment, a woman was willing to sacrifice herself to protect him. There was no need for any words to express how this woman felt about him. When he saved her, he had never said anything about devoting himself to her, but she was willing to sacrifice her life for him. What could be more heartbreaking than this? Senior sister, why are you so stupid? Ling Xiao said with a hoarse voice as he continued to transfer spiritual energy to Luo Mei. Xiao, can I call you that? Luo Meiying said weakly. Ling Xiao hurriedly nodded his head. I really regret knowing you too late. If I could have known you a few years earlier, I would have definitely become your woman, Luo Meiying said intermittently. Senior sister, don't say any more. Take the pill first. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with tears. He hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into Luo Meiying's mouth. Cough cough. Luo Meiying's life force was constantly flowing through her body. How could she swallow the pill? Oh, don't waste it for me. Xiao, can you kiss me? Luo Meiying said her last wish with difficulty. Her eyes that were about to slacken were filled with a bit of expectation. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. His thick lips directly kissed Luo Meiying's jade lips. At this moment, a satisfied smile appeared on Luo Meiying's face. Her life had come to an end. But Ling Xiao couldn't accept the result of Luo Meiying's death. He raised his head to the sky and roared. His spiritual energy was still continuously transferred to Luo Mei. Unfortunately, it didn't have the slightest effect. No, I can't let you die. Didn't you say you still want to be my woman? Ming, you have to hold on. Ling Xiao hurriedly said. His mind was constantly thinking about how to bring Luo Meiying back from the dead. That's right, the 10,000-year stone emulsion can definitely save her. Ling Xiao once again thought of the 10,000-year stone emulsion, so he took it out and fed it to Luo Meiying. However, the 10,000-year stone emulsion that entered Luo Meiying's mouth didn't have the effect of bringing her back from the dead. Ling Zhao's heart was in a complete mess. That's right, Elder Lu, quickly come out and save her. Ling Xiao called out to Lu Weng within his sea of consciousness. His only hope was Lu Weng. Back in Meteor City, the Grand Elder had almost all died. It was thanks to a drop of 10,000-year tree sap that the Grand Elder had been brought back to life. Furthermore, he had successfully broken through to the King Realm and returned to his youth. Lu Weng's voice faintly rang out within his sea of consciousness. The weapon in her chest has already destroyed her internal organs and severed all her vitality. Even an immortal would find it difficult to save her. Impossible! You're so powerful, how could you not be able to save her? I beg you, as long as you save her, I'll do anything for you in the future. You can stay in my sea of consciousness for as long as you want. Ling Xiao anxiously said. AI, it's not that this old man doesn't want to, it's just that this old man is powerless. Lu Weng shook his head and sighed. In his heart, he said, only if this old man can recover all of his essence energy will there be a chance. Ling Zhao's expression froze, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. If even Lu Weng couldn't do anything, then could Luo Meiying still be saved? Ling Zhao's expression gradually turned cold. He instantly pulled out the hidden snake danger from Luo Meiying's chest, and his other palm immediately began to emit icy cold spiritual energy. Gradually, Luo Meiying's body was completely sealed in ice by him. Meiying, just you wait. I, Ling Xiao, swear in the name of the heavens that I will definitely save you. Ling Xiao bit down on his own blood as he solemnly swore to the heavens. Ling Xiao had always been a person who cared deeply about relationships and righteousness. For a woman who was willing to die for him, no matter if she was beautiful or ugly, rich or poor, anyone would be moved and fall in love with her. At the same time, Ling Xiao had always been a conceited and domineering man. He felt that it was a man's duty to protect women. But now, he had let a woman protect him, and this woman had even lost her life for him. Even he, who had a powerful treasure, had been unable to save her. A wave of guilt involuntarily welled up in his heart. At the same time, resentment and regret filled his entire body. He hadn't killed Luo Baxing all this time out of consideration for the future of the sect. Before entering the secret realm, Xiao Songlin had always emphasized that he shouldn't get into conflict with the three sections. That was why Ling Xiao had kept Luo Baxing alive. He hadn't expected Luo Baxing to not appreciate his kindness, and instead kept provoking him until tragedy struck. He was filled with regret. Ling Xiao put Luo Meiying down and stood up. If you want the sword, you'll have to exchange your life for it, he said coldly. His voice was like a demonic curse, as cold as frost and as chilling as ice. Everyone turned to look at the person who had spoken. Wasn't that the grief-stricken Ling Xiao? His face was dark and his eyes were bloodshot. His entire body exuded an oppressive aura, as if an invisible hand was gripping their throats and making it difficult for them to breathe. Luo Baxing was startled by Ling Xiao and involuntarily took a step back. Right now, he only felt that those eyes were like sharp blades that ruthlessly pierced into his heart, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Even a true king stage cultivator might not be able to make him feel this kind of stage fright. Luo Baxing steadied his emotions and used anger to cover up his loss of composure. "You don't have the ability to take my life." He then turned to Wu Mainyang and said, "Mainyang, please don't interfere in this matter. I'm going to kill this bastard." Wu Mainyang revealed a troubled expression. She didn't want to become enemies with the heavy sword sect, so she just wanted to persuade Luo Baxing to leave. However, Luo Baxing wanted the spirit weapon back, and not only did Ling Xiao refuse to return it, it seemed that he wanted to fight to the death with Luo Baxing. She was in a dilemma. "Junior brother, I think it's better to forget about this matter. Offending the heavy sword sect won't do your purple sky sect any good," Wu Mainyang advised Ling Xiao. "If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Laiyan had the same charming bone physique as her, she would never have gotten involved in this matter." "Ha!" Suddenly, Ling Xiao threw his head back and laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. This laughter was filled with sorrow, hatred, and a thick killing intent. Everyone could feel Ling Xiao's current state of mind, and they all felt sad for him, especially Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, and Wen Qidi. They were all wondering if he would also be sad if they died for him. "I don't know what this brat is laughing about." At this time, the three people from the Light Star Hall also walked over. Heavenly Star looked at the crazily laughing Ling Xiao and asked in confusion, "I'm laughing at your mother." Ling Xiao was already in a state of exploding. Heavenly Star's words were like a spark that ignited the fuse, and he was immediately insulted by Ling Xiao. The blood in Ling Xiao's body continued to churn, and that overwhelming hatred gradually began to control his mind. "If I kill your man, I'll tell you to forget about it. You brainless woman, if you don't want to die, then scram." Ling Xiao coldly stared at Wu Mainyang and scolded her. "Bastard!" Two voices shouted at the same time. One came from Tian Xing's mouth, while the other came from Wu Mainyang's mouth. Heavenly Star had always been one of the most outstanding youths in the Light Star Hall. He was known as the Son of Stars, which proved that he would be one of the candidates for the future junior sect master of the Light Star Hall. But now, he was being insulted by a kid from a low-ranked sect. How could he swallow this insult? Wu Mainyang and Heavenly Star were both the future successors of the sect, and at the same time, she was also a woman who had not experienced the ways of the world. Being insulted by Ling Xiao like this, she felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Luo Baxing added oil to the fire. "This little bastard clearly doesn't care about our three sections. We can't let him leave here today. Once we leave the secret realm, my heavy sword sect will definitely massacre your purple sky sect. A mere disciple of the purple sky sect dares to be so arrogant? You'll pay for your words," Heavenly Star said with a gloomy face, his killing intent rising. Wu Mainyang's beautiful eyes were also filled with thick killing intent. At this time, Ling Xiao's suppressed anger and hatred erupted at this moment, and a black broadsword appeared in his hand. The broadsword exuded a strong bloodthirsty aura. At this moment, he had finally become a bloodthirsty demon king. Chapter 337. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thunder and lightning rained down. A gust of wind blew past, stirring up a chilling atmosphere. A young man with black hair fluttered in the wind. His expression was unusually cold and gloomy. Divine light shone around him as he held an ink-colored saber in his hand. The saber's teeth were bloodthirsty and sharp, and the patterns on its body were mysterious. Occasionally, it flashed with a blood-red light. This young man was none other than Ling Xiao, who was brimming with murderous intent. The saber in his hand was the high-grade third-stage blood-devouring saber. Ever since Ling Xiao took it from Xiaohoshi in the sect's trial grounds, Violet Maple Valley, he had left it lying around. After all, this saber didn't match his attribute, and it was a strange demonic saber that could be upgraded by drinking blood. Luo Meng had died in order to save him. Ling Xiao sank into unprecedented guilt and self-blame. At the same time, he was furious to the extreme. He had already become a murderous demon king. Brother Luo, hurry up and kill him. Do you want me to do it for you? Tian Xing said lightly to Luo Baxing. If he wasn't injured, he would definitely kill Ling Xiao himself. Don't worry, I'll take his life, Luo Baxing said with some insincerity. His heart was already filled with fear. He had fought with Ling Xiao before. If he didn't have the hidden snake sword, he knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was enraged, would he still have a chance? However, as the leader of the Heavy Sword sect, how could he look down on the Light Star Hall and Charm Flame sect? If that was the case, how could he raise his head in front of Tian Xing and Wu Meinyang for the rest of his life? Wu Meinyang had already been driven mad by Ling Xiao. She didn't care about her relationship with Yu Laiyan and retreated to the side with her own people, no longer participating in the matter between the Purple Sky sect and Luo Baxing. Her expression was full of anger. The only sense of curiosity she had towards Ling Xiao disappeared without a trace. What was left was only cursing in her heart. Ungrateful bastard, go to hell. Kill him. Before Luo Baxing could reach him, Ling Xiao screamed. The demonic blade in Ling Xiao's hand flashed with a demonic light. It streaked across the air like a bolt of lightning, slashing toward Luo Baxing. So fast. Luo Baxing's expression tightened. Ling Xiao was already in front of him, and he hurriedly raised his sword to meet the attack. Ding! The profound weapons clashed and sparks flew everywhere. Luo Baxing felt his hand go numb as a powerful force shook his blood and qi, sending him flying backward. Ling Xiao forced Luo Baxing back with a single move, muttering the word kill over and over again. His eyes were bloodshot and the vampiric saber in his hand buzzed as if he was in the throes of thirst for blood. Ling Xiao swung his blade like the wind, each slash filled with spiritual energy. His killing intent seemed to want to tear Luo Baxing into pieces. Saber after saber smashed down like a storm. Luo Baxing was frightened out of his wits and kept blocking with his sword. However, he found that each of Ling Xiao's strikes was like 1,000 tons of weight, splitting his palm and causing his internal organs to churn. Luo Baxing was bound to lose after defending for a long time. His sword was knocked out of his hands by Ling Xiao's slashes, and his palms were still bleeding. Kill him! Ling Xiao was like a wild bird that had lost its mind. Every move he made had no style to it, and he only slashed with all his might. Now that Luo Baxing had lost his sword, his eyes were bloodshot. It was another courageous and peerlessly fast slash. This time, it was aimed at Luo Baxing's shoulder. Oh no! Luo Baxing was already scared out of his wits. He shouted inwardly when he saw the incoming blade and tried to retreat. But it was too late. Blood bloomed like a flower, instantly dyeing a large patch of rainwater red. An arm flew far away and fell to the ground, lifeless. Luo Baxing held his arm that was spurting blood like a fountain and squealed like a pig being slaughtered. However, he didn't know that this was only the beginning. Kill, kill! Ling Xiao became even more ferocious at the sight of blood. He kept screaming and slashed at Luo Baxing's other arm without any hesitation. Stop! The two Chongjian sect disciples came to their senses and immediately rushed over to save Luo Baxing. Although Ling Xiao was already in a berserk state, he didn't hesitate in the face of danger. He slashed at the two with a backhand, blocking their sneak attack. Then he disappeared in front of them. Where did he go? One of the Chongjian sect disciples was stunned. The other Chongjian sect disciples suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Oh no! The Chongjian sect disciple was shocked and quickly ran forward. But how could he be faster than Ling Xiao's blade? The blade slashed at his waist and the Chongjian sect disciple was instantly cut in half. The other Chongjian sect disciple was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to make an enemy out of Ling Xiao. He didn't hesitate and wanted to escape as far as he could. This was simply a god of death. But could he be faster than Ling Xiao's wind attribute? Before he could escape more than 10 meters, a pitch-black blade cut him in half. Luo Baxing was filled with regret when he saw this. How could he have provoked such a malefic existence? Xing Zi Mainyang, kill him quickly. He's already possessed. Luo Baxing gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he shouted at Tian Xing and Mainyang. He had no choice but to ask for help. Losing an arm was bad enough. If he lost his life, it would be a big deal. When Heaven Star saw that Ling Xiao was so ferocious, he was truly given a big fright in his heart too. He thought that Ling Xiao was at most a peak spiritual master, but he could explode with energy several times stronger than a Chongjian sect disciple. Was he still human? While Tian Xing was hesitating, Ling Xiao walked towards Luo Baxing again. He dragged the saber and walked step by step, the tip of the saber drawing a straight line on the ground. The rain soaked his clothes, and the blood-devouring saber flashed strangely. The blood on the saber mysteriously disappeared from the body of the saber. Don't come over. Luo Baxing looked at the demon-like Ling Xiao and screamed. He dragged his heavily injured body and ran towards Tian Xing. Bastard! You want to tire me to death. Tian Xing panicked and quickly turned to run. How could he fight against Ling Xiao in his heavily injured state? Even if he had a spirit weapon, he couldn't fight him head-on. Tian Xing ran and his two companions ran as well. Luo Baxing revealed a look of despair. He then saw the people from the Flaming Charm sect. Just as he was about to run over, a blade slashed towards his head like the wind. Another blood-curdling scream rang out, and another arm flew off. Kill, kill! Ling Xiao waved his demonic blade and chopped off Luo Baxing's limbs one by one. Not far away, the people from the Purple Sky sect and the Flaming Charm sect were so disgusted by this scene that their stomachs churned. Most of them couldn't stop vomiting. This was simply too bloody and cruel. At the end, Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile and looked at the limbless Luo Baxing. You shouldn't have killed her. If you want to kill her, come and kill me. You shouldn't have killed her. If you want to kill her, come and kill me. Ling Xiao repeatedly shouted as he mercilessly chopped Luo Baxing into pieces with the blood-devouring blade. A large patch of blood dyed the ground and the sky red. Ling Xiao let out a long howl and finally completed his demonic transformation. His eyes were frighteningly red like those of a demonic beast. Xiao, what's wrong? Bing Ruoshui worriedly ran towards Ling Xiao. Kill. Ling Xiao roared as he flung his long hair and slashed at Bing Ruoshui with his demonic blade. Don't. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect shouted in unison. Yu Laiyan and Wen Qidi both closed their eyes, as if they didn't want to see Ling Xiao kill Bing Ruoshui. Bing Ruoshui didn't resist and just stared blankly at Ling Xiao. The demonic blade stopped in front of Bing Ruoshui's forehead, and a few strands of hair fell down. Bing Ruoshui's forehead was cut by the blade chi, and a trickle of blood slowly flowed down. You go, all of you go. Kill. Ling Xiao turned around and chased after Heavenly Star and the others as if she had gone mad. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Xiao, come back, come back. Bing Ruoshui came back to her senses and chased after Ling Xiao like a madman. Senior Sister Ruoshui, come back. Chen Wenyu ran in front of Bing Ruoshui and called out. Get out of my way, I'm going to find Xiao. Bing Ruoshui said firmly. Junior brother Ling is out of control now. If you go there, you'll die. You should leave him alone for now. Maybe he'll be fine in 2 days, Chen Wenyu said. Sister Ruoshui, senior brother Chen is right. Let's let Xiao go. I believe he'll be able to get through this. Yu Laiyan also came over and tried to persuade her. Bing Ruoshui also knew that they were right. She looked at Ling Xiao unwillingly, and her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. At this moment, 2 powerful energies soared into the sky. 2 fiery lights instantly shook off the rain, and a fiery light shone in the sky. Ha, I can feel the spiritual chi of fire. A shocking voice sounded. Hee, I can feel it too. My whole body feels so comfortable. Another voice sounded. 2 majestic and handsome figures slowly descended from the sky. Weren't these two Yen Zhe and Zhao Nan who had been healing? The people from the Purple Sky sect looked at them in shock. How could they recover so quickly? And it seemed they had broken through? After the two of them landed, their previous dispirited state was swept away. Their auras had actually reached the half-step king level. No wonder they were laughing so happily. You both broke through? Chen Wenyu asked in shock. Huh, only half-step. Yen Zhe laughed heartily. Zhao Nan flicked his wet hair and sent a smug emoji. I only broke through half a step. Chen Wenyu was stunned, and so were the people from the Purple Sky sect. How could they break through while injured? Hey, where's junior brother Ling? I have to properly thank him. Yen Zhe looked around, but didn't see any trace of Ling Xiao. Yes, if it weren't for junior brother Ling's generosity, how could I have comprehended so quickly? Tell me where he went. I have to thank him. Zhao Nan also said. Chen Wenyu's face darkened. He didn't know how to answer. Chapter 338. Wenyu, tell me, where's junior brother Ling? Yen Zhe urged. Zhao Nan, who was at the side, also asked, did he go on his own again? Chen Wenyu hesitated for a moment before saying, let's find a place to take shelter from the rain first. I'll slowly tell you later. The group from the Purple Heaven sect returned to the pavilion in the main hall to take shelter from the rain. When Yen Zhe and Zhao Nan saw the frozen Luo Ming, they were furious. At the same time, they realized that something big must have happened. Chen Wenyu made a long story short and roughly recounted the events that had occurred earlier. The two of them felt extremely uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao had tried to save them, he wouldn't have been ambushed, and Luo Meiying wouldn't have died. The two of them blamed themselves and swore, there will be a day when the Heavy Sword sect will repay the debt of blood with blood. After Heavenly Star and his two companions saw Ling Xiao's demonic state, they didn't dare to stay any longer and ran down the mountain. However, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, wetting their faces and blurring their vision, preventing them from escaping very quickly. Young master, let's take shelter from the rain first. A disciple of the Light Star Hall reminded Tian Xing. Tian Xing hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, but you have to restrain your aura. His internal injuries were not light, and it was not suitable for him to use force, so he definitely could not let his guard down. The three of them hid in a dense forest, sheltering themselves from the rain under a large tree. At the same time, the three of them consumed pills and began to meditate to heal their injuries. As long as he recovered his body and energy earlier, he would have an extra layer of protection. While the three of them were meditating and recuperating, Ling Xiao was running wildly in the rain like a wild beast. His scarlet eyes were terrifying to the extreme, and the demonic blade in his hand was actually emitting a faint black mist, as if its grade was slowly increasing. Kill, kill! Ling Xiao screamed all the way, looking everywhere for someone to kill. It was unknown if he was conscious, or if it was fate. Ling Xiao found Heaven Star and the other two who were meditating. Young master, that fellow is here. A disciple from the Light Star Hall hastily stood up and shouted. Nonsense! Am I blind? Tian Xing glared at his companion and cursed. He then took out the Silver Falcon mirror and said, there's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on taking it. I'll fulfill your wish. Tian Xing had always been cautious, and his impulsiveness was different from Luo Baxing's. Facing Ling Xiao, who was running over madly, Heaven Star chose to strike first to gain the initiative. The Silver Falcon mirror shook slightly, and a beam of white light blasted towards Ling Xiao. Wherever the white light went, rainwater splashed and trees collapsed. Roar! Ling Xiao let out a beast-like roar as he slashed at the white light with the blood-devouring sword. Rumble! A figure was sent flying far away, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Ha! You dare to provoke me, Tian Xing? You're courting death. Tian Xing saw that Ling Xiao had been sent flying with a single move, and felt that the latter couldn't possibly survive. He immediately laughed out loud. The Silver Falcon mirror was a low-grade spirit artifact, and it was compatible with Tian Xing's attributes. The energy attack it unleashed was several times stronger than Luo Baxing's hidden snake sword. If Tianxing hadn't been injured and consumed a large amount of spiritual power, this move would have been even more powerful. Even so, this move still had the terrifying power of a high-grade king stage attack. Even a true king stage expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, just as Tianxing's laughter stopped, a swift figure attacked from not far away. Kill! The figure let out a hoarse cry, and the ink-colored broadsword slashed out in an arc crack. In an instant, a few trees snapped, but the power of the broadsword continued to slash forward like a bolt of lightning. Tianxing was shocked. He hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would survive such a powerful move, and he hurriedly used the silver falcon mirror to meet the attack. The two people beside Tianxing didn't dare to be negligent, and they attacked at the same time towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had completely lost control, and he didn't even bother to defend himself as he continued to slash at Tianxing Clank. Tianxing met the attack with the silver falcon mirror. He was already heavily injured, so how could he withstand Ling Xiao's full-force attack? He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was sent flying, crashing into a few trees before stopping. Ling Xiao had sent Tianxing flying, but he was attacked from both sides. One of them had stabbed his lower left rib, while the other had slashed at his chest. The two of them were overjoyed that their attack had succeeded. Who could survive two sword attacks in a row? Unfortunately, it was too early for them to be happy. Ling Xiao didn't seem to know pain. He roared and swept the demon devourer blade horizontally, slashing at the neck of the person who had stabbed his left rib. That person was too pleased with himself. He only saw a flash of black light, and before he could even scream, his head was separated from his body, and a large amount of blood sprayed out like a fountain. The demon devourer blade displayed its strange side, and it actually sucked the blood that sprayed out over. The blood had just attached to the blade when it disappeared. Ah! The other person screamed in fear when he saw his companion's miserable state, and quickly turned to flee. How could Ling Xiao let him leave so easily? He was already addicted to killing, and he forgot about his injuries. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the demon devourer blade in his hand swung out a move that Ling Xiao had never used before. Waves of black qi surged, and formless sword qi was produced. The sword qi covered everything in the surroundings, and a black blade-like blade light blasted towards the escaping person. When the black blade light swept past, the weeds and trees actually withered at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. This was a terrifying slash filled with demonic qi. Go all out. In the face of danger, that person gritted his teeth, turned around, and a tyrannical light attribute energy bloomed. When the black blade light encountered the white sword light, it was sluggish, but only for a moment. In the next moment, the white light was completely devoured by the black light, and it attacked that person again. Ah! That person didn't realize that his strongest move would be blasted away so quickly, and his body was quickly cut into pieces by all the blade light. A blood screen bloomed in midair, and the demon devourer blade was like a greedy blood-sucking imp, and a powerful suction force sucked towards the blood screen. Swoosh! All the blood seeped into the blade, and a smear of bright red bloomed. The black back of the blade actually became abnormally smooth at this moment, and a strange pattern appeared on the blade, like a small dragon circling around. Swoosh! With Ling Xiao as the center, a black light shot up into the sky. The image of a rare exotic beast roared a few times in the air before disappearing from the saber blade. The demon devourer blade actually advanced at this moment. Ling Xiao only felt the beast blood in his body boiling, and the two sword wounds he had just received were actually slowly healing, and his murderous aura became even more frightening. Kill! He roared towards the sky, and plunged in the direction that Tianxing escaped. Tianxing took advantage of the moment when his companion's sneak attacked Ling Xiao, and dragged his seriously injured body to escape. He hadn't escaped far when he noticed the strange situation over there, and his face paled as he murmured, "When the Demon King is born, the world changes, and the wind and clouds become chaotic." Could it be that Tianjizi's prophecy was true? No, that's impossible. I must escape. I must bring this matter outside, and let everyone crusade against the Purple Sky sect. Tian Xing swallowed a few more pills, one of which was the storm pill. His speed doubled and he didn't know which direction to go, and he fled all the way down the giant peak. Outside the secret realm, all the Earth's sovereign stage powerhouses flew out from their respective places of meditation and gathered together. 3 of them stood at the front, and the others were a little behind. An old man in a starry robe looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and said with a stern expression, "Why is the demonic aura so heavy? Could it be that there are devil cultivators inside?" Another old man with a huge black sword on his back said disapprovingly, "It should be that those brats found some demonic creature." Another middle-aged lady, who was dressed up beautifully, smiled and said, "We'll be out in a few days. Don't be anxious, I believe this will be the most fruitful time." Looking at the phenomenon, there must be a great danger in the secret realm. As long as they can come out safely, it can be considered a blessing. The old man in a starry robe coldly snorted. When he said this, he didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong, as if something unpredictable had happened in the secret realm. The old man with the huge black sword on his back stroked his beard, and his old eyes bloomed with determination. He thought to himself, "Young master has the help of the hidden snake sword and the puppet. The treasures in the secret realm will definitely belong to my heavy sword sect." At this time, 2 people hurriedly ran out of the tent. One went to the side of the old man in the starry robe, and the other went to the side of the old man with the huge sword on his back. The 2 of them whispered something into the ears of the 2 old men. "What?" The 2 old men were extremely shocked. Immediately after, the 2 old men returned to their own tents as fast as they could. The old man with the huge sword on his back looked at the 10 jade tubes of life in front of him, and his old face turned the color of a pig's liver. He muttered, "How could they be dead? This is impossible." In the center of the northwest, the main altar of the Light Star Hall. An old man with snow-white hair and brows was sitting cross-legged on a star-shaped frost jade throne. Other than the frost jade throne emitting waves of death chi, the old man's eyes were tightly shut, and he didn't emit any aura at all. It was as if he had already passed away on the frost jade throne. Suddenly, the deathly silent old man opened his old eyes, and 2 frightening rays of light shot out from them, making people not dare to look directly at them. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the myriad beasts' lair, and his brows furrowed. He smacked his dry old lips and said, "When the Demon King is born, the world will change, and the wind and clouds will be in chaos. The demon Tao will prosper, and the righteous Tao will decline. The 100 races will prosper, and the world will be in chaos." It really came true. It seems that I have to make early preparations. After saying that, a scepter appeared in his hand. The scepter shone brightly, illuminating a radius of 5,000 miles. Following that, a group of ghostly figures flew over from all directions. In a mountain range that was always shrouded in dark clouds in the south. At the peak of the mountain, in front of a dark stone mountain, a stooped old man in a black robe looked up at the distant horizon. 2 brilliant rays of light shot out from his old eyes, and his face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "I, the master of the demon Tao, have finally appeared. My devil shadow sect has been hiding for so many years, and it's time for us to come out and take a stroll. Otherwise, everyone will forget about us." After saying that, the old man flew from the mountain peak in a certain direction. In just a flash, he was already 1,000 meters away. That speed was simply terrifying. Chapter 339. Secret Realm, Heaven-Suppressing Sect. As the Light Star Hall's strongest representative, Heavenly Star, who wielded the low-grade spirit artifact, Silver Falcon Mirror, was fleeing like a stray dog. The originally handsome and extraordinary Son of Stars was now in a sorry state and extremely sloppy. Heavenly Star continuously fled for 2 days and 2 nights. He discovered that he had lost his direction and fell into dangerous situations multiple times and almost lost his life. If not for the Silver Falcon Mirror and the rank 5 armor he was wearing, he would have died long ago. Actually, he also did not want to flee so desperately. But he kept feeling that there was a thick baleful blood chi hanging behind him. Others might not know what this baleful blood chi was, but how could he not know? That was a killing god who killed people without seeing blood. He kept praying in his heart that the secret realm could open a bit faster. As long as he endured for another half a day, it would be the full moon period. The secret realm would open, and he would be able to escape with his life. He would be able to return to the protection of the sect. He would be able to bring people to exterminate the Purple Heaven sect, and he could even make Ling Xiao disappear from this world. This was the first time he was chased like this, the first time he was in such a sorry state, the first time he was scared to this extent. This enmity had to be avenged. How long was half a day to Heavenly Star? Originally it was just a snap of a finger, but he still had to flee everywhere, constantly on tenterhooks, and his internal injuries repeatedly flared up. It was simply unbearable and suffocating. Heavenly Star hid in a patch of weeds. These weeds were all as tall as a person. He hid inside and concealed his aura. Ordinary people would find it hard to discover him. This place was definitely the best hiding place. Shouldn't be able to find me. Heavenly Star consumed the last 2 healing medicinal pills and directly laid in the grass, not wanting to move at all. Continuously fleeing for 2 days and 2 nights simply made him on the verge of collapse. Moreover, there was still a long half a day of waiting time. He just wanted to lie down for half a day to pass, and then he could take a good breath. Heavenly Star was already unprecedentedly tired. Lying down, his vigilance dropped to the lowest point. His entire person was a little dazed and about to fall asleep. What he didn't know was that not far from the grass in front of him, a figure dragging a black broadsword was slowly approaching. This person's eyes were terrifyingly red, and his black hair was casually scattered, covering his firm and determined face. As the wind blew, strands of his hair fluttered in the wind, giving off an incomparably cold and desolate killing intent. The pitch-black broadsword in his hand was heavy and unadorned, but the bloodthirsty blade teeth seemed so sinister. The 4 lines on the blade were vivid and lifelike, like 4 little dragons swimming about. This person was none other than the demonized Ling Xiao, and the saber in his hand was the blood-devouring demon saber that had been upgraded from high-tier type 3 to low-tier type 4. Ling Xiao stepped into the grass step by step, as if he didn't even need to distinguish the direction to know where Heavenly Star was. In his mind, the words, "kill him," had long been imprinted on his mind. Not for anything, not for anyone, just to kill. This was Ling Xiao's current state of bedevilment. Shusha. What's that sound? Tian Xing woke up from his daze and muttered. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils dilated infinitely. Following that, his entire person scuttled forward like a leopard. Like a roar from the 9 nether hells, an even faster figure caught up to Tian Xing. Tian Xing did not even think, turning around and taking out the silver falcon mirror, injecting all the spirit energy in his body over. He knew that if he didn't risk his life this time, then there would only be one outcome for him. White light flashed, a strike with all his strength. The distance between the two was rather close. Ling Xiao also did not choose to dodge, and directly dove into that white light. Rumble! Ling Xiao was sent flying out fiercely. Ha, dead, right? This lunatic is finally dead. Tian Xing staggered and fell into the grass as he laughed loudly. His complexion was already pale to the extreme. 2 days and 2 nights of continuous fleeing had pretty much exhausted him. Although the healing medicinal pills that he consumed earlier had somewhat recovered, they were all used on this move. He felt that Ling Xiao should be dead after taking a direct hit from the silver falcon mirror. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed again. Ling Xiao was like a cockroach that could not be killed. He actually stood up again, the blood-devouring demon blade in his hand carrying a murderous slash. Why is it like this? Tian Xing was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly, exclaiming in disbelief. He could not understand how a mere high-level spirit master's body could be so strong. He was injured again and again, as if he really was not injured at all. Motherf***, since it's like this, then even if I die, I'll pull your purple sky sect down with me. A resolute look flashed through Tianxing's eyes. After a loud roar, he fished out a medicinal pill and threw it into his mouth. Spirit-burning pill, another spirit-burning pill. After Tianxing consumed the medicinal pill, a surge of strength skyrocketed. Right now, Tianxing didn't consume the spirit-burning pill to fight with Ling Xiao, but to continue fleeing for his life. He had to endure until the secret realm reopened, he had to bring the news here outside, and he had to make the Purple Sky sect take responsibility for this matter. Although the spirit-burning pill would consume over a dozen years of his lifespan, it could let him live. After returning to the sect, perhaps the sect master would think of a way to help him recover this lifespan and return to the peak. He firmly believed that as long as he was alive, there was hope. Before Ling Xiao's large blade had even chopped down, Tianxing exploded with powerful energy and instantly sped off into the distance. Ling Xiao was like a crazed wild beast, madly sprinting in the direction of Tianxing. However, he had not run very far when his entire body plummeted to the ground, unconscious. Junior Apprentice Brother Ling? Junior Apprentice Brother Ling, where are you? Junior Apprentice Brother Ling? Junior Apprentice Brother Ling, where are you? A series of cries rang out incessantly in a corner of the secret realm. This group was precisely the remaining 11 people of the Purple Sky sect. Chen Wenyu, Yanzai, Zhao Nen, Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, Wen Qidi, Shi Tianhou, all of their faces had worried and sorrowful expressions. They rode on spirit beasts and dispersed, searching for Ling Xiao's whereabouts non-stop. Unfortunately, the only response they got was an empty echo. Chen Wenyu sat on the green cloud eagle and had already searched most of the heaven-suppressing sect. In the end, he returned to the group in disappointment. Because the secret realm was about to open in 2 hours, they had no choice but to give up on the idea of continuing to search for Ling Xiao. How am I going to explain this to the Peak Lord? Chen Wenyu thought sadly in his heart. Ling Xiao was Mu Huai's favorite. If Ling Xiao was really not driven out of the secret realm in the end, then Mu Huai would probably go mad. Yanzai, Zhao Nen, Yu Laiyan, and Bing Ruoshui's expressions were the most unsightly. Yanzai and Zhao Nen had been saved by Ling Xiao, and it was precisely because Ling Xiao had healed their injuries that the tragedy had occurred. Both of them had blamed themselves greatly in their hearts. Even though they had broken through to the half-step king rank, they did not feel the slightest bit of joy. There was no need to mention Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui. They had only obtained Ling Xiao's approval for half a month, but now Ling Xiao had fallen into the demonic path and left them. They did not know if they would ever see him again after he left. For a moment, both of their hearts were in a mess. Senior sisters, don't be too sad. Ling Xiao is so powerful, so he should be fine. Maybe when the secret realm opens, we'll see him outside. When Qidi walked over and sat between Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui as she comforted them. Yu Laiyan forced out a smile and replied, Junior Sister Wen is right. That guy is very powerful, so nothing will happen to him. He should just be angry for a moment, and he should be somewhere waiting for the secret realm to open like us. Although Yu Laiyan's words were self-comforting, she had a lot of confidence in Ling Xiao. Bing Ruoshui's beautiful eyes lit up, and she seemed to agree with Yu Laiyan's words. She said, Sister Yen is right. He's definitely waiting for the secret realm to open like us. When we get out, we'll definitely meet again. After the surrounding people heard this, they all seemed to feel that it was very reasonable. After all, Ling Xiao's strength was extraordinary. Although his mind was temporarily confused, 2 or 3 days had passed, and he should be able to calm down. Poor senior sister Luo. When Qidi touched her space ring, her eyes filled with infinite sorrow as she sighed. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt sad again. 2 hours passed quickly. At this moment, dozens of inexplicably powerful spiritual forces descended from the sky. The multicolored spiritual power finally gathered together and broke through the barrier of the secret realm. A wide opening opened up. The 11 people from the Purple Sky sect rushed towards the opening. At the same time, the disciples of the Flame Charm sect and some of the other sects who had not yet died also rushed in that direction. Finally, finally appeared. In a crack in the rocks, a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s or 50s slowly walked towards the opening with weak steps. Upon closer inspection, this pale-faced middle-aged man was actually the Light Star Hall's Tianxing. The spirit-burning pill could only last for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, he would immediately consume more than 10 years of his lifespan. Moreover, his meridians and dantian would be severely damaged, and it would be difficult for him to recover for the rest of his life. Now that he was still able to move towards the secret realm's entrance with such a broken body, it could be seen how strong his consciousness of survival was. Unfortunately, he had consumed too much energy in the end, and the symptoms after the medicinal power faded made him feel unbearable pain, and his whole body was weak. The secret realm could only open for a short half an hour, and Tianxing was only a few hundred meters away from the exit. However, as he watched the exit grow smaller and smaller, he struggled to move forward, hoping that he could hold on to the end. However, his body was too weak. He only lightly tripped over a small stone, and his whole body fell to the ground. As he fell, he still refused to give up. His hands kept crawling forward, and his mouth kept trembling as he shouted, "Wait! Wait for me!" At this time, a young man from another sect who was rushing towards the exit saw the struggling Tianxing. He paused for a moment, then sneered, "I wonder which sect's disciple you are, to actually be able to participate in the sect oath assembly at such an age. It seems that you still want to go out. Let this young master help you out. Please, fist spring." Tianxing looked at the person who had come, and as if he had seen a life-saving grass, he begged the young man for help. However, in the next moment, the young man sneered, and his long sword flashed. Tianxing's head was separated from his body, and his eyes were still open. It was obvious that he had died with a grievance. This good thing can't be wasted. The young man quickly removed the corpse's spatial ring, then immediately disappeared into the secret realm's exit that was about to disappear. The Light Star Hall's Son of Stars had finally become a tragedy. Chapter 340. The sky was clear and cloudless for thousands of miles. Dozens of Earth's sovereign stage powerhouses opened the entrance to the secret realm. Although they all knew that the arcane territory was abnormally dangerous, according to the previous years, at least 1/3 of the people from each sect would come out alive. However, they found that the situation was especially bad this time. The entrance had been open for a long time, but not a single person had appeared. The Earth's sovereign stage powerhouses were extremely anxious. After all, those who entered the secret realm were the outstanding talents of their sect's younger generation. If they were all wiped out, then there would be a shortage of young talents in the future. This was something they didn't want to see. After a while, someone finally came out of the secret realm's entrance. Wasn't that a group of 8 women from the Charm Flame sect? A noble who was in the middle of using his spiritual power nodded in satisfaction. His sect's disciples had finally come out. Although 2 of them had died, the saintess was fine, and most of the people were safe and sound. He naturally heaved a sigh of relief. After the Charm Flame sect's people came out, another group of people came out. The Earth's sovereign stage powerhouses began to pray, "I hope it's the children of our sect." The group that came out was a group of 11 from the Purple Sky sect. Their expressions were extremely gloomy, and they didn't have the slightest bit of the joy of coming out of the secret realm. Good. Xiao Songlin couldn't conceal his joy as he looked at the new generation of his sect and nodded repeatedly. He suddenly remembered the last sect oath ceremony. A total of 22 people had gone, but only 4 or 5 had come out. Now that nearly half of them had made it out alive, he was overjoyed at the turn of events. However, when he saw everyone's faces clearly, his eyes narrowed and he looked carefully again, as if searching for something. When another dozen or so people walked out one after another, the gate of the secret realm finally closed gradually. The old man from the Radiant Star Hall shouted and blasted out all of his cultivation. Unfortunately, he couldn't block the powerful restrictions set up by the secret realm. The old man from the Radiant Star Hall spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. How could the Star Child not come out? Impossible! The old man shouted madly. The other old man with the giant sword, who was holding on to hope, looked at the exit that had disappeared, and his expression was also extremely disappointed. How could this be? They're really all dead. They're really all dead. The old man shook his head bitterly. The two of them weren't the only ones who were upset. Most of the Earth's sovereign realm elders had ugly expressions on their faces. It's really the birth of the Devil King. The wind and clouds are rising, and the common people are in chaos. The old man from the Radiant Star Hall suddenly shouted, "Our Radiant Star Hall announces our withdrawal from the sect Oath Assembly. My heavy sword sect announces that from now on, we will withdraw from the sect Oath Assembly." The old man with the huge sword on his back also made an oath. My Tai Li sect announces that we will withdraw from the sect Oath Assembly. The River Dark sect announces that we will withdraw from the sect Oath Assembly. Our Six Extreme sect announces our withdrawal from the sect Oath Assembly. Following the announcement of the Light Star Hall, the rest of the sects responded one after another. They didn't want to send another batch of people to die here in another 5 years. They didn't have many outstanding disciples of the new generation to waste here, and in the end, they wouldn't be able to gain anything. The sect Oath Assembly also came to an end after this. The people of the various sects began to embark on the journey of returning to their sections. Thousand Beast City, Purple Heaven Sect's base. Xiao Song Lin's face darkened, and he began to interrogate about what happened in the secret territory. When Chen Wenyu finished explaining the situation in the secret territory to Xiao Song Lin, Xiao Song Lin immediately shattered the tea table, and then he shouted angrily, "Good kill. Really should have killed those bastards." He paused for a moment, and then revealed a sad expression, "Sigh, I pity that kid Ling Xiao." Wu Yulai and Wu Youtsu, who were sitting at the side, sighed heavily, and showed sad expressions. They had seen Ling Xiao before, and both of them felt that Ling Xiao was the future hope of the sect, and he would definitely lead the sect to become more powerful and glorious. It was a pity that he could only stay in the secret territory forever. The secret territory required more than 10 Earth Sovereign Stage experts to open the gap in the barrier, and the number of Earth Sovereign Stage experts in the Purple Heaven sect could be counted on one hand. How could they have the opportunity to break the barrier and wait for Ling Xiao to come out? Yun Mengqi, who was sitting at the side, could not hide the grief and pain in her heart, and a hazy mist was about to pour out. She and Ling Xiao had gone through life and death together in the desolate mountains, and after 2 or 3 years of separation, they finally had the opportunity to be together. However, she found that her wait seemed to have turned into an empty dream. It was a poignant and beautiful dream, but when she woke up, the dream was shattered. Her heart became empty and unbearable, as if it was being sliced apart by someone with a knife. That kind of indescribable pain was not something that could be described by others. In this life, I must destroy the Heavy Sword sect. Yun Mengqi's sad and beautiful eyes revealed a strong resentment, and her whole body flew out of the house. "Stop right there." Xiao Song Lin raised an eyebrow and shouted loudly. An inexplicable pressure descended, and Yun Mengqi's delicate body was imprisoned and could not move. "Elder Xiao, let me avenge Ling Xiao." Yun Mengqi was unwilling to give up, and she cried out in her tender voice. After she finished speaking, she could not suppress the sadness in her eyes, and tears flowed down. Ling Xiao was already separated from her by 2 different worlds. Moreover, there were countless dangers in the secret territory, and Ling Xiao's mind was not clear. Could he still live? Yun Mengqi did not dare to continue thinking. She only wanted to kill everyone in the Heavy Sword sect to vent her anger. Xiao Song Lin waved his hand, and Yun Mengqi could not help but retreat back into the house. He heavily sighed. The Heavy Sword sect's disciples are already dead, and Ling Xiao killed the main culprit. This matter is over. Although Xiao Song Lin also wanted to vent his anger on the Heavy Sword sect, he could not. Because he had to think of the big picture. The Heavy Sword sect was a 7th grade sect, and although it was only 1 grade higher than the Purple Sky sect, this 1 grade was enough to crush many 8th grade sections. The heavy sword sect's strength was not something that the Purple Sky sect could contend against, and the two were not on the same level. All the heavy sword sect's disciples who entered the secret territory had already died. If the heavy sword sect knew that Ling Xiao had done it, then their Purple Sky sect would fall into an unstoppable state. Therefore, Xiao Songlin could only bury the pain in his heart and absolutely could not seek revenge. Although it made people feel aggrieved, this was the rule of this world. No, this is all the heavy sword sect's own doing. If they hadn't targeted us, senior apprentice Sister Luo wouldn't have died, and Ling Xiao wouldn't have been trapped in there forever. It's all because of the heavy sword sect. I must take revenge for Ling Xiao. Yun Mengqi resolutely said, a raging fire of hatred burning in her heart. Only now did she realize how deeply Ling Xiao had taken root in her heart, so deeply that she could not forget him, so deeply that her heart ached. Mengqi, calm down for me. The current heavy sword sect is not something we can provoke. Xiao Songlin heavily shouted. Yun Mengqi unwillingly turned her face away, clenching her fists so tightly that blood came out of her lips. AI, it's not impossible to get revenge. Xiao Songlin couldn't help sighing when he saw Yun Mengqi's heartbroken appearance. Wu Yulai and Wu Youzu looked at Xiao Songlin in astonishment, their hearts filled with doubt. How could they not know what method the Purple Sky sect had to contend with the Heavy Sword sect? What method does Elder Xiao have? Not only Yun Mengqi, but even Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, and the other disciples of the Purple Sky sect all rushed to ask. It wasn't just Yun Mengqi who wanted to cause trouble for the Heavy Sword sect. Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, and the other disciples of the Purple Sky sect also wanted to cause trouble for the Heavy Sword sect. In the secret territory, if it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, they would have long since died. If it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, how could they have had the qualifications to enter the main palace's pavilion with the three sects? If it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, perhaps they would have long since been killed by Luo Baxing. The only reason they were still standing here was because of Ling Xiao's strength. How could they forget the kindness Ling Xiao had shown them? Xiao Songlin glanced at them and indifferently said, "Do you know why I'm stopping you from getting revenge on the Heavy Sword sect?" Yun Mengqi was the first to answer. Elder Xiao is afraid of the Heavy Sword sect's strength. The others lightly nodded their heads, agreeing with Yun Mengqi's words. But he's dead. What's the point of me still living? Yun Mengqi choked with sobs. Our Purple Sky sect is only an 8th grade sect, while the Heavy Sword sect is a 7th grade sect. The difference in strength between us and the Heavy Sword sect is far too great. If we were to become enemies with the Heavy Sword sect, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. But you guys are different. In this generation, all of you are outstanding, especially you, Mengqi. As long as you can one day reach a height where the Heavy Sword sect can only look up to you, the Heavy Sword sect will be at your mercy. So before you have the strength to contend with the Heavy Sword sect, you must not act rashly. I believe that Xiao doesn't want to see you die for him. At this moment, Wu Yulai said sternly. Did you hear what Elder Xiao said? From today onwards, forget about the mystic realm. When the day comes when all of you surpass us old fogies, that will be the day of your revenge. After hearing the words of the two, everyone's eyes shone with determination. They all said in unison, "We will work hard to cultivate and strive to destroy the Heavy Sword sect as soon as possible." Yun Mengqi, Yu Laiyan, and Bing Ruoshui's eyes shone with excitement. They all made up their minds that they would cultivate as hard as they could when they got back, and that they would avenge Ling Xiao as soon as possible. All right, we will return to the sect in 3 days. In these 3 days, all of you can take a stroll around the Thousand Beast City. If there's anything you need to buy or sell, do it as soon as possible. Xiao Songlin said that last sentence and waved his hand to dismiss everyone out. Sigh, the heavens really do fear such a talented person. After all the disciples had left, Wu Yulai shook his head and sighed. Maybe this is his fate. He's too headstrong. Xiao Songlin said sadly. Chapter 341. This year's sect oath assembly was the most disastrous one in history. 6 of the top 10 sects had lost their disciples. Thus, the sect oath assembly finally came to an end after so many sessions. No one knew what was happening inside. Wu Mainyang had ordered all the Yenmei sect's female disciples to keep their mouths shut. The elders of the Light Star Hall, the Heavy Sword sect, the Tai Li sect, the River Dark sect, the Six Extreme sect, and the Moon-worshipping sect did not suspect the disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. After all, the strength of the Purple Heaven sect was not enough to completely annihilate the disciples of these sections. On the contrary, they were most suspicious of the Flaming Charm sect. After all, the Flaming Charm sect had the ability to do so. However, without sufficient evidence, they would not dare to do anything to the Flaming Charm sect. After all, the strength of the Yenmei sect was there for all to see. Whether it was the first-ranked Light Star Hall or the third-ranked Heavy Sword sect, neither of them would easily fight to the death with the Yenmei sect. However, the disciples of the small sects that came out from the secret realm all said that the secret realm was abnormally dangerous. Moreover, before they came out, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. Fiendish chi soared into the sky, as if there was some powerful demon or demonic creature inside. As a result, this matter was spread far and wide. It was as if the secret realm had become an extremely dangerous place, a place where demons lived. Everyone hoped that this secret realm would never reappear in the future, so as to avoid bringing harm to the human world. When Yun Mingqi, Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, and the others returned to the sect, they immediately announced that they would stop cultivating. As for Wen Qidi, she brought Luo Ming's corpse back to the Jade Spring Pavilion. Originally, Pavilion Master Wen Haiyan had proposed a grand burial for Luo Ming, but she was opposed by Wen Qidi. She said that she had to wait until Ling Xiao returned to the sect before making a decision. Although the hope of Ling Xiao returning to the sect was rather slim, she firmly believed that Ling Xiao would definitely create a miracle. Wen Haiyan knew that her daughter's personality had changed greatly after she came back. She had changed from a naughty girl to a mature and sensible young woman. In the end, he did not raise any objections to this matter. Instead, he placed Luo Meiying in the 1,000-year freezer to prevent her body from rotting. As the eldest disciple of Wooden Flag Peak, Chen Wenyu could only brace himself and return to the peak to report what had happened in the secret realm. He was troubled as to how he should bring this up to the Peak Lord and his master. Chen Wenyu soon arrived at the main hall without any obstructions. Mu Huai and Mu En had been waiting for a long time. Chen Wenyu wanted to step forward and bow, but Mu Huai took the initiative to ask, "Forget it. Tell me what happened." Although Mu Huai's tone was flat, the doubt and sadness on his face had already been revealed. Chen Wenyu had no choice but to explain what had happened in the secret realm once more. When Chen Wenyu finished explaining, Mu Huai's face became even more gloomy. Mu En took the opportunity to wave his hand at his disciple, signaling him to leave first. After bowing, Chen Wenyu left the hall. "Junior brother, perhaps Xiao is a lucky man. He should be fine," comforted Mu En. Bang! The teacup in Mu Huai's hand was crushed into powder, and thick resentment flashed in his eyes. "Senior brother, I can't take this lying down. How old is Xiao? He's already a high-level spirit master, and he's also a 4th-rank alchemist. I've entrusted my life to him, but now he's trapped in the secret realm and I don't know if he's dead or alive. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let him lead the team. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I've harmed my disciple." Mu Huai blamed himself. He had advised Ling Xiao not to participate in the sect pledge assembly, but his position wasn't very firm. He felt that if an eagle wanted to soar in the sky, it had to go through the baptism of wind and rain to truly grow. However, he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would really leave and never return. His heart was abnormally uncomfortable. This was the disciple he was most satisfied with in his life. He had always thought that Ling Xiao was the cornerstone and reliance of their Wood Flag Peak, and also the hope of their Purple Sky sect for the next 100 years. Now that Ling Xiao was trapped in the secret realm, he didn't know if he was dead or alive, but as his master, he was powerless. It was really bitter and uncomfortable. Mu En looked at the painful Mu Huai from the side, but for a moment, he didn't know how to comfort him. He could only secretly sigh for Ling Xiao. In a city at the edge of the northwest, Guji City, a woman without any makeup was tending to all kinds of high-grade flowers and plants in the garden. This woman's facial features were beautiful and moving. Her hair was elegant and supple, just like a fairy in the mortal world. Every glance contained an indescribable charm, but her indifferent temperament made people feel as if they were 1,000 miles away from her. The woman wore a simple and elegant light dress, and her swollen belly was slightly protruding. Not only did this not affect her beauty, but it also added a bit of motherly gentleness to her. At this time, an old man with a crooked building walked over with a smile and said, Why are you moving around again? Don't hurt the baby." Although the old man's tone was reproachful, it was more kind and caring. "Grandpa, the book says that walking more is more beneficial for children." The woman walked towards the old man and held his hand with a happy smile. The old man looked at his chubby granddaughter and pinched his beard. "No matter what, I can't let my little great-grandson get tired. Otherwise, Grandpa won't let you off easily." The woman blushed and caressed her protruding belly with one hand. She said with tenderness, "Little bastard, did you hear that? Ever since I had you, your grandfather didn't love Mother anymore. Mother is so sad." The old man chuckled and said, "Child, you have your husband to love you in the future. This old man will be satisfied with taking care of your children for you. It's best if you can have a few more children so that this old man has something to do." At this point, the woman's beautiful eyes inexplicably raised her head and looked in a certain direction. Her face was filled with deep longing. "Xiao, do you still remember me? Xiao, do you know that I'm already pregnant with our baby? Xiao, I really hope that you can come back to see us. Xiao, I miss you so much. Can you come quickly?" Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The oath assembly had already come to an end, and everyone gradually forgot about this matter. Inside the secret realm, in the belly of a mountain, a 1-meter-long spirit beast that resembled a dragon and a centipede was rolling around in the clear water. After a while, it crawled out of the clear water and shook its body. Once it was dry enough, it crawled forward. It crawled to a dry place and rubbed its head against the person lying on the ground as if it wanted to wake him up. The person was sloppy and was lying motionlessly on the ground as if he was already dead. However, his hand was still tightly grasping a large black saber. Seeing that the person was still motionless, the earthworm spirit beast crawled to the side in boredom and began to sleep. After the earthworm spirit beast slept for a while, the motionless person struggled to turn over. Who else could this person be other than Ling Xiao? His hair was disheveled and his face was extremely pale. His clothes were dirty and messy, and his tiger-like eyes were slack and empty as if there was no life in them. The crimson and bloodthirsty color from before had disappeared. Why was Ling Xiao here? Naturally, it was the purple flood dragon that brought him here. Previously, when Ling Xiao and the others entered the main hall, he had ordered the purple flood dragon to hide underground in case of emergencies. Since the day Ling Xiao failed to chase Sha Tianxing and fainted, the purple flood dragon had been underground where Ling Xiao was. It had sensed Ling Xiao's weak state and brought him here to rest. This time, Ling Xiao had fallen into a demonic state and suffered several attacks from Tianxing's silver falcon mirror. Those were attacks from spirit weapons, and even with Ling Xiao's amazing defense, he could not withstand them. He had already been seriously injured, but he still relied on his amazing demonic nature to chase Sha Tianxing for 1,000 miles before finally collapsing. Now that Ling Xiao had woken up again, it was because his 2 divine techniques had self-healing effects. He did not circulate his mystic arts to heal because he had been unconscious and in a state of endless self-blame. That was why he had only woken up after half a month. However, he was awake now, but his heart was still in a state of self-blame. Moreover, there was a formless evil aura lingering in his heart and mind. At this moment in his mind, he seemed to see a person brandishing a saber. Every saber contained terrifying power. Every saber had the power to kill 1,000 miles, topple mountains and overturn seas, and destroy the heavens and earth. Waves of demonic chi that could dominate the world spread out from the saber moves. 10 steps to kill a person, 1,000 miles unstoppable. White bones piled up into mountains, blood flowed into rivers. Created by the first evil emperor, 8 arts of the devil's saber. These 8 arts had been mastered by the wind god, Niefeng, when he had fallen into a demonic state. At that time, in order to deal with the foreign overlord, Zhu Wuxian, who had invaded the Central Plains, Niefeng had willingly fallen into a demonic state. In the end, his demonic nature had erupted, and he had killed 1,000 miles, causing blood to flow into rivers. In his previous life, Ling Xiao had revered the wind god, Niefeng, to the extreme, so he knew all the martial arts that Niefeng had refined. However, he had never cultivated the 8 demonic saber arts, but he had still memorized its chant. At that time, he had only wanted to learn about the wind god's life. However, he really did not expect that in this life, he would unexpectedly use the 8 demonic saber arts. This was because when Ling Xiao saw Luo Meng's death, he had felt an unprecedented sense of guilt in his heart. An unprecedented sense of bloodthirst filled his whole body. When he was about to take out a profound weapon from his space ring to kill Luo Baxing, he felt a strong call from the blood-devouring demonic saber that had been lying idle. At that time, Ling Xiao did not even think about it and took out the blood-devouring demonic saber. Then, the evil aura of the blood-devouring demonic saber merged with Ling Xiao's anger, creating a powerful, bloodthirsty, and ferocious killing intent. Ling Xiao was in a berserk state, so it was impossible for him to suppress this evil aura that did not belong to him. He only knew that he had to kill Luo Baxing to avenge Luo Meng. Later, after the Heavy Sword sect and Luo Baxing fought, Ling Xiao was controlled by the evil aura of the blood-devouring demonic saber and almost killed Bing Ruoshui. If not for the little bit of affection he still had for Bing Ruoshui would definitely have died under his saber. Ling Xiao forced himself to put away his saber and chased after Sha Tian, Xing, and the others. The people from the Purple Sky sect and the Flaming Charm sect were lucky enough to survive. Was Ling Xiao, who had just woken up, still affected by the evil aura? Chapter 342. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the top of the cave as a drop of cool stone milk slid down from the stalactite. The milk was like a pearl, crystal clear, cold as snow, and filled with pure and vast energy. Ding! The milk landed on Ling Xiao's dry lips and slid down his throat. Ling Xiao let out a muffled groan as his body underwent a shocking change. The injuries in his body were rapidly healing. Ling Xiao's hollow eyes gradually brightened, but the blood-devouring demon blade in his hand was trembling slightly. The blade alternated between red and black, looking extremely strange. It seemed to be resisting something. "Give your body to me. I can bestow upon you the most powerful energy so that you can kill all your enemies." An evil and cold voice was transmitted into Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Ling Xiao remained motionless, but he said to the voice in his knowledge sea, "Come over, I want more power." All right, relax your mind. I'll go over now. No matter what happens, don't struggle or you'll be hurt by accident." The voice laughed excitedly. As the voice faded, a dark mist emerged from the blood-devouring demon saber. This black mist was like a human face, a middle-aged man's face. Its facial features and expression were sinister and sinister. It sneered coldly and plunged into Ling Xiao's body, whose eyes were closed. Ling Xiao's knowledge sea was incomparably vast. In this world, if one really wanted to find someone with a knowledge sea larger than Ling Xiao's, they had to be an alchemist above the 8th level. An alchemist who had reached the 8th level was practically at the peak of this continent. It had been many years since the birth of a 9th-level alchemist, let alone a divine alchemist. It could be said that with the spiritual force in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea, he could completely refine an 8th-level medicinal pill. However, his own strength was still lacking. As long as his strength increased, there would be no obstacles for him to directly increase his alchemist rank. This was also the location of Ling Xiao's tenbin. When that mass of black mist entered Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness through his facial features, Ling Zhao's expression changed. It laughed out loud. I can finally regain my freedom. That's great. Idiot, are you done laughing? A green shadow appeared in front of it and scolded the black fog face. The black foggy face was dumbfounded. How could this old man be in the sea of consciousness? The black fog's face turned furious. Just as it was about to say something, a scorching energy made it feel extremely uncomfortable. A small part of its black fog was burned by the blue flames, causing it to howl in pain. It had no choice but to stay far away. Only then did it seriously check if it had gone the wrong way. This place had already been carved up by others. In front of it was a small emerald green tree, 2 strange beads, one blue and one gray, and a shadow that belonged to Ling Zhao. The black fog face was stunned for a moment, and it cried out in its heart, "What damned space did I enter? Why are there so many things here?" Ling Zhao's shadow crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered, "Are you very surprised?" The black fog face said angrily, "Did you lie to me?" "Ha, I lied to you? You were the one who wanted to bestow me with great power, and you came in here on your own. How can you say that I lied to you?" Ling Zhao smiled indifferently. Then why are there so many damn things here?" The black fog face asked in confusion. Lu Weng pointed at the black fog face and scolded, "Who do you think you are? You filthy thing that's neither human nor ghost. What qualifications do you have to say that we are damned things? We are divine objects." The black fog face stared at Lu Weng and then looked at the 2 strange beads. It was especially afraid of the blue one. It didn't argue with Lu Weng and instead asked Ling Zhao, "Are those 2 strange beads? You're quite perceptive. First, tell me what you are. You're actually inside the vampiric demon blade and want to control me." "I almost fell for your trick," Ling Zhao said indifferently. Previously, when Ling Zhao had taken out the vampiric demon blade to kill people, he had especially felt the strangeness of the blade. Furthermore, it could absorb blood to level up, a function that not even spirit weapons could do. Therefore, when Ling Zhao woke up in a daze, he absorbed the 10 millennia stalactite that fell from the stalactite. His body quickly recovered, and his consciousness finally became much clearer. The black fog face thought that Ling Zhao's willpower was weak and wanted to seize the opportunity to seize Ling Zhao's soul and take over Ling Zhao's body. Ling Zhao just happened to beat him at his own game. He let this unknown thing enter his mind space and at the same time took control. Who would have thought that Ling Zhao's mind space was like a sanctuary with several strange things inside? And these strange things were all under Ling Zhao's control. It could be said that within Ling Zhao's mind space, he was invincible. When Ling Zhao confirmed that it was a strange bead, the black fog face's expression became even more colorful. "No, I can't stay here anymore. Otherwise, I'll be burned by that damned heavenly flame." The black fog face seemed to have its own consciousness. It thought for a moment, then immediately scattered the black fog and fled out of the mind space. It knew that it would only be safe after it escaped from here. Ling Zhao sneered, "Want to escape? Do you think you can escape?" Just as he finished speaking, the demon blue fire bead instantly blossomed with colorful flames and wrapped around the black fog. ZZ. When the black fog came into contact with the blue flames, it immediately let out a strange sound and was instantly burned. "No, don't do this. I beg you, don't let it burn anymore." The black fog face gathered again and squeezed into a corner, begging Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao waved his hand and the blue flames stopped attacking. However, they still scattered around the mind space, constantly guarding against the black fog face's escape. "Say it. If you can't satisfy me, then stay here and become some fertilizer for them. I believe they'll be very willing." Ling Zhao said lightly. He felt that this black thing should be something extraordinary. Although it was a bit evil, he wanted to understand it first and see if he could use it. Otherwise, it would be easy to destroy it here. The black fog face made an expression of resignation and said, "I didn't expect that this emperor would be defeated by a brat like you. The heavens are so unfair." After it was done, it began to talk about its origins. I can't remember how long I've been in the Demon Blade, but it's at least 5,000 years. Back in the day, the Demon Emperor, swept through the entire continent. My might was awe-inspiring. Ordinary martial artists trembled in fear when they saw me. Earthly sovereigns and heavenly venerables bowed their heads when they saw me. The black fog face was solemn. Its expression was filled with a domineering aura that looked down on the world, but it also seemed to be filled with endless worry. Stop, don't talk so much nonsense. Just who are you? Make it short, I don't have time to waste with you. Ling Xiao interrupted impatiently. Then, he thought about the black fog face's words and immediately said with astonishment, Demon Emperor? You used to be at the Emperor stage? The black fog face said arrogantly, Of course. If it wasn't for the fact that I was ambushed by a damned traitor when I was suddenly at the Saint stage, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Hearing the black fog face's affirmation, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the black fog face he had trapped was actually a mystic Emperor stage super expert when he was alive. The ranks of martial artists were divided into martial disciple, mystic cultivator, spirit master, king stage, earthly sovereign, heavenly venerables, emperor stage, saint stage, and god stage. In the vast Northwest, mystic cultivators and spiritual masters were equivalent to the cornerstone of any sect. King stage represented the core strength of the sect. Every king stage was already considered a powerful existence, a strong person who could dominate a city. Earth sovereign stage could already be called the pillar that the sect relied on to survive, and was the representative of the strongest power in the Northwest. As for heavenly venerables, they were already known as old monsters. In the Northwest, they were equivalent to gods, high and mighty, overlooking all living beings, and their numbers could be counted on one hand. As for the mystic emperor stage, Ling Xiao had never heard of such a super-powerful existence in the Northwest. To the current Ling Xiao, he could only look up to it and didn't dare to imagine it. This was also why he was so shocked when he heard the black fog face admit that it was at the emperor stage. Now you know how powerful I am? If you can merge with me, you will definitely be able to ascend to the Emperor stage in the future, or even the Saint stage. Seeing that Ling Xiao was so shocked, the black fog face took the opportunity to speak again. You dirty thing, you clearly want to devour my soul and seize the opportunity to take my body for your own use. You really know how to play the game. Lu Weng snorted coldly. The black fog face was extremely embarrassed when he heard this. It had thought that once it entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it could devour Ling Xiao's soul without fear. Unfortunately, there was a heavenly fire here that could restrain its soul, which was why it didn't dare to casually attack Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would only end up being destroyed in both body and soul. Ling Xiao recovered his shocked expression and said, You've been in the demonic saber all these years? The black fog face answered every question. That's right. This saber has always been this emperor's saber, and it has accompanied this emperor in conquering the world. It has long since developed intelligence. If this emperor could advance to the saint stage back then, it would also advance with this emperor. Unfortunately, this old man was harmed by a traitor, and my physical body was destroyed. Only a wisp of my destroyed soul was left in the saber, drifting everywhere. The saber spirit offered up all of its spirit chi to help this emperor preserve my soul from destruction. Thus, the saber turned from a high-grade spirit artifact to an ordinary profound artifact. It can also be said that this emperor is now the saber spirit of the saber. As this emperor grows stronger, there will come a day when it can become a spirit artifact, or even a saint artifact. But how can this emperor be willing to be a saber spirit forever? I'm not willing. I want this demon emperor to dominate the 4 seas and rule the world. Stop. Don't talk about your glorious history. This young master is tired of listening to it. In the end, you're just a wisp of a remnant soul, right? Ling Xiao said impatiently with a wave of his hand. The black fog face knew that it had no chance of survival if it didn't tell the truth, so it could only admit it. That's right, this emperor is just a wisp of a remnant soul. Then it seems that it'll be easy for me to destroy you? Ling Xiao said indifferently. The black fog face panicked. Don't do this. Please. Chapter 343. Ling Xiao played with the blue flames with one hand and looked at the black fog face's nervous expression. He said proudly, "Emperor stage? Bah, you don't even dare to fart in front of me." If those high and mighty mystic Emperor stage super experts heard Ling Xiao's words, they would probably be so angry that they would jump up and scold him. They would all shout angrily, "A little spirit master like you dares to say such things? This emperor can kill you with one finger, no, one fingernail. You want to take my soul, why should I let you go? So that you can continue to pester me?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed fiercely as he spoke. At the same time, the blue flames in his hand burned towards the black fog face. The black fog face let out a strange cry and quickly hid in another corner while begging for mercy. Don't do this, let me go. I will never have any evil thoughts towards you again." Zizi. The black fog face was burned by the blue flames again, and it screamed in pain. "I beg you, as long as you let me go, I will serve you as my master for life." The black fog face finally made a final compromise. Hearing the black fog face's words, Ling Xiao wiped an imperceptible smile and calmly called back the blue flames. He said, "Why should I believe you?" The black fog face still had some lingering fear as it explained, "There are so many strange things in your sea of consciousness. This emperor naturally cannot pose any threat to you, so you can rest assured that I will never have any evil thoughts towards you again, unless this emperor is tired of living. Of course I know this. What I want to hear is how you are willing to serve me as your master. If you don't have any sincerity, I don't mind making you disappear now. Anyway, there's no use in keeping you," Ling Xiao said with narrowed eyes. The black fog face cursed in its heart, "How can this kid be so smart? I am only in soul form now. If I want to be the blade spirit of the demonic blade, as long as I have enough blood or souls to devour, I can make the blade a spirit weapon again, and a high-grade one at that. Even an Earth Emperor stage would have to retreat. This should be a great help to you," the black fog face said lightly. It did not believe that this little spirit master would not be tempted by the spirit weapon. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Your sincerity is still not enough." With that, the blue flame in his hand pounced forward like a hungry wolf. No, as long as you find me a suitable body, I'll be your most loyal servant for the rest of my life. Otherwise, let my soul scatter and I'll never be able to reincarnate," the black fog face swore as it dodged the blue flames. "Heh, why didn't you say that earlier?" Ling Xiao laughed coldly and retracted his blue flames. "Now tell me, with your abilities, it should be easy for you to possess someone's soul. Why did you choose me?" Since this was an emperor-level soul, its magic power was monstrous. It would be easy for it to take over a person's soul. For example, Xiahou Shi, who wielded the saber back then. His strength was low, so it should not be difficult for him to possess his soul. However, this emperor-rank soul didn't do that, and it wanted to seize his soul instead. This truly puzzled Ling Xiao, and that was why he'd said that. There were some things that he had to get to the bottom of. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what was going on when something happened to him. Ling Xiao had no choice but to be careful with this unfamiliar soul. The black fog face naturally knew of Ling Xiao's vigilance. It immediately sighed and explained, "Back then, I was heavily injured by a traitor. He and a few other emperor-level experts chased me for hundreds of thousands of miles. In the end, they destroyed my physical body and almost completely destroyed my soul. Fortunately, I had already separated a wisp of my soul and attached it to the saber, allowing me to escape. However, I had lost 80 to 90% of my cultivation, and it was impossible for me to be reborn. It was also very difficult for me to rely on my weak soul force to possess someone else's body. Thus, I could only rely on the blood on the saber to slowly nourish and strengthen my soul. The blood essence of the people you killed before this was quite good, allowing me to further recover some of my soul force. It was only now that I dared to forcefully possess someone else's body." After listening to the black fog face's explanation, Ling Xiao already believed half of it. However, he still didn't bat an eyelid and said, "So you're saying that your soul is still very weak right now, and you can't possess the soul of a higher-level martial artist?" "That's right. Right now, I can possess the body of a martial artist above the Spirit Master rank. As for King rank and Earth Emperor rank, it's not impossible. It all depends on that person's condition. In the end, if I can find a body suitable for my element, then it'll be even more perfect." The black fog face replied. It paused for a moment before continuing, "I've said everything that needs to be said. Can you let me out now?" "Of course I'll let you out. However, you seem to need to show some sincerity to prove that you're already loyal to me, right?" Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and laughed lightly. "You're lying to me? I've already told you everything. Is that not enough sincerity?" The black fog face darkened as it spoke. Ling Xiao repeatedly waved his hand and said, "No, I believe your words. However, I don't believe your character. When you leave here, what should I do if you break your promise?" "Bastard, I've always kept my word. I've also made a heavy oath. How can you not believe me?" The black fog face roared angrily. Thinking back to when it was unhindered in the four corners of the sea, it was mighty and domineering. It never thought that it would end up being bullied by a mere spirit master. It was extremely ashamed and angry. If it could regain its body in the future, the first thing it would do would be to crush this annoying brat in front of it. Ling Xiao revealed a wicked smile and said, "Hee hee, one look and I can tell you're not a good person. If you want to survive, then you have to show me some sincerity that can convince me. Otherwise, you can stay here and become fertilizer." As Ling Xiao spoke, the blue flame in his hand continuously pulsed, full of spirituality. The black fog face looked at the blue flame with extreme fear. In the end, the black fog face could only compromise and said, "Forget it. Forget it. I'll leave a strand of my divine will here. Is that okay?" Ling Xiao asked, "What's the use of a strand of divine will?" The black fog face said angrily, "A strand of divine will is the essence of this emperor's soul. As long as it stays here, this emperor will be restricted by you. If this emperor does not serve you as master, you can use the heavenly fire to destroy my divine will. This way, I will be injured and I don't know how many years it will take for me to recover to my current state. Since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly accept you as a servant. Come, call me young master," Ling Xiao said with a smile. On the surface, he looked a little happy, but there was no excitement on his face. In fact, he was already overjoyed in his heart. This was a mystic the arch-servant. It was likely that no one in the entire continent would be able to find such a young and handsome the archmaster like him. In his heart, he was truly overjoyed. He did not expect that an ordinary Xian artifact would contain such a terrifying soul. At the same time, Ling Xiao was also glad that he had 3 great treasures in his sea of consciousness. Especially the demon blue fire pearl, which was a powerful treasure that could restrain souls. Otherwise, he would definitely be possessed by the other party or let it escape. That would be a huge loss. In the end, the black fog face had no choice but to split half of its soul power to stay in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Only then did Ling Xiao release the other half of its soul power. The black fog face's soul was the blood-devouring demon saber's saber spirit. Naturally, it could only return to the saber. After the black fog face returned to the saber, its entire body was trembling with anger. But when it thought of the foreign objects in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it felt terrified. Where did this brat come from? He could actually obtain 2 strange pearls and an ancient tree at the same time. This is simply unbelievable. Even when this emperor was at his peak, he did not dare to forcibly obtain 2 strange pearls. This is really strange. The black fog face kept muttering to itself in the back of the saber. When Ling Xiao came out of the sea of consciousness, he let out a heavy sigh. Looking at the blood-devouring demon saber in his hand, he revealed a satisfied smile. But then he became gloomy and distressed. "Senior Sister Luo, why are you so stupid? You actually died for an unrelated person like me," Ling Xiao said in annoyance as he twirled his hair. After a while, he raised his tiger-like eyes and solemnly swore, "Senior sister, don't worry. I swear by the heavens that I will definitely bring you back to life." After saying that, Ling Xiao bit his finger to prove his words. Then he fiercely said, "Heavy sword sect, I'll let you be awe-inspiring for a while longer. This young master will definitely make you restless." After Ling Xiao swore, the anger on his face gradually calmed down. "Oh no!" Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly let out a strange cry and jumped up. Then he said to the purple serpent earthworm, "Little dragon, quickly take me out to have a look." The purple serpent earthworm looked at Ling Xiao. Seeing that his condition was much better, it obediently took Ling Xiao's body and burrowed into the belly of the mountain. Ling Xiao once again appeared on the surface. Looking at the gray sky, he muttered, "This is bad. Am I going to be trapped here for the rest of my life?" Needless to say, Ling Xiao already knew that the secret realm's opening day had passed. Of course, entering the heaven-suppressing sect required dozens of Earth's sovereign realm cultivators to open the passage. Right now, he was only a peak spirit master. How could he leave this place? Ling Xiao was at a loss. He had just made a heavy oath, and now he was trapped here. What should he do? "Master, there's no need to worry. There's nothing bad about staying here. The spiritual energy here is much denser than outside. Although it's not some immortal mountain, it's not bad in this area. You can cultivate to the Empyrean realm, and you might even be able to break through the restrictions here and leave." At this moment, the Demon Emperor's words rang out in his mind. Now, the Demon Emperor had been wronged by Ling Xiao's tyrannical power, and had no choice but to lower himself and call Ling Xiao master. Empyrean realm? How long did it take you to cultivate to the Empyrean realm? Ling Xiao asked. The Demon Emperor was silent for a moment before laughing. "I, the Demon Emperor, am a rare cultivation genius. I broke through to the King realm when I was 25, the Earth Sovereign realm when I was 48, and the Empyrean realm before I was 100. At that time, breaking through to the Empyrean realm before I was 100 was a great honor." "Before you were 100? Ling Xiao sat down like a deflated balloon. The priestess still had a year to live. How could he wait until he was 100? By the time he left, the two of them would be separated by life and death. "No, I have to find a way to get out as soon as possible." Ling Xiao gathered his thoughts and stood up. Chapter 344. In the next 3 days, Ling Xiao began to fully recover his physical condition. He completely abandoned the self-blame for Luo Meng's death. He wanted to turn his grief and indignation into strength and pull himself together again. 3 days later, Ling Xiao began to wander around the secret territory. The area occupied by the heaven-suppressing sect was very vast and boundless. There was no lack of treasures that had not been dug out. There were also precious Xian skills, Xian weapons, and elixirs left behind in the destroyed halls. No one would dislike these things. In any case, Ling Xiao could not leave this place now, so he might as well plunder it first. At the same time, he felt that he should break through to the king stage here before making any further plans. After a few more days, Ling Xiao found a total of 3 broken halls. There were all kinds of zombies here, and there was no lack of high-level green zombies. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the heaven fire to protect his body, so he was not afraid of these zombies and burned them one by one. He entered these broken halls and found a cultivation room that was arranged with a spiritual array, so the spiritual energy was denser than the outside world. There was also gravity, which could be used to cultivate a martial artist's body. Ling Xiao was very curious about these spiritual arrays. In the future, when he wanted to establish his own force, he would definitely need this kind of spiritual array to gather spiritual energy, so that his people could cultivate faster. Finally, after Ling Xiao had looted the 3 remaining palaces, he found a spirit formation scroll in the last one. Ling Xiao put it away as if he had found a treasure. He was not a formation master, so he did not know how to inscribe spiritual inscriptions. He could only wait until he found a helper who could inscribe spiritual inscriptions in the future. In addition to this spiritual array scroll, Ling Xiao also obtained a lot of Shen skills, but the highest level were blue rank cultivation techniques. He did not encounter any red rank cultivation techniques. In addition, there were some 4th or 5th rank Shen weapons. As for spirit weapons, he did not encounter any. In addition, he also obtained some very precious refining materials. Ling Xiao was also very satisfied with this. These things could only be found by chance in the outside world. Even the sect did not have such an abundant collection. It's time to go into seclusion. Ling Xiao searched for a few days and walked through all of the broken halls. There was nothing left in many of the broken halls, so he didn't plan to continue searching. Thus, he chose one of the cultivation rooms with the densest spirit qi and went into seclusion. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to enter the cultivation room, the Demon Emperor's voice rang out. "Master, don't be in such a hurry to enter seclusion. I've discovered something." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he asked, "What did you find?" The Sky Demon Emperor had not spoken a single word for the past few days. Now that he had taken the initiative to speak, he must have discovered something. "There's a dense, deathly aura not too far from here. There should be some remnant spiritual energy there that can strengthen my soul," said the Demon Emperor urgently. "Oh, that's your business." "It's none of my business," Ling Xiao said angrily. He had thought that there would be some amazing discovery, but it turned out to be a land of death. "Master, though, recovering my soul will only bring you benefits. Think about it, when I find a suitable body in the future, won't I be a powerful helper?" The Demon Emperor said anxiously. "Master, don't..." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "You're right. Let's go take a look." Ling Xiao followed the Demon Emperor's senses and arrived at an inconspicuous mountain range. This mountain range did not have as dense spirit qi as other places. Instead, it was filled with a deathly aura. A cold wind blew past, producing a whistling sound that would cause one's hair to stand on end. Ling Xiao looked at a 3-meter-tall stone tablet in front of the mountain range and muttered, "Tomb." The two words tomb were like silver hooks, ancient and powerful, filled with an austere aura. Could this be the tomb of the heaven-suppressing sect's great figures? Ling Xiao wondered. He hesitated for a moment, but he still walked towards the tomb. At this moment, the Demon Emperor's anxious voice sounded out in his mind, "Master, wait." Ling Xiao stopped and asked, "Is there anything else?" The Demon Emperor said, "Master, throw a stone in to take a look." Ling Xiao frowned, but he still followed the Demon Emperor's instructions. He used his mental energy to pull a 500-kilogram boulder towards the entrance of the tomb. Boom! Just as the boulder reached the tomb emitted a powerful restrictive light, instantly turning the 500-kilogram boulder into dust. Ling Xiao looked at this scene in shock, and his entire body was covered in cold sweat. If he had rashly walked over just now, he would have died immediately. "Damn you, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had moved a bit faster, I would have been killed by you." Ling Xiao cursed at the Demon Emperor for no reason. The Demon Emperor felt wronged. "Didn't I remind you in time?" In his heart, however, he was thinking, "A mere spirit master dares to yell at me? When I recover, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. What should I do? I can't break through such a powerful restriction, so I can't go in." Ling Xiao didn't linger and instead returned to the main topic. "Master, just because you can't go in doesn't mean I can't. Wait for this emperor." "No, wait for this old servant to go in and take a look," the Demon Emperor said. "You can go in?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. "This restriction light can only deal with physical objects. It doesn't have any restrictions on the soul," the Demon Emperor replied. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then go in and see if there's anything suitable for you." At the same time, Ling Xiao took out the vampiric demon blade and let the Demon Emperor leave the blade. The Demon Emperor revealed a look of joy and turned into a cloud of black mist that dove into the tomb. After the Demon Emperor went in, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and quietly looked at the tomb's stone tablet. He felt that the two words tomb were filled with killing intent, as if some peerless expert had used a sword to carve out the word sword. He had read some books about setting up restrictions. Normally, one had to reach the king level before they could set up the restriction light. In order to destroy the restriction here, one would need to use up all of the restriction's energy. Ling Xiao didn't plan on destroying the restriction for the time being. He wanted to carefully comprehend the restriction left behind by the senior expert and see if it could help him. Ling Xiao released his spiritual will towards the stone tablet to see through it. When his divine sense reached the 2 words tomb, Ling Xiao was shocked. These 2 words actually contained the killing restrictions of several Empyrean powerhouses. Every stroke and every movement carried the power of an Empyrean powerhouse's strongest attack. Ling Xiao felt the power that could destroy heaven and earth, and his entire body was trapped inside. It wasn't long before Ling Xiao's face was covered in cold sweat, and even the back of his clothes had been drenched. Ling Xiao's tightly closed brows knit together even more tightly. At the same time, bloodstains actually started to appear on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that his aura still existed, others would probably think that he was bleeding out of his 7 orifices and had died. "Break for me!" After a while, Ling Xiao roared loudly, and his figure shot up from the spot while a powerful aura circulated incessantly around him. "Condense!" Ling Xiao opened his bright eyes, waved his hand, and drew the word, "kill," in midair. This word emanated dense metal attribute spiritual energy, and it seemed as if it was cast from metal and seemed to be filled with awe-inspiring killing intent. "Go!" Ling Xiao's face turned slightly pale, and then he waved his hand and blasted the seemingly material kill word towards the side. Rumble! Dust and dirt rose into the air while bits of rock shot through the air. A pile of rocks to the side was blasted into smithereens by the kill word. So restrictions are made from a martial artist's force and spiritual energy. "This power is indeed extraordinary," muttered Ling Xiao as he landed on the ground. He never would have thought that comprehending the 2 words on the stone tablet would allow him to further control the flow of spiritual energy and at the same time deepen the use of his aura. The comprehension this time was a very important breakthrough for him to advance to the Imperial King realm. Who would have thought that a peak soul master could actually draw a restriction to kill? This was simply unheard of. This could only mean how shocking Ling Xiao's comprehension was in Tenbin. However, even if one had a monstrous comprehension like Ling Xiao, they wouldn't be able to comprehend the force from the restriction like Ling Xiao did. After all, there weren't many people like Ling Xiao who had the support of a powerful mental strength. His divine sense was already comparable to an Earth Emperor realm expert, or else how could he have been able to wake up from the pressure of the restriction? Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that his comprehension was extremely dangerous. Luckily, he had finally gained something. He could already feel that he was becoming more and more proficient in using his spiritual energy. He just needed to wait for a period of time before he could definitely become a king. Controlling spiritual energy and being able to use it well was the most important requirement to become a king. Ling Xiao calmed his heart and began to comprehend the restriction to kill that he had just learned. He found that restrictions could not only be used to set up defenses, but could also be used as a powerful attack to kill enemies. It could even be used as a trap to injure people invisibly. He still needed to slowly uncover all the mysteries within. After Ling Xiao meditated for half a day, the Demon Emperor's soul finally flew out from the tomb. This is great. I didn't think that there would be so many remnant souls left here that haven't dissipated. The Demon Emperor's black face laughed wildly. It seemed like he had gained a lot from this trip. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked at him. How much have you recovered? I've recovered 1/4 of my soul force. Now, even an Earth Emperor realm martial artist can't stop me from seizing a body and being reborn. The Demon Emperor replied proudly. You've recovered so much? Ling Xiao's eyes twitched. The Demon Emperor was once a peak mystic emperor and was only a step away from entering the Saint realm. He didn't think that there would be so much soul force left in this tomb for him to recover. Ling Xiao was slightly worried that the Demon Emperor would betray him in the future. He was wondering if he should take advantage of the fact that the Demon Emperor didn't have a physical body to destroy it so that it wouldn't cause any trouble in the future. The Demon Emperor seemed to sense Ling Xiao's displeasure and immediately explained, Master, don't worry. No matter how strong I am, my divine sense can't leave your sea of consciousness. As long as you think about it, I will lose half of it. So no matter how strong I become, I still won't be a threat to Master. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. I hope it's as you say. The Demon Emperor changed the topic. Master, I found a lot of good things inside. They should be very beneficial to you. Chapter 345. Ling Xiao asked, What's good for me? The Demon Emperor replied, Although it's a tomb, this is the foundation of this sect. Only those who have reached the Earth's sovereign realm can be buried here, and they will leave behind their comprehensions before they die, which is also the corresponding inheritance ground. It's probably prepared for their descendants and disciples. As long as the disciple of Tenbin is powerful enough, they can enter and rely on their own luck to obtain the inheritance of their seniors, continuing the sect's flourishing lineage. There's no lack of honorable inheritances in this tomb, so it seems like this sect already has a 5th-grade foundation. I didn't expect such a sect to exist in a desolate place like the Northwest. It's really shocking. The tomb is the inheritance ground? Ling Xiao exclaimed in shock. That's right. If Master can go inside and obtain the inheritance of the honorable realm, you'll definitely reach the honorable realm in less than a decade. At that time, you can leave this place, the Demon Emperor replied. Honorable realm? Ling Xiao muttered with his hands behind his back as he looked at the gloomy mountain range. His eyes shone with a dazzling light as he said, You're my servant, and you've already reached the peak of the Emperor realm. In the future, I'll break through the Emperor realm and become a saint. If that's enough to make you submit completely, how can a mere honorable realm be my goal? Ling Xiao clenched his fists tightly as he spoke, and a noble golden aura emanated from his body. In this world, the strongest wasn't the honorable realm, but the Emperor realm, the Saint realm, and the God realm. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he had a stubborn temper, and he wouldn't give up until he reached his goal. He had already set his goal to the highest point, so how could he give up his pursuit for the benefits in front of him? After all, once a martial artist obtained an inheritance, they would have to cultivate according to what they obtained. Once they reached the level of an inheritance, it would be extremely difficult to continue breaking through. Although an inheritance was precious, it had its advantages and disadvantages. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Xiao chose to give up. Moreover, he felt that he should be able to walk a path that belonged to him to the peak. The Demon Emperor instantly dove into the blood-devouring demon blade and thought to himself, how heroic was I back then? How can a brat like you surpass me? By the way, other than the inheritance, what else did you discover? Ling Xiao asked indifferently as he retracted his aura. There should still be some good stuff, but this place is covered with restrictions. Master, your physical body won't be able to enter, replied the Demon Emperor. Yes, even if I know that there are precious treasures here, I still can't take them out. In the future, when I reach the Supreme Being rank, what use would the things inside be to me? No, I must think of a way to break this restriction. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and sighed. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged for a while, thinking about how to break the restrictions here. After a while, Ling Xiao jumped up and exclaimed, Can't you just let the purple drake take me in? Ling Xiao felt that this idea should work. If they couldn't enter from the surface, they should be able to enter from underground, right? Just as Ling Xiao was about to call for the purple drake, the Demon Emperor said, A restriction placed by a supreme being isn't that simple. I'm afraid that even the little drake won't be able to burrow into the ground, unless its strength reaches the 6th stage. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a wave of depression. If even the purple drake couldn't do anything, then what other way would he be able to enter the tomb and enter the secret realm? Was he really going to be trapped here for the rest of his life? Ling Xiao thought of using the obsidian cauldron to break the restriction, but his own strength was limited and he couldn't use the cauldron's full power. After a few attempts, he suffered a backlash and wasn't able to truly break the restriction. Forget it, I'll just cultivate and break through to the monarch rank first, Ling Xiao said with some disappointment. Another half a month passed, and Ling Xiao calmly cultivated in front of the tomb. With the 3 spirit items gathering spiritual chi in his sea of knowledge, he didn't have to worry about a lack of spiritual chi. After half a month, Ling Xiao had completely reached the peak of the Spirit Master realm. If he wanted to, he could enter the half-step monarch rank at any time. However, he didn't have the time to advance step by step. He had to break through from the Spirit Master realm to the monarch rank. During this period of time, besides cultivating, Ling Xiao was comprehending the 2 words tomb, and he was becoming more and more proficient in using spiritual chi. On this day, he raised his condition to its peak and prepared to break through to the monarch rank in one go. Ling Xiao's spiritual chi had long since been filled to the brim, and his dantian had become solid. There was even a faint layer of light around it, like a protective barrier that protected his dantian from damage. As for his meridians, acupuncture points, organs, all of his physiological functions had become like they were cast in gold, and they seemed to be full of vitality, powerful and dazzling. A few different colored spiritual chi roared ceaselessly in his meridians, like the waves of the ocean. Again and again, they battered and cleansed the muscles of his entire body. His meridians grew stronger, and his acupuncture points shone brighter. All of the spiritual chi gathered in his dantian, and his dantian doubled in size. It was almost the size of half a fist, and the spiritual chi was like a swimming dragon that constantly flashed in the surroundings. With Ling Xiao as the center, the spiritual chi in the surroundings swarmed toward Ling Xiao's Tianling acupoint like swallows returning to their nest. The spiritual chi whistled like a huge wind, and it formed a huge whirlpool above Ling Xiao's head. It was extremely shocking. If those experts above the monarch rank were to see this situation, they would probably think that Ling Xiao wasn't breaking through to the monarch rank, but the earth monarch rank. Otherwise, how could it be possible for him to need so much spiritual chi? Good heavens, this little brat is actually absorbing 5 different types of spiritual energy at the same time. How is this possible? The demon emperor in Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge exclaimed in shock. Then he said, "What a pity! Cultivating all 5 elements at the same time is destined to take a long time. Every time he advances, he must have all 5 elements at the same time. It seems like his future achievements will be limited." The 3 exotic creatures in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea knew that Ling Xiao was in a critical period, so they didn't share the spiritual chi that had gathered. Instead, they allowed the spiritual chi to enter Ling Xiao's head, then converged into his baihui, and finally entered his dantian. As more and more spiritual chi entered his dantian, Ling Xiao's momentum rose steadily. At the place where he sat, the dust and gravel around him flew into the air. This state lasted for a whole day and night, and it still hadn't ended. Ling Xiao was secretly anxious. The energy is still far from enough. Ling Xiao couldn't help but guard his mind and take out 3 rhombus-shaped crystals from his space ring. These 3 crystals were crimson in color, sparkling and translucent, and exuded a strong fire attribute spiritual energy. These were the top-grade fire mysterious crystals Ling Xiao had obtained from the belly of the volcano in Flame Valley. Each fire mysterious crystal contained powerful spiritual energy, and when the 3 fire mysterious crystals were placed together, it wasn't much different from the amount of spiritual energy he had absorbed. Ling Xiao clasped his palms together and scattered the 3 fire mysterious crystals, instantly absorbing the powerful fire attribute spiritual energy into his body. When Ling Xiao absorbed the spiritual energy from the 3 top-grade fire mysterious crystals, coupled with the spiritual energy from the outside world, his entire body swelled up. For a time, he changed from a sturdy and slender young man to a bloated man. However, Ling Xiao didn't panic because of this, and instead secretly rejoiced. What pure fire attribute energy! After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao's body went from fat to thin, and his aura became more and more terrifying. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's whole body bounced up from the ground, and he grabbed at the void with both hands. 2 strands of spiritual energy were drawn over by him, and his hands blasted in one direction. The flames surged, and the power was overwhelming. Rumble! A boulder weighing several thousand kilograms in that direction was blasted into powder by the 2 fiery palms. Ha! I can finally fly. Ling Xiao floated in the air and laughed heartily. After so long, he had finally stepped into the king rank and achieved the king rank. Now, this feeling of joy was revealed on his face, which was laughing wildly. The king rank was the stepping stone for any martial artist. If one couldn't achieve the king rank, they could only be an ordinary martial artist for life, and after 100 years, they could only return to the earth. After breaking through to the king rank, one could be considered a carp leaping over the dragon's gate and embarking on the path of cultivation. Their lifespan would increase to 200 to 300 years, and if they could cultivate to the high-rank king rank, they would have at least 500 years of lifespan. However, everyone pursued an endless lifespan, and at the same time, they pursued the extreme of martial arts. It had only been 3 months since Ling Xiao became a high-rank spirit master in the sect's spirit-gathering pagoda. This kind of breakthrough speed could be called monstrous. Of course, if he hadn't drunk the 10,000-year stone milk, he wouldn't have reached the peak of the spirit master realm so quickly. Moreover, he had begun to comprehend the circulation of spiritual energy when he was a mid-rank spirit master, and in this half a month, he had also meditated on the restrictions left behind by the Sky Sovereign rank, so his control of spiritual energy wasn't much inferior to that of an ordinary king rank. Therefore, this breakthrough could be said to be a matter of course. Previously, the Demon Emperor felt that Ling Xiao cultivated 5 attributes, and that he needed to comprehend all 5 attributes to perfection in order to have any success. His future path of cultivation would definitely be even more difficult. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao's 5 attributes were metal, wood, fire, ice, and wind. The metal attribute was his innate attribute, and the wood attribute was something he had only obtained through Wang Lu's influence. As for the fire, ice, and wind attributes, they were all formed from cultivating the 3 returns to origin energy. When Ling Xiao used the 3 returns to origin energy to break through to the king rank, the first to benefit would definitely be the fire, ice, and wind attributes. The metal attribute was an innate attribute that Ling Xiao was born with, and when the other 3 attributes advanced, they would naturally affect his own attribute. At that time, it would be relatively easy for him to sense the circulation of spiritual energy and use the same principle to break through. As for the wood attribute, he didn't need to pay any attention to it. Although he didn't know who Wang Lu was, as long as Ling Xiao's strength could increase, his comprehension of the wood attribute would definitely not be inferior to the other 4 attributes. It could be said that once Ling Xiao broke through, his 5 attributes would follow suit. There would definitely not be a situation where 1 or 2 attributes couldn't keep up. Unless his innate metal attribute broke through first, then the other 3 attributes of fire, ice, and wind wouldn't be able to keep up. Of course, that was impossible. Ling Xiao was a cultivator of fire, ice, and wind. These were the 3 elements of Xian arts. Ling Xiao flew around in the air with joy. He felt the surging spiritual energy in his body and the clear spiritual energy flowing around him. He felt as if his entire body had risen to a higher level. Everything he saw and sensed had become incomparably fresh and natural. He felt as if he had been separated from this world and had become a part of nature. As soon as Ling Xiao broke through to the king rank, he was like a dragon that had entered the sea, overturning rivers and seas as he soared through the universe. Chapter 346. Although Ling Xiao had broken through to the king class, he could already condense his qi into a weapon at any time and use it to attack any enemy or object within 1,000 meters. With his low-level king class strength, the 5 elemental energy, and the wind elemental speed, he could already fight against any king class opponent. Moreover, he had the mystical spiritual energy, and even an earth sovereign could kill him. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally felt that he had the ability to protect his life. Ling Xiao landed in front of the tomb, and a black medicine cauldron appeared in front of him. Let me see if I can break this restriction with my current strength. Ling Xiao murmured. His king-class aura surged, and the surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered. Go! Ling Xiao raised the medicine cauldron high, and all the spiritual energy gathered on it. Then he swung the medicine cauldron at the entrance of the restriction. Rumble! The area in front of the restriction trembled, and the divine splendor of the restriction was pushed back by the medicine cauldron. Unfortunately, it only lasted for a moment, and the divine splendor of the restriction crisscrossed again, as if it had not been damaged at all. The restriction set up by 5 heavenly venerables is indeed terrifying, Ling Xiao said indifferently as he put away the medicine cauldron. At this time, the demon emperor's voice sounded again. I didn't expect Master to have obtained the obsidian divine cauldron. It's a pity that this cauldron is not an offensive weapon. Otherwise, this restriction would not have been able to withstand this blow. I didn't expect you to have such foresight, to be able to recognize the obsidian divine cauldron, Ling Xiao said, slightly surprised. Master, you underestimate this old servant. Every divine weapon is earth-shattering, and their names are known far and wide. This servant has naturally heard of them, but I have never obtained a divine weapon. Even if I had a suitable divine weapon, this old servant would not have fallen into such a predicament back then. The demon emperor sighed. It can't be. You are a dignified demon emperor, but you don't have a suitable divine weapon? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. How powerful was the mystic the Archtier? Could it be that even a demon Thearcha's cultivation could not possess a saint artifact? The demon emperor replied, Master, you've misunderstood. I naturally have a few saint artifacts in my collection, but unfortunately, they were obtained from killing enemies in the past. These few aren't suitable for my attribute saint artifacts. I originally wanted to upgrade my battle blade to a saint artifact when I became a saint, but unfortunately, I see. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. Any martial artist who had a weapon that suited them would naturally be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in battle. However, if they used a weapon that didn't suit them, they wouldn't be able to display the true power of that weapon. Just like Luo Baxing, he hadn't been able to use a third of the invisible serpentine form's power. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have died long ago. Master, it's best if you don't reveal your divine cauldron in front of others in the future. Quite a few people know what's good and what's not. Once you meet an expert, you won't be able to die even if you have 10 lives. Even some super sects and powerful families will drool over it, warned the demon emperor. Ling Xiao stroked the cauldron's wall and sighed, I know. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but he will get into trouble because of his wealth. Ling Xiao understood this principle. No matter what kind of divine artifact it was already something that could be called a god. It was extremely rare in this world, and its number was extremely limited. Any martial artist who obtained it would be able to greatly increase their combat strength, and this medicinal cauldron was a divine artifact that alchemists dreamed of obtaining. It was just that he didn't know why it had fallen into the hands of the Ling family's ancestor. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't think that far ahead. He didn't even know if he could leave this secret realm, so who would come to covet his divine cauldron? This forbidden area can't be broken, so I can only think of another way. Ling Xiao looked helplessly at the tomb before turning to leave. Although there was an inheritance inside, it wouldn't be his choice in the end. Furthermore, he didn't have the strength to break the restriction, so he could only be powerless. However, since he already knew that there were many inheritances here, he would definitely be able to break the restriction when he became stronger in the future. He would let the people around him receive the inheritance here. Ling Zhao's decision also confirmed that the people around him had stepped onto the path of the strong. Ling Xiao had already broken through to the low-stage king rank, and he had a guarantee of strength in the vast northwest. However, he was helpless in this uninhabited secret realm. Another few days passed like this. Ling Xiao didn't continue to cultivate, but flew continuously in this secret realm as he blindly searched for a way out. Occasionally, he would practice his techniques in midair to completely consolidate his strength and familiarize himself with the utilization of king-rank spiritual energy. This would make it more convenient for him to fight others in the future. Cloud shadow shadow. Ling Xiao cried out lightly in midair. His feet seemed to be traversing through the air, and he left behind a series of afterimages in midair. These afterimages seemed real and lingered there for a long time. This speed is comparable to a middle-stage king rank expert, and coupled with my wind attribute, even a high-stage king rank expert would find it difficult to catch up to me. Ling Xiao stood still a kilometer away, and he muttered in a carefree manner. After that he waved his fists and legs again. Waves of flames and cold air constantly bloomed around him, like a sun of ice and fire blooming in the sky. In the sky, there was a burst of sound that could not be heard. After a while, Ling Xiao turned into a ray of light and flew to the main peak of the heaven-suppressing sect. Ling Xiao looked at the pavilion in front of him, which was not damaged at all. He hesitated for a moment and then walked into the pavilion again. A month ago, he and the people of the three sects entered and took all the Xian weapons and Xian skills here. But in the end, the treasure was fake, which made him puzzled no matter how much he thought about it. He once thought that the real thing might have been taken away by the people who attacked this place, but he didn't understand why those people still put the fake thing up there. Was it just to fool the later generations? Ling Xiao stepped into the pavilion again and directly went to the top floor. Looking at the statue that had already been smashed, he only felt a sense of sadness. After all, this was an outstanding expert of the heaven-suppressing sect, and even his statue was destroyed after his death. Sigh, they really don't have any awareness of environmental protection. Ling Xiao sighed, and with a wave of his hand, a demon blue flame burned towards the statue. Since the statue had been destroyed, Ling Xiao might as well let it disappear completely. Zizi. The 1,000-year Xian stone of the statue also gradually melted under the demon blue flame. Just as Ling Xiao turned to leave, a ray of divine light bloomed from the broken statue. Xiu xiu. The divine light dispersed the heaven fire, and the entire pavilion was abnormally bright. Like a pagoda, it was extremely magical. Ling Xiao's jaw dropped as he watched the scene unfold before him. The treasure is here. These words flashed in Ling Xiao's mind. He saw that a ball of restriction light isolated the heaven fire, and inside it were a few things, each of which was the same as the previous table. A cyan long sword, a round shield, a roll of animal skin, and 2 bottles. The long sword exuded a domineering aura, the scabbard was verdant, and the dragon's head on the hilt was roaring towards the sky, as if a small dragon could be seen swimming around the sword. The round shield was not large, and it looked simple and unadorned. A dragon's head was on the surface of the shield, the dragon's eyes were intelligent, and its long beard was curled up. The hilt of the shield was like a dragon's tail, giving it an exceptionally noble appearance. There was nothing special about the animal skin scroll. The only thing worth noticing was the small golden thread tied to the scroll, which looked extremely noble. As for the other 2 exquisite bottles, it could be seen at a glance that there were a few thumb-sized pills inside, each pill still intact, the bursts of medicinal power still imprisoned in the bottle. Ling Xiao swallowed hard and walked over, looking at the 4 suspended objects, his eyes all shining. This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Ling Xiao murmured, then took out the obsidian cauldron from his space ring and smashed it towards the light barrier. Divine light crisscrossed, and a loud rumble rang out, shaking the entire pavilion. The barrier here was only used to hide the spiritual essence of the treasures, so it was far weaker than the defensive barrier, so it was directly smashed apart by the medicine cauldron. Xiu xiu. As soon as the barrier was broken, the Azure Dragon Moon's slashing sword and Heavenly Dragon shield turned into 2 streaks of light and flew out of the pavilion. They're actually high-grade spirit artifacts. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, grabbing the surrounding world energy with his bare hand, instantly imprisoning the 2 spirit artifacts. At the same time, he shouted, "Come to me!" The 2 spirit artifacts were unable to break Ling Xiao's imprisonment with their world energy, so they could only obediently come to stand in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao placed the obsidian cauldron in front of the 2 spirit artifacts, and with a flash of light, the 2 spirit artifacts' light dissipated, as if they had lost their world energy and instantly fell to the ground. In contrast, the obsidian cauldron was even more dazzling and mysterious. Congratulations, Master, these 2 are rank 7 spirit artifacts, which belong to the category of high-grade spirit artifacts. The Demon Emperor's voice rang out in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao put away the obsidian cauldron, and then picked up the 2 spirit artifacts. 2 streams of warm qi flowed between his palms, making him feel comfortable in his hands. The spiritual qi was overwhelming. This place contains the rare aura of a rank 7 flood dragon. No wonder it could be divided into 2 to forge a sword and a shield. This must be the life artifact of a peerless expert of the heaven-suppressing sect. Ling Xiao murmured as he looked at the sword and shield, his eyes filled with boundless joy. It's a pity it's a wood attribute. Although it's very suitable for me, I don't have a powerful wood attribute Xian skill, so it's not suitable for me to use. Ling Xiao sighed again and put away the sword and shield. Then he said, "Perhaps I can take this back and give it to the Grand Master to use as our Wood Flag Peak's spirit artifact." Ling Xiao thought of his own Wood Flag Peak. If this sword and shield were given to his Grand Master Xiao Songlin, the power would definitely be comparable to a heavenly venerable's battle. With this sword and shield, he could completely suppress the other peaks, and at the same time, it would give Wood Flag Peak something to rely on. Then Ling Xiao took out the beast skin scroll and untied the golden thread that was tied to the middle of the scroll. This golden thread is as thin as hair, as sharp as a blade, and shines with a golden light. It must be an extraordinary item, Ling Xiao said as he stood on his tiptoes. This is rank 7 golden silk. It's absolutely sharp. If used as an assassination weapon, it would be a good treasure to kill without spilling blood. The Demon Emperor's voice rang out again. Ling Xiao smiled and put away the golden thread, then he slowly opened the beast skin scroll. As soon as the beast skin scroll was opened, a green light burst out, and 4 simple and bold words floated in the air. Beheading Moon Sword Art. These 4 domineering words appeared. Ling Xiao felt an impulse as he looked at the 4 big blue characters. He really wanted to see how extraordinary the power of the Beheading Moon Sword Art is. It actually dared to use Beheading Moon as its name. Chapter 347. Ling Xiao fixed his eyes on the animal skin scroll. A bright light flashed, and a series of verdant characters, like swimming tadpoles, drilled into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao was caught off guard. A mysterious text flashed in his mind, and he saw a person performing a sword dance in the sky. The figure was the figure of the heaven-suppressing sect's mighty figure whose statue he had destroyed. His expression was solemn, and his figure was heroic. He stood in the sky, and his green hair fluttered in the wind. He kept waving the sword in his hand, and every strike was aimed at the moon in the sky. The silhouettes of the beautiful moons were all chopped into pieces by his invisible sword qi. It was as if the real silver moon had been destroyed in front of him. Every strike was tearing space apart. Every strike was enough to overturn rivers and seas. Every strike could destroy heaven and earth. Every strike could break through the sky and shatter the moon. His peerless heroic appearance made people have the urge to worship him. The beast skin scroll in Ling Xiao's hand had already disappeared, but he was still comprehending the essence of every strike. After a long time, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes slightly. At the same time, a green sword appeared in his hand, and a bright green light shot into the sky. Ling Xiao's black hair danced in the wind, and his sword turned into a rainbow. It was like a moon or a dragon, roaring endlessly. The pavilion had long been set up with a powerful restriction. Back then, Tian Xing's silver falcon mirror and Luo Baxing's hidden snake sword couldn't cause any damage to it. However, under Ling Xiao's casual strike, a huge crack appeared in the pavilion. He waved his sword, and sword qi shot out in all directions. First, moon-slaying sword, picking flowers and playing with the moon. This move looked ordinary, but the sword in his hand was like a flower petal that kept swaying, as if it was teasing the moon in the sky. It kept entangling with the moon, and the sword move rippled continuously. Second, moon-slaying sword, moon-falling flowers. This move continued the essence of the previous move, but it was much more powerful than the first move. The sword move turned into countless flower petals that were like sharp blades, and directly pierced the moon into pieces. Third, slashing moon sword, meteor chasing moon. This move was similar to the third move of the Tyrant style, Sword Meteor. It was extremely domineering and extraordinary as it tore through the sky with the momentum of chasing the stars and chasing the moon. Fourth blade, Desolate Lunar Storm. This move was extremely complicated and profound. It was like the rotation of time, and the eras were stacked on top of each other until the stars and moons shattered, and all things returned to the void. It was impossible to use this move unless one had reached the realm of the unity of heaven and man. Fifth Moon-Slaying Sword, Moon-Splitting Thunder. This was the most powerful move of the Moon-Severing Sword. It could directly split space, shatter the void, slash through the silver moon, and split the earth. By relying on Ling Xiao's strength at the king rank, he was only able to execute the first 3 moves, and these 3 moves had already blasted the pavilion that had restrictions beneath it into powder. Moreover, even the buildings in an area of 50 kilometers had been swept away and destroyed. Strands of sword chi that shot out horizontally left numerous savage and enormous marks on the ground. Ling Xiao held his sword behind his back and landed on the peak of the mountain with 1 foot. He shone with the radiance of the sun, and a light breeze blew past, causing his clothes to flutter. His whole person looked elegant and handsome. It really lives up to its name of moon severing. The first 3 moves are already not weaker than the Tyrant style. The last 2 moves are even more difficult to grasp. I'm afraid that I still need to reach the Earth's sovereign rank to be able to use them. Ling Xiao murmured as he looked at the endless sky. The moon-severing sword art was a high-grade purple-tier mystic skill. It belonged to the wood attribute sword art. There was probably not a single purple-tier mystic skill in the entire Northwest. Presumably, it was because of this profound sword art that the heaven-suppressing sect had been exterminated. However, if the heaven-suppressing sect's celestial venerables had learned this moon-severing sword art, coupled with the Azure Dragon moon-severing sword and the Heavenly Dragon Shield, even the mystic the Arch would have had a chance. How could the entire sect have been exterminated? Ling Xiao did not think about those things from 10,000 years ago. He only knew that he had obtained another high-grade mystic skill. Besides the soul-controlling art and the 3-part divine finger that he had yet to completely cultivate, he truly relied on it. However, Ling Xiao knew that if he did not use the Azure Dragon moon-severing sword, the power that he could use would definitely not be this terrifying. Perhaps it would only be a little stronger than the Tyrant style's 3 swords and the Unyielding Snow's 6 secrets. Although the power of the Devil Blade 8 style was terrifying, he could not use it. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable for him to fall into the Devil Dao. Now that he used the Azure Dragon moon-severing sword art and the moon-severing sword art, even a low-level Earth Sovereign would have to retreat. After all, the Azure Dragon moon-severing sword was a high-grade spirit weapon. Every attack was comparable to an Earth Sovereign rank attack. If Ling Xiao's strength could completely control this spirit weapon, he might even be able to fight against a celestial venerable. Relying on external objects is not the right way. It will only affect my advancement, Ling Xiao muttered and then put away the Azure Dragon moon-severing sword. Following that, Ling Xiao took out 2 bottles of elixirs and used his spiritual qi to seal the surroundings to prevent the elixirs from losing their potency. It's actually a 6th grade Emperor elixir and a Spirit Sovereign elixir. 3 pills in each bottle. This can't be real. Ling Xiao almost fainted from the shock of the elixirs in front of him. These 2 kinds of elixirs were 6th grade elixirs. The Emperor elixir could allow an Earth Sovereign rank expert to advance by 1 level. It was the best among 6th grade elixirs. As for the Spirit Sovereign elixir, it was a top-grade 6th grade elixir. It could allow a high-level Earth Sovereign rank expert to have a 50% chance of breaking through to the Celestial Venerable rank. Even if the breakthrough failed, it could still ensure that his cultivation would not be damaged. These 2 kinds of elixirs required countless 5th grade spiritual herbs and dozens of 6th grade spiritual herbs. In addition, they were high-grade elixirs that could only be refined by a 6th grade beast elixir. Only an alchemist who had reached the peak of the 6th grade or 7th grade could refine such a precious elixir. Every one of these elixirs would cause a bloodbath. Who would have thought that there would be 6 of them here? Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He was even more excited than when he had obtained the Earth's sovereign rank elixirs in the desolate mountains. Although these 2 elixirs could not be used for the time being, it did not mean that he would not use them in the future. Moreover, he had already planned to cultivate his own forces. Now that he had these 2 elixirs, he would definitely be able to help his people reach a higher level in the future. Moreover, there was also the inheritance tomb here. This heaven-suppressing sect was indeed a powerful sect that already had the strength of a 5th-grade sect. Now I have to find a way to leave this place. Ling Xiao saw hope in the future and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He still needed to find the Heaven Gu divine art to help the priestess escape from the shackles of fate. Ling Xiao spent the next 2 days frantically searching every corner of the heaven-suppressing sect to see if he could find a way out. Unfortunately, this place had already been covered with terrifying restrictions. Unless he could reach the strength of an Empyrean and use the cauldron to break through the restrictions, all of this would be in vain. Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Do I really have to stay here for decades? His voice reverberated through the air, and the birds flapped their wings and flew around. Ling Xiao had broken through to the King realm and could be considered an important figure in the northwest. However, he had been trapped here for more than a month, and he still did not know if he could break through the restrictions and leave. His heart was filled with bitterness. If it wasn't for the worries in his heart, then he could concentrate on cultivating here until he reached the Earth's sovereign rank or Empyrean rank before leaving. He was a person who could not sever his ties with the world of mortals and pursue the pinnacle. If he decisively cut off the mortal world and reached the peak of the martial realm, then what was the point? Just as Ling Xiao was in despair, the Demon Emperor's voice sounded in his mind again. Master, perhaps you can find a transmission array here. A transmission array? Ling Xiao was stunned. That's right. This sect is not small, and there are many sovereigns. There should be a transmission array in the sect for convenience, the Demon Emperor explained. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiao jumped up and shouted. Ling Xiao had been looking for an exit this entire time, but he had never thought that there would be a transmission array. Now that the Demon Emperor had reminded him, he was surprised. The Demon Emperor muttered to himself, "You didn't even ask me. What does it have to do with me?" Ling Xiao had just seen a glimmer of hope, but it dimmed in the next moment. But I don't know where the transmission array is. How do I find it? Transmission arrays are usually built in the dark or in the light. In a sect, they will usually choose to build it in the dark, but in a city, they will choose to build it in the light. Perhaps I can help Master with this, the Demon Emperor said. When Ling Xiao heard the Demon Emperor's words, he immediately took out the vampiric blade and had the Demon Emperor appear. He then said to the Demon Emperor, "Hurry up and help me find a transmission array. In the future, I will definitely find a suitable body for you." If that's the case, then I will thank Master in advance, the Demon Emperor said before turning into a cloud of black mist and flying in a certain direction. Ling Xiao looked at the Demon Emperor in the distance and faintly felt that even though he had been threatened by the Demon Emperor a few days ago, once the Demon Emperor recovered, his life would be in danger at any time. One day, I will definitely make you completely submit to me. Ling Xiao secretly made up his mind. Ling Xiao knew that the Demon Emperor had once been an ambitious and ruthless character, and it would not be easy to make him submit. That was unless he could surpass the Demon Emperor in terms of strength and completely defeat him. It would take a long time for that to happen. Half a day later, the Demon Emperor's voice sounded out from within Ling Xiao's mind. "Master, I found the transmission array." Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He flew up into the air and flew off in a certain direction. When Ling Xiao arrived at the place where the Demon Emperor was located, he found that he had returned to the main hall of Congregating Eagle Hall. The transmission array was built in the cave mansion behind the main hall of Congregating Eagle Hall. This cave mansion was extremely well hidden, and it was difficult for ordinary people to find it. If the Demon Emperor had not been a wisp of his soul and was very familiar with the transmission array, he would have been able to find it in a short time. However, the transmission array here seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, so it was unknown if it could still be used. Ling Xiao entered the cave mansion and waved away the weeds and dirt. A terrain engraved with mysterious patterns appeared in front of him, and there were hidden grooves all around the cave mansion that corresponded to them. Presumably, these were the beast cores that were needed to operate them. Master, the array diagram of this transmission array has not been destroyed, so it should not be damaged. You can use it without worry, the Demon Emperor said. Ling Xiao also noticed this and could not hide the excitement on his face. He then hurriedly took out several high-grade beast cores from his spatial ring and shot them into the surrounding hidden grooves. When the beast cores fell into the hidden grooves, a brilliance bloomed from the patterns on the ground, and the entire cave mansion became abnormally dazzling. Shio! Ling Zhao's figure instantly disappeared from the cave mansion. Chapter 348. When Ling Zhao's figure appeared again, he was already in another pitch-black cave. I wonder where I was teleported to? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. However, he was very happy to be able to come out of the secret territory. Why is it so smelly? Just as Ling Xiao was about to step out of the cave, he smelled a fishy stench. Ling Zhao's body was surrounded by a protective divine light, and the inside of the cave gradually became clear. He saw that the cave was actually littered with beast bones, and there was also the rotting corpse of a flaming tiger. The fishy stench came from its body. Could it be that this place has become a beast cave? Ling Xiao pinched his nose and guessed. Sure enough, just as Ling Xiao was about to walk out of the cave, there was a rustling sound coming from outside the cave. Ling Xiao did not hesitate for a moment, and his whole body turned into a lightning bolt and swept out of the cave. He did not know what kind of spirit beast occupied this cave, but if he encountered a high-level spirit beast, it would be incomparably troublesome inside the cave. But if he got out of the cave first, everything would be easy. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reach the entrance of the cave, a 1-meter-long serpent head appeared in front of the entrance. It opened its mouth wide and bit at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless, and with a single point of his finger, a wisp of demon blue flame shot into the snake's mouth. The snake let out a blood-curdling scream, and its entire head shrunk extremely quickly. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to rush out of the cave and flew into the air. He looked down and saw that the cave entrance was built on a dangerous cliff, and entrenched in the cave was a third-rank advanced phosphorescent flower snake. This phosphorescent flower snake was injured by the demon blue flame, and its body had already fallen down the cliff. It was definitely dead. Where is this place? Ling Xiao calmed his mind and began to look around the surrounding mountains and asked doubtfully. Then he stood in the air and sensed for a moment, and then swept in a direction. Not long after, Ling Xiao appeared on top of a towering tree. Below, there was a group of people fighting with a 4th-rank low-level black shadow leopard. No, it should be said that they were being attacked by the black shadow leopard. The black shadow leopard's body was black, and it leaped through the forest at an astonishing speed. The group that was escaping had a total of 7 people, 5 men and 2 women. Their strength was not ordinary, and they were all spirit masters. 2 of the middle-aged men were even high-level spirit masters. However, they were facing a 4th-rank spirit beast and had no way to fight against it. The black shadow leopard instantly appeared behind the group, and a black blade shot towards them like lightning. In an instant, 2 people were turned into a bloody mist. A middle-aged man gritted his teeth and turned around. He raised the broadsword in his hand and shouted, "Hurry up and take the 2 ladies away. I'll stay here and keep it busy." One woman shouted, "Xiao, don't, Zhong, you can't stop it." The middle-aged man disregarded everything and used his strongest attack to block the black shadow leopard. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the 2 was too great. The black shadow leopard didn't care about his attack, allowing the spirit chi to strike its body. Its bloodthirsty mouth bit towards the middle-aged man's head. The other 4 people cried out in fright, and from their expressions, they didn't want to see the middle-aged man die just like that. However, at this moment, a black blade descended from the sky, directly slashing towards the black shadow leopard's head. The black shadow leopard's reaction was extremely fast, and it actually sensed the sneak attack from the sky. It immediately twisted its body and dodged the attack. Your reaction isn't bad, I'll use you to practice. The young man with the black blade revealed a playful smile, and then raised his blade to attack the black shadow leopard. Who else could the young man with the demonic blade be other than Ling Xiao? He had just entered the king stage and his strength hadn't been tested yet. It was rare for him to meet a spirit beast with similar strength, so he couldn't let go of this opportunity. At first, the black shadow leopard felt that this human wasn't ordinary, but it didn't cowardly run away. However, in the next moment, it realized that this human was actually a bit stronger than it was, and the demonic blade in his hand was even sharper. The black shadow leopard repeatedly attacked with the black blade, and its body continuously retreated. Ling Xiao sneered, "Looks like you're afraid. Then I won't use a weapon to fight you." With that, Ling Xiao put away the demonic blade and faced the black shadow leopard with his bare hands. The black shadow leopard's intelligence had already been awakened, and when it saw the blade in Ling Xiao's hand disappear, it immediately became incomparably ferocious. It no longer used elemental attacks, and instead used its sharp claws and bloodthirsty fangs to directly pounce towards Ling Xiao. The body of a spirit beast was strong, and Ling Xiao's body wasn't the least bit inferior to that of a rank 4 or 5 spirit beast. He was like a golden god of war, and his fists and legs blasted towards the black shadow leopard. The black shadow leopard's huge body was repeatedly forced back, and its sharp claws were even broken by the golden fists. A rank 4 spirit beast is only so. Ling Xiao's figure flashed to the side of the black shadow leopard, and his golden fists ruthlessly smashed into the black shadow leopard's body. Its huge body was actually directly sent flying. The black shadow leopard quickly crawled to its feet, let out a miserable shriek, and actually turned around to run. "Do you think you can run?" Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure flashed once more as he chased after the black shadow leopard. The 5 people who had luckily escaped were all dumbfounded. "Heavens, what did I just see?" The pretty girl sighed. That fellow just now was definitely a king stage powerhouse, but how could he be so young? He seems to be only around 20 years old. Even the major sects rarely have such monstrous existences. The other girl also sighed. "Mrs., let's hurry back. A rank 4 spirit beast has already appeared here, and if we go any further, there will definitely be even more powerful existences." The middle-aged man recovered his wits and spoke to the 2 girls. The 2 girls also knew that what the middle-aged man said was the truth. The 2 of them looked meaningfully into the distance, and then the group of people left. An hour later, Ling Xiao carried the black shadow leopard's corpse back to the original location and found that the place had been deserted. Ling Xiao tossed the black shadow leopard to the ground and said unhappily, "Really, they didn't even thank this young master before running away." Immediately afterwards, he summoned the Gold Wolf King and the Purple Flood Drake. He let the 2 of them wander around to relax while he began to roast the meat. Thinking about it, it had been a long time since he had eaten spirit beast meat. When the fragrance of meat wafted out, the Gold Wolf King's saliva flowed continuously. As for the Purple Flood Drake, it didn't like to eat meat, so it continued to shuttle through the surrounding forest in search of edible spirit herbs. When big mouthfuls of the leopard meat entered Ling Xiao's stomach, the spirit energy was absorbed bit by bit and distributed around his body. Immediately, Ling Xiao felt his appetite increase, and he didn't care about his image anymore as he forcefully tore into the fragrant meat. The Gold Wolf King hadn't eaten meat in a long time, so it tore off half of the leopard meat and enjoyed it by itself. After the man and the 2 beasts had their fill, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to continue on his journey. He could already confirm that he was still within the den of 10,000 beasts. The den of 10,000 beasts was just like the desolate mountain range, where spirit beasts roamed freely. Ling Xiao wanted to take the opportunity to find a powerful spirit beast to practice with. 4-5 days in a row, Ling Xiao leisurely strolled around in one of the regions of the den of 10,000 beasts. In these few days he killed a total of 6 or 7 rank 4 spirit beasts, 2 of which were mid-level rank 4 spirit beasts, and 1 of which was a high-level rank 4 spirit beast. He also obtained a lot of rank 3 and rank 4 spirit herbs from their territories. The Gold Wolf King's battle record was even more glorious. It had killed a total of 13 rank 4 spirit beasts, 3 of which were mid-level rank 4 spirit beasts, but it had sustained quite a bit of injuries as well. As for the Purple Flood Drake, it was a pacifist. As long as no one provoked it, it would never actively cause trouble. At most, it would occasionally steal and eat some high-level spirit herbs from other landlords. This made Ling Xiao exclaim, "Prodigal again." It was just as prodigal as the Fire Qilin. One only ate high-level spirit herbs, the other only ate high-level beast elixirs. Both were like bottomless pits, and even after eating them, its advancement was still slow. Let's go back. Let's go to the Thousand Beast City to purchase a batch of red embergrass first, or else we won't be able to provide for this glutton. Ling Xiao said as he went to a spring to wash up. After a few days, he had completely consolidated his cultivation level and felt that there was no need to stay here any longer. He had more important things to do. Ling Xiao kept the Gold Wolf King and the Purple Flood Drake, and flew straight back to the Thousand Beast City. Just before he reached the Thousand Beast City, Ling Xiao landed. He remembered that within the Thousand Beast City, there were 3 major powers controlling it, and there was a rule that people were not allowed to fight privately within the Thousand Beast City, and flying was not allowed. Even King Stage practitioners were not allowed to break the rules, or there would only be one outcome. Ling Xiao changed out of his sloppy clothes and combed his hair simply. His jet black hair fell down his back, and his slender body looked tall and straight. His handsome face was adorned with a devilish smile, and he held a white paper fan in his hand. His entire being had suddenly transformed into a flirtatious scholar, unrestrained and unrestrained. The white paper fan in his hand was painted with lifelike drawings of beautiful women, and every one of the beauties looked exceptionally bewitching. He looked at one of the girls dressed in strange clothes, and his fierce eyes were filled with tenderness. "Little Yun, wait for me. I will make sure that you will be with me forever," Ling Xiao murmured as he waved his white paper fan lightly, walking towards the Thousand Beast City. The Thousand Beast City had not quietened down because of the departure of the major sects, but was still as lively as ever. The largest number of people moving about here were mercenary bands. They formed groups of 3 to 5, either entering the den of 10,000 beasts to hunt for treasures, or just coming out from the den of 10,000 beasts in search of entertainment. Inns and prostitutes were always the liveliest places in the Thousand Beast City. Ling Xiao waved his white paper fan as he walked into the liveliest inn in the Thousand Beast City, the Fragrant Eating Pavilion. He had just walked into the entrance of the pavilion when 2 pretty maids immediately came forward to welcome him, their attitude much more enthusiastic than the other customers. After all, Ling Xiao looked like a rich young master at first glance. Not only that, he was handsome and had an imposing appearance. He was truly bewitching to them. "Young master, please come inside." One of the maids tugged lightly on Ling Xiao's sleeve as she called out with a shy smile. The other maids leaned lightly on the other side of Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "What would young master like to eat? We have all kinds of delicacies here, birds and beasts of the land." Ling Xiao enjoyed the warm hospitality and he immediately said, "Bring me to the best seat, bring me the best wine, and bring me 10 caddies of high-grade spirit beast meat." Upon saying that, he threw a string of gold coins to the 2 maids, looking just like a profligate spoiled brat. Chapter 349. Most of the people on the first floor of the Fragrance Dining Pavilion were rough-looking mercenaries, and there were also quite a number of wealthy merchants and young masters who had grown up in the world. They gulped down the strongest wine, ate the most delicious meat, held the most beautiful girls in their arms, and talked at the top of their lungs. They were all talking about some interesting things they had seen on a daily basis, or some kind of spirit herb or spirit beast they had encountered in the den of 10,000 beasts. The wealthy merchants and young masters who did not have any martial arts skills were listening with great interest, interrupting from time to time. Ling Xiao did not stay on the first floor, but waved his white paper fan and went straight up to the second floor of the Fragrance Dining Pavilion. He had wanted to go up to the 3rd floor, but he needed to apply for a VIP card before he could enjoy it up there. He had no intention of staying here for long, and he was not bored enough to apply for a VIP card just to look cool. Finally, under the enthusiastic invitation of the two serving maids, he chose the seat closest to the window and sat down. The two serving maids felt that Ling Xiao was being extravagant, and they even pressed their exquisite bodies against him. They were just ordinary girls, and they worked here as serving maids to make a living. If they could get close to such a rich young master, they might one day be able to fly up the branches and become phoenixes. This was the dream of all the serving maids in the restaurant. Although Ling Xiao liked the feeling of having women on his left and right, but a girl of average beauty like this was not enough to catch his eye. After sending the two girls away, Ling Xiao drank a little wine alone. His mind relaxed for once. After being trapped for more than a month, what he wanted to know the most was about the Purple Heaven sect. I wonder if they have all gone out? Ling Xiao thought as he looked out the window. Luo Meiying's face appeared in his mind once again. Senior, just you wait, I will definitely bring you back to life. Ling Xiao took a gulp of the strong wine, and shook his head lightly to make himself stop thinking about it. After a while, the wine in Ling Xiao's flask was almost empty. Men, bring up another 2 jugs of good wine for this young master. Ling Xiao hollered, and he immediately pulled out 2 pieces of low-grade black crystals and placed them upon the table, shouting grandly, "Who will come tell me what interesting and novel things have happened in the Thousand Beast City recently, and these 2 pieces of black crystals will belong to that person." Ling Xiao's shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the tower. The mercenaries were dazzled by the sparkling mystic crystals. Wow, it's really mysterious crystal. This young master, let me do the talking. I know the most, a skinny man shouted with his eyes shining. Screw you, you sour monkey. You can't even speak properly. Let me do the talking, said another man beside the skinny man. F***ck off. This profound crystal is mine. I'll cripple whoever dares to snatch it from me, shouted another tall and sturdy man. This man's arms were filled with scars and his looks were ferocious. Just by looking at him, one could tell that he was definitely not a good person. Ling Xiao glanced at the man and could tell at a glance that the man was a high-level mystic cultivator. 3 years ago, Ling Xiao was still looking up to mystic cultivators, but now, in his eyes, they were no different from ordinary people. Just as the ferocious man was about to walk towards Ling Xiao, a gentle voice spoke up. When it comes to storytelling, who can tell a story faster than me? A frail-looking man walked out with a smile on his face as he spoke in a slow and leisurely manner. This man was in his early 30s, his looks were average, his height was not tall, and he looked thin and weak. But he possessed an impressive level of power, having reached the level of a low-level spirit master. When the fierce-looking man saw the man, he shrunk back and smiled apologetically. Oh, it's Advisor Jiang. Since Advisor Jiang is interested in telling a story, then I will listen respectfully from the side. This man was the most famous storyteller in the Thousand Beast City, Jiang Kuai. His nickname was Fast Teller, referring to his ability to tell stories faster than most people and with great accuracy. He never told anything that was not accurate. Jiang Kuai came before Ling Xiao and cupped his hands in greeting. Young master, I wonder if I can tell you about recent events? Jiang Kuai's voice was rather slow now, sounding very easygoing, not at all like a fast talker. Ling Xiao did not care who he was, he only wanted to hear about the events after the oath ceremony. Sit down and talk. Ling Xiao said softly as he took a sip of his wine. Jiang Kuai sat down calmly and said, One look and I can tell that young master is not from the Thousand Beast City. I wonder what young master would like to hear? Cut the nonsense. Let's talk about the major events that happened in the Thousand Beast City in the last 2 months. Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Jiang Kuai's eyes darted around and he immediately nodded and began to say, Then your humble self will start from 2 months ago. After Jiang Kuai opened his mouth, what followed next finally proved how he got his nickname of Fast Teller. Every single sentence he said did not need to pause and he finished it all in one breath. In the time it took for an ordinary person to say 2 sentences, he had used the time it took to say 1 sentence to finish everything. At that moment, Ling Xiao was feeling a little dizzy and his head was spinning. he grumbled in his heart. Is he telling a story or trying to kill someone? Suddenly, Jiang Kuai finally came to the part where the various sects had announced that they would withdraw from the oath ceremony 1 month ago. Ling Xiao interrupted him. Stop. Tell me, how many people from the various sects will be able to come out alive? Ling Xiao had listened to stories because he wanted to know more about his fellow disciples from the various sections. Jiang Kuai looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, then knocked his fingers together. Ling Xiao understood and took out another piece of profound crystal. Tell me in detail, how many people from the various sects will be able to come out alive? Jiang Kuai revealed a carefree smile and began to recount the situation of the various sections. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. It is said that the demonic energy in the mystic realm soared to the sky and the sects suffered heavy losses. That's why they announced the end of the oath ceremony that happens once every 5 years. Ling Xiao gave the 3 pieces of profound crystal to Jiang Kuai and waved his hand to let him leave. He already knew that his companions had returned to the sect, so he let out a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time, so he stood up. He was going to buy a batch of crimson grass first. Otherwise, the purple flood dragon centipede would definitely complain. Ling Xiao arrived at the spirit herb exchange. Ling Xiao walked in and shouted, "Shopkeeper, take out all the crimson grass." At this time, an old man hurriedly walked over and said, "Young master, this shop has a total of 500 crimson grass. Are you sure you want them all?" "That's right, I want them all." "How many gold coins?" Ling Xiao replied. Before the old man could say anything, a clear voice sounded from behind Ling Xiao. "Why would a man buy so many crimson grass?" When the old man saw who it was, he immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Greetings, Mrs." Ling Xiao turned around and saw 2 women dressed in jade green silk appear behind him. The 2 women had similar appearances. They were in their 20s, and it was obvious that they were sisters. Moreover, their looks were top-notch, and their figures were also extremely attractive. Their curvaceous figures were extremely alluring, and ordinary men would fall in love with them. Ling Xiao ignored the 2 girls and continued to speak to the old man. "Shopkeeper, are you selling or not? If you don't, I'll go somewhere else." "You are my benefactor?" At this time, a woman suddenly took 2 steps forward and exclaimed to Ling Xiao. The other woman also walked up and shouted, "It really is my benefactor." Immediately, Ling Xiao was a bit confused. "Did you guys recognize the wrong person?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, but in his heart, he was muttering to himself, "This young master's charm has always been unrivaled. There are beauties coming to strike up a conversation at any time. There's no mistake." "Benefactor, please accept our bow." The 2 women replied in unison and were about to bow to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dodged to the side and said inexplicably, "I say, you guys really have recognized the wrong person." At this time, a woman said, "Benefactor, 5 days ago, did you chase after a level 4 shadow leopard in the Myriad Beast Cave?" Ling Xiao suddenly understood and immediately smiled. "So it's you guys. It's really a small world." Only now did he remember that when he had just come out of the secret realm, he had encountered a group of people being attacked by a shadow leopard. In order to practice, he had taken action to deal with the shadow leopard, and it could be said that he had saved their lives. It was just that Ling Xiao did not remember that there were 2 women in the group at that time. When the 2 women saw that Ling Xiao had remembered, they were overjoyed. Now that they had seen Ling Xiao's face clearly, the 2 women's hearts were even more in love with him. The 2 women were both low-level spirit masters, and among the younger generation of the Thousand Beast City, they were considered to be highly skilled. But they knew that Ling Xiao was a king stage practitioner. They had always admired the strong, and didn't care about ordinary young men. Ling Xiao was such a strong and handsome young man, and it was rare to see one. They all had the urge to give themselves to him. Through the 2 women's passionate conversation, Ling Xiao finally found out their names. The elder sister was called Lu Fang and the younger sister was called Lu Jing, and this spirit herb trading shop belonged to the Lu family. "Oh right, benefactor, you're buying so much red vermilion grass, are you? Buying it for your wife?" Lu Jing was a little bolder and she asked with a blush on her face. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "Miss Lu, please do not call me benefactor anymore. Just call me Ling Xiao will do." He paused a moment and continued, "I'm buying the red vermilion grass to rear spirit beasts." Rear spirit beasts? The two women asked in surprise. "That's right. I have a spirit beast that loves to eat the red vermilion grass, so—" Ling Xiao said with a sheepish smile. He cursed the purple flood dragon in his heart. "That damned glutton. You almost made me make a fool of myself. You don't eat anything else, but you just have to eat things that are meant to make you look better. No matter how much you eat, you'll still look that round and round little thing. Uncle Fu, quickly bring out all the red vermilion grass for our benefactor." Lu Fang ordered the shopkeeper. The old man did not hesitate and quickly brought out all the red vermilion grass. Ling Xiao had asked for the price, but Lu Fang and Lu Jing wanted to give it to Ling Xiao. At that moment, a few people walked into the shop, and when they saw the scene, they were all shocked. A woman giving a man beauty herb. This seemed to be the first time since ancient times. Ling Xiao almost had the urge to hide behind the two women and said in a sweet voice, "You're really embarrassing your servant to death." Walking out of the shop, the two women tried their best to invite Ling Xiao to their residence as a guest. Ling Xiao couldn't resist the two women's hospitality and could only go and nag at them. However, he had decided that after he came out from the Lu residence, he would go to the southern barbarians. When Ling Xiao and the two women came to the Lu residence, he found out that the two women had an extraordinary background, because the Lu family was one of the forces that guarded the Thousand Beast City. Chapter 350. The Thousand Beast City was guarded by three forces: the Huang family of the east, the Zhao family of the south, and the Lu family where Ling Xiao had just come in. Ling Xiao had thought that the Lu family was filled with highly skilled fighters and the security was tight. However, when he stepped into the mansion, he didn't feel much pressure, and the guards he saw were only mystic and spirit-level cultivators. However, when he first came to the Thousand Beast City, Xiao Songlin had repeatedly warned him not to stir up any trouble in the city or he would be punished by the three forces, and even the Purple Heaven sect would not be able to protect him. It was said that there was once a king-level elder from the River Dark clan who challenged the rules of the Thousand Beast City, and his head was cut off and hung outside the city as a warning to others. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao could not help but wonder if the three forces were really that powerful? Or was it just an exaggeration from others? Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. The Thousand Beast City is now considered a prosperous city, and it is a good thing that there are not many disputes. Ling Xiao sighed softly in his heart. Ling Xiao followed the two girls all the way to the main hall. A middle-aged man came out to greet them, a pair of fierce eyes glinting as he said, "You are Ling Xiao?" This middle-aged man was in his early 40s and had a very dignified appearance. He was dressed in a blue robe and had a scholarly air about him, but his eyes that were like an eagle's eyes gave off an extremely sharp aura. "Finally, I see a king-level cultivator." Ling Xiao met the middle-aged man's gaze and sighed in his heart. "I am Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao replied with a fist salute. Before they came to the Lu residence, a servant had already reported to them about what had happened in Ling Xiao's residence. And this person was Lu Fang and Lu Jing's father, Lu Zheng. "Father, what are you doing? We are indebted to our benefactor. How can you be so rude?" Lu Jing said with a wrinkle on her nose. Lu Zheng's expression froze for a moment before he chuckled. "Heroes indeed come from the young. Come in. Young hero Ling has saved us two ladies, and I am truly grateful for that. Please forgive us if we have offended you just now." LV Zheng's attitude changed so quickly that Ling Xiao was not used to it for a moment. He muttered in his heart, "It would be strange if I didn't see it." Ling Xiao and Lu Jing exchanged some pleasantries before they sat down. That night, the Lu family held a banquet for Ling Xiao. Many direct descendants of the Lu family were present, and Ling Xiao carefully observed them. There were a total of 7 or 8 king-rank experts. At this time, Ling Xiao felt that the Lu family did have the demeanor of a big force. But, with just the presence of a king-grade ranker, to make all the mercenaries and rogue cultivators in the Thousand Beast City abide by the rules, was that not possible? Perhaps there's an old immortal guarding this place? Ling Xiao wondered. Ling Xiao did not want to delve too deeply into the background of the three major forces, but he was just a little curious. After 30 minutes of drinking, Lu Zheng, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Young hero Ling, you saved my daughter. How would you like to repay me? Just tell me, as long as the Lu family is able to take it out, we will definitely offer it." Lu Zheng was the current head of the Lu family, and he only had 2 daughters, whom Gu family doted on. Ling Xiao returned the courtesy. "Head of the Lu family is too serious. I just happened to be at the right time. If it's convenient for head of the Lu family, Ling Xiao would like to borrow the city's teleportation array." Lu Zheng looked slightly embarrassed. If this had happened 2 years ago, it wouldn't have been a big deal to the Lu family, but at this time, the other members of the Lu family also looked indignant, as if there was more to it than meets the eye. "If head of the Lu family has any difficulties, just tell me," Ling Xiao said. "Let's not talk about this matter. When will young hero Ling need to use the teleportation array?" Lu Zheng avoided the question and asked. Ling Xiao did not continue and directly replied, "The sooner the better." Before Lu Zheng could speak, Lu Jing said nervously, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay for a few more days so that we can properly entertain benefactor." Lu Fang, who was at the side, also fixed her beautiful eyes on Ling Xiao's face, and her face was slightly blushing. Ling Xiao acted as if he did not see it and said with a smile, "I'm just passing by. I have important matters to attend to, so it's really inconvenient for me to stay for long." When the 2 women heard this, they were both sad. Lu Zheng was experienced, so how could he not know the 2 women's thoughts? However, he could also see that Ling Xiao's background was not ordinary. Such a young king stage was an existence that was rare in the Northwest. If it was the Lu family in the past, they might have thought of ways to make Ling Xiao stay, but the Lu family now did not have the capital to do so. "Since young hero Ling has important matters to attend to, we will not force you. Tomorrow, I will go and settle the teleportation array for you," Lu Jing said. On the next day, Ling Xiao woke up early. He was anxious to go to the southern wilderness and naturally wanted to reach the ancestral land that the high priest mentioned a day earlier. He had been delayed for nearly half a year, and there was not much time left for him. When Ling Xiao ate the breakfast sent by the servants, he wanted to ask Lu Zheng about the teleportation array. However, he had just walked into the hall when he heard the sound of Lu Fang and Lu Jing sobbing. "Father, the Huang family and the Zhao family have gone too far. If grandfather was still alive, they would not dare to target us. Father, we can just withdraw from the Thousand Beast City. With our family strength, no matter where we go, we can dominate. Things are not as simple as you think, but if they dare to force themselves on you, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not let them succeed. Father." Outside the hall, Ling Xiao unexpectedly heard the conversation between the father and daughter. He hesitated for a moment and was just about to turn and leave when he heard Lu Zheng's voice calling out, "Young hero Ling, come in." Ling Xiao could only bite the bullet and walk into the hall, and said with a slight bow, "I just want to ask Master Lu about the teleportation array. If it is too troublesome, I think I can handle it myself." The 2 girls stopped crying and turned their faces away, not daring to greet Ling Xiao, as if they did not want Ling Xiao to see them crying. Lu Zheng sighed lightly, "It is all because of my incompetence. I have let young hero Ling down. Master Lu is too serious, then I will bid my farewell here. Take care of yourselves." Ling Xiao bowed slightly and was about to leave the hall. The 2 girls seemed to have their hearts in their mouths and did not send Ling Xiao out. Just as Ling Xiao stepped out of the Lu residence, he saw 2 groups of people walking towards the Lu residence with gifts. It seemed like they were preparing for some kind of celebration. The 2 groups each had around 15 people. The weakest was a high-level Xian cultivator, while the strongest was a king stage cultivator. There was a young man in each group that was extremely eye-catching. One of them wore a white robe with embroidered lapels. He had an extraordinary temperament and was a middle-stage spirit master. He was riding a middle-stage 3 brown-striped lion, which looked very mighty. The other person wore a golden robe and had a feather on his head. He carried a long spear on his back and was also a middle-stage spirit master. He was riding a middle-stage 3 golden scarlet tiger, which was also very noble. The two groups arrived in front of the Lu residence. Ling Xiao was still a bit absent-minded. A servant walked out from one of the groups and pointed at Ling Xiao arrogantly, "Lackey, get out of the way. Don't block my young master's path." A servant walked out from the other group and put his hands on his waist, "Get lost. You dare block your future son-in-law's path? You really don't know what's good for you." "My son-in-law?" Ling Xiao was stunned. He then said, "When did my family have a son-in-law? How come I didn't know about it?" Cut the crap. Today, my young master is here to give the betrothal gifts. In a few days he will become your son-in-law. The servant pointed at Ling Xiao and said arrogantly. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but a young man riding a brown-striped lion behind him shouted, "Ah San, why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't waste my time." "Yes, yes, young master." The servant responded and pushed Ling Xiao away. "Get out of the way. Don't block my young master's path. Otherwise you will suffer." What kind of person was Ling Xiao? How could a mere mystic realm servant push him? On the contrary, a strong rebounding force sent the servant flying. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the young man in front of them to be so strong. The young man riding the brown-striped lion had a stern look in his eyes as he faintly asked, "Who are you? Don't you know that violence is not allowed in the city?" Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, "It was your family's blind dog who did it. When did you see me do it?" I'm in a good mood today. I'll spare your dog life for now. Get out of the way and don't waste my time. Otherwise the young man said arrogantly. At this moment, the other young man riding the golden scarlet tiger also said, "Brother Zhao, why are you so angry because of a lowly servant?" He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Why aren't you going in to report to your family's patriarch? Tell him that the Huang and Zhao families are here to propose marriage." Hearing this, Ling Xiao finally knew which family these two groups of people belonged to. At the same time, he also understood why the Lu sisters were crying in the hall. It seemed that the source was here. Ling Xiao didn't want to get involved in the affairs of these three families. He immediately walked away without saying a word. The three families were all powerful and had dominated the Thousand Beast City for many years. He didn't want to offend them if he could. Anyway, his relationship with the Lu family wasn't deep and it could only be considered as a first meeting. Moreover, he still needed to rely on the transmission array that the three families controlled to leave. However, although he didn't offend them, they didn't want to let him go. The young man riding the brown-striped lion saw that Ling Xiao was being so rude and immediately waved his hand and said, "Take this arrogant kid down." The moment his words fell, the two spirit masters beside him quickly sped towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned and with a wave of his hand, an invisible spirit power rolled up a spirit wall and the two spirit masters slammed into the spirit wall. The two spirit masters were thrown far away just like the servant from before. Ling Xiao said softly, "Don't ask for trouble." After saying that, he turned around and walked forward. The face of the young man riding the brown-striped lion turned gloomy. The other young man riding the golden scarlet tiger said, "This kid is a little strange. Could it be that the Lu family has invited help?" "Impossible." The young man riding the brown-striped lion said through gritted teeth. He then calmed himself down and said to a middle-aged man beside him, "Go follow him quickly. Don't let him escape." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and went after Ling Xiao in a flash. That doesn't seem appropriate. The target is very strong and Brother Zhao might lose his men for nothing. The young man riding the golden scarlet tiger said, "If he dares to make another move, we will make sure he won't be able to leave the Thousand Beast City." The young man riding the brown-striped lion said with a sharp glint in his eyes, "Let's go. It's time to turn the three families into two." Chapter 351. The Thousand Beast City was an ancient city with 10,000 years of history. It was once superior to the northwest, and its fame spread far and wide. It had once declined, but now it was rising again. Although it could not be compared to its heyday, it could still be considered a first-class city in the northwest. In the vast northwest, only an ancient and prosperous city like this could have a transmission array. The transmission array in the Thousand Beast City was open to the public, and it was located in an open space outside the city gate. All along, this transmission array had been controlled by the three major forces in the city. They collected high rewards from the cultivators who came and went to strengthen their family's wealth and foundation. But the price to use the transmission array was very high, and ordinary people could not afford it. Those who could use the transmission array alone were not experts of king level and above, or disciples of big clans. If ordinary people wanted to use the transmission array, they could only wait for others to come with them, or if someone was willing to go with them. After Ling Xiao bought a batch of spirit herbs and beast cores, he went outside the city. At this time, there were many people gathered around the transmission array. These people were at least spirit master level, and some of them were even low-level king level. From the looks of it, they were all waiting to use the transmission array. In front of the transmission array, there were more than 10 people guarding it. Among them, there were 4 old men who had reached king level, 2 were low-level king level, 2 were middle-level king level, and the rest were human-level spirit masters. Ling Xiao thought to himself, the strength of these 3 forces is not to be underestimated. Ling Xiao walked up and asked the old man sitting on the chair, "Old mister, when will this transmission array be activated?" The old man raised his eyes slightly and did not speak. But just as he was about to close his eyes, his murky old eyes shone brightly, and he jumped up. "Little brother, where do you want to go?" This old man had the strength of a middle-level king level, and was the strongest here. He was also the person in charge of the transmission array. He did not want to deal with ordinary people, but he did not expect this young man in front of him to ask him. He did not want to bother with him and let his other subordinates deal with him, but he found that this young man in front of him had the strength of a king level, and this made him take it seriously. "I want to go to the border of the southern wasteland." Ling Xiao replied. The old man pondered for a moment and said, "The closest place to the southern wasteland should be the border between the Dragon Sea Pavilion and the Great River Sect, Nantian City. Nantian City is quite far from here, and there aren't many people coming and going. If you really want to go there, you'll have to pay 5,000 low-grade mysterious crystals in addition to the beast cores you need." 5,000 lower-grade mysterious crystals? It's really expensive, Ling Xiao muttered in his heart. An ordinary person would not be able to take out so many glazed crystals. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had plenty of glazed crystals. Otherwise, he would not know what to do. Just as Ling Xiao was about to pay the Shen crystals and leave, a figure dashed over from afar. "Eighth Elder, please wait." That figure arrived in front of the old man and said respectfully. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He knew that someone was following him when he came out of the Lu residence. He also knew that they were sent by the 2 families. He sensed that the person following him was only a spirit master, so he ignored him. In any case, he felt that as long as he left this place, he would not have any interaction with the 2 families. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that they did not want him to leave. The middle-aged man whispered in front of the old man for a while, and the old man looked at Ling Xiao with a slightly complicated expression. When the middle-aged man finished speaking, the old man waved his hand and let the middle-aged man stand to the side. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, "Could it be that the old man wants to make things difficult for me?" The old man revealed a troubled expression and said, "Little brother, you should come with me to my young master and apologize. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't let you leave." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I have no intention of becoming enemies with your young master. Furthermore, I did not hurt anyone. They were the ones who attacked first. Is this also my fault?" Ling Xiao did not want to act rashly. This was the other party's territory after all. If they really caused trouble, he would not stand to gain much as he still needed to use the other party's teleportation formation to leave this place. I also believe that there must be a misunderstanding, and that's why I am so bold as to ask little brother to stay for a few days. After you meet with my young master, I think my young master will not make things difficult for you," the old man said softly, although his tone was tactful, but it was not to be refused. Ling Xiao replied, "Doesn't the old man think that this is a little too much? Do you think that everything in the 1000 B city is decided by your words? I wouldn't dare to say that in other places, but here in the 1000 B city, our Zhao family has the final say." The old man was beginning to get impatient, and an overbearing aura began to rise. At this moment, the 3 king level and 10 spirit masters on the side noticed that something was wrong. Everyone immediately surrounded them. The middle-aged man who had followed Ling Xiao all the way here said to the people who were waiting to depart, "Everyone, the teleportation formation will be temporarily sealed for today. I would like to invite all of you to return to the city and wait." The moment those words fell, the others did not dare to raise any objections, and they turned to return to the city. In the 1000 B city, no one dared to offend the people from the 3 major powers. Ling Zhao's face gradually darkened. He had been patient and forbearing, but the other party had been too forceful. A ball of rage rose in his heart. "This old man will say it one more time. You had better come back with me to apologize to my young master, or don't even think of leaving this place," the old man said softly. Ling Xiao did not say another word, and his aura surged. His body glowed with a noble golden hue, and he looked like a member of royalty, making the people around him feel an urge to worship him. "Don't force me to start a massacre," Ling Xiao said softly, his body slowly rising off the ground. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao, who was flying into the air, with shocked expressions on their faces. It was rare to see such a young king-level fighter. Young people shouldn't get angry so easily, or they might die prematurely. The old man's eyes flashed, and his surroundings glowed with a blue light as he flew up into the air as well. At the same time, the other 3 king-level fighters surrounded Ling Xiao from 3 different directions. The middle-aged man below shouted, "For elders! Please capture this thief!" Nonsense. Ling Zhao's voice boomed like thunder, his eyes flashing like lightning. A wave of king-level pressure pressed down on the middle-aged man. Ling Xiao had been studying the word tomb in the mystic realm, and he had gained a certain level of understanding and application of power. The invisible pressure he produced was like a heavy punch, smashing heavily onto the middle-aged man's chest. What? The middle-aged man was caught off guard, and his chest caved in. His entire body flew far away, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "How dare you!" the old man exclaimed, and with a wave of his hand, a blue wave swept towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there motionlessly, allowing the blue wave to strike his body. There was a rumbling sound, and a dazzling light blossomed. "Courting death." The old man was just about to say something disdainfully, but he couldn't bring himself to say the word live. That was because he saw that Ling Xiao was still standing upright in midair, as if he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. "Old thing, you forced me to do this," Ling Xiao scolded. He left an afterimage where he had been standing, and his real body had already appeared in front of the old man. His fist that was like gold smashed towards the old man's chest. So fast. The old man's heart trembled, and his withered hand reached out to grab the golden fist. He was a mid-king level fighter, and he didn't think that the young man in front of him could fight him head-on. Crack. Ah! The sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by a miserable scream. The old man covered his hand as he flew backwards, his face incomparably pale. "Quick, let's get rid of this kid together," the old man shouted at his 3 companions in shock. The other 3 recovered from their shock, and they all displayed their powerful strength. They gathered the spiritual energy in their surroundings and formed weapons that shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's speed was incomparably fast, and he used strange and agile footwork to dodge the attacks one after another. "It looks like I'll have to be ruthless." Ling Xiao saw that the other side had already revealed killing intent, so he didn't hold back. His figure moved like the wind as he chased after the injured old man. Although the old man's arm was injured, he wouldn't just sit and wait for death. A whip suddenly appeared in his hand. The whip had a total of 9 sections, and each section had sharp teeth that flickered with light. The whip was like a bloodthirsty spirit snake, and it shot towards Ling Xiao's waist. Unfortunately, it only managed to bind an afterimage. Ling Xiao had already circled behind the old man, and his golden fist smashed towards the old man's head. The old man's dark protection force was directly shattered, and his head was smashed into pieces like a watermelon. Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 elements at the same time, so his strength was naturally 5 times that of others in the same realm. Even a mid-stage king stage cultivator wasn't a threat to him. The other 3 king stage cultivators were both shocked and angry when they saw the old man's head explode. They all took out their profound artifacts and prepared to use all their strength to kill Ling Xiao. The other mid-stage king stage cultivator who hadn't died roared, "You too, lock him down. Let me take revenge for my big brother." The 2 low-stage king stage cultivators received the order and instantly used their most powerful attacks. One of them waved his ghost axe, and crimson flames instantly enveloped one direction. The other swung out countless spear shadows like rain, sealing the other direction. Suddenly, the sky became bright and abnormally hot. The 2 low-stage king stage cultivators sealed the direction, and the mid-stage king stage cultivator took the opportunity to gather his energy. He held a long sword in his hand, and blue light suddenly appeared around his body. Spiritual energy gathered together, as if forming a vast ocean with him as the center. Raging waves of the sea. When he had accumulated his strength to the peak, the long sword rushed towards the trapped Ling Xiao. The spiritual energy was like a tsunami, and some of the surrounding trees were sent flying and collapsed. Its power was terrifying. Ling Xiao's expression became slightly suspicious. His body was covered in a 5-colored divine light, and the ice and fire sword instantly appeared in his hand. The third move of the tyrant style, Sword Meteor. Waves of beautiful blue flames fell down like meteors, blasting towards the sea of fire and the waves in all directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A huge amount of spiritual energy exploded in midair, and a mushroom-like shape soared into the sky. The smoke dissipated, but the figure was still flashing. Ling Xiao's clothes were torn, and his naked body was shining brightly. The bleeding wounds were healing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Die! The mid-stage king stage cultivator had just used up a lot of energy, but he still held back. He immediately arrived above Ling Xiao and swung his long sword down like lightning. The other 2 low-stage king stage cultivators also took the opportunity to attack from the left and right, wanting to take Ling Xiao's life. Chapter 352. At the gate of the Thousand Beast City, waves of powerful energy fluctuations shocked everyone in the city. The Thousand Beast City had forbade personal fights for many years, and with such a shocking battle, everyone knew that the 3 major forces were on a mission. Within the city, independent king-rank cultivators and king-rank mercenaries soared into the sky and gazed at the battle taking place outside the city gates. Who is so bold to cause trouble in the Thousand Beast City? It's been many years since something like this has happened. That's right. Even those sects have to behave themselves when they come here. I wonder who would be so audacious as to do that. Maybe someone has forgotten the rules of the Thousand Beast City. That looks like a young man. Is there something wrong with my eyes? He's a young king-level cultivator. Is he a young master from the central region? Looks like that young man has some background. A bare-chested golden young man appeared. His skin was smooth and sparkling, and even the skin of a young girl couldn't compare to his. His clear lines were full of explosive power. He stood high up in the sky like a golden god of war, high up above, making people have the urge to worship him. Who else could this young man be but Ling Xiao? He had just advanced to the king level not long ago, and this was the time when his confidence was at its peak. He didn't use his mental power to kill these king-level cultivators at first, but purely wanted to see his actual combat power and defense. When he killed the high-level spirit beasts in the nest of beasts, he noticed that his defense had increased by a level. The Vajra's 5 transformation arts had not changed, but his physical strength had increased. This made him wonder if the Vajra's 5 transformation arts' defensive power would increase as his strength increased. Just now, when he was attacked by 3 people, his body was cut by countless blades and sword chi, and in the end, only a few shallow wounds were left on his body. This undoubtedly confirmed his guess. The Vajra's 5 transformation arts would increase as his strength increased. With his current state, he should be able to withstand a blow from a low-level Earth Emperor. Now that he was attacked from 3 sides, Ling Xiao was not stupid enough to let others take advantage of him again. With a strange gait, he retreated, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. The 3 king-grade experts thought that Ling Xiao was trying to escape, so they chased after him relentlessly. Suddenly, that mid-level king warrior put away his profound artifact and quickly consumed a storm pill, causing his speed to increase explosively. Water trapping Golden Mountain. That mid-level king chased after Ling Xiao as he formed a series of hand seals with both of his palms. The surrounding spiritual energy was like a tide that surrounded Ling Xiao, instantly blocking his path. Immediately, Ling Xiao felt that the atmosphere around him had become suffocating, and his speed had become much slower. At this time, the other 2 kings realized that this was their chance to kill Ling Xiao. The broadsword in one of the men's hands turned into a sea of fire, and a 10-meter-long fiery saber shadow smashed down from the sky. The other person's spear was like an arrow, and specks of starlight were caught in the flames, instantly drowning Ling Xiao. "You're courting death," Ling Xiao shouted. He frowned slightly, and an invisible spiritual energy swept towards that mid-level king. The mid-level king's sea of consciousness tightened, and before he could even scream, his head exploded. The headless corpse lost its life and fell from the sky. Ling Xiao's restraints were lifted, and he raised his speed to the extreme, dodging the attacks of the 2 kings. The ice and fire sword in his hand blasted out several blue dragons that roared towards the 2 kings. The heavenly fire could burn anything, and it could destroy anything. The 2 didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be able to escape so quickly. They couldn't stop their momentum in time, and they suffered Ling Xiao's counterattack. The 2 retreated in a sorry state, and they gathered their strongest dark shield force to block the blue flames. Sizzle! The blue flames directly burned the dark shield force, and a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out. "This fire is strange." The 2 kings were shocked, and they hurriedly dispersed the dark shield force and retreated a few dozen meters. "Old Rong, quickly go back and report to the patriarch. I'll hold him back." The king with the broadsword knew that his opponent was strong, and so he shouted to the other king, and then charged towards Ling Xiao. The big sabers split into 4. The 4 sabers, which had been concealed and had no peak, shook the surrounding air with a buzzing sound. "Interesting, but keep it for yourself," Ling Xiao sneered. His figure flashed again, and his real body was already in front of Wang Jie, who had fled to report the news. That man was shocked, and he hurriedly raised his spear to block. Ling Xiao's movements were as swift as the wind. The sword in his hand became dazzling, and the blue flames flickered. In the blink of an eye, a wave of blue sword chi engulfed the king-level warrior who was holding the spear. Red flame against blue flame. Although the opponent was at the same level as him, he had the help of the heavenly fire. That king didn't even have time to react, and was devoured by Ling Xiao's blue flames, turning into ashes. "Old Rong!" The other king-level expert holding a large blade roared, and his whole body became ferocious and crazy. A sparkling and translucent pill fell into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, an incomparably strong resistance was emitted. That king instantly rose by 2 levels, and his strength was close to the peak of the king level. Heavens, he actually used a Mad King pill. It really is a Mad King pill. Otherwise, how could he instantly reach a high-level king level? What a monster! Who is that young man? He's clearly just at the initial king level, but he killed 3 of the Zhao family's elders, and now he's even forced an elder to use a Mad King pill. It's unbelievable! Looking at the intense battle in the sky, all the kings let out gasps of surprise. Shockingly, the pill that the Zhao family's king had just consumed was a 4th-level pill, the Mad King pill. The Mad King pill and the spirit-burning pill were both forbidden medicines, and most people wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. This was because this pill required one to burn one's lifespan in order to increase one's strength. The Mad King pill that the Zhao family's elder had consumed could allow any king to instantly reach the peak of the king level. It was a pill that required 50 years of lifespan in order to increase one's strength. Although any martial artist who broke through to the king level would gain 200 to 500 years of lifespan, losing 50 years of lifespan in one go would make anyone feel like vomiting blood, and it would make their future breakthroughs even more difficult. If the Zhao family's elder hadn't been forced into a corner, he wouldn't have consumed the Mad King pill. Who would have thought that the young man in front of him would be so terrifying? He had killed 3 of his brothers, and his speed was unparalleled, so he had no chance of escaping. Rather than being killed, he might as well spend a few dozen years of his lifespan to kill this brat. As an alchemist, Ling Xiao naturally knew the effects of the Mad King pill. However, he still wasn't afraid. The battle intent in his heart soared into the sky, and he seemed to have forgotten that he was in his opponent's territory. A dazzling golden light shone from his body. Suddenly, the golden light behind Ling Xiao released a dragon-like roar. It was like a golden dragon that had been sleeping for a long time, and many of the king-level martial artists in the air were so frightened that they started to sway. The weaker martial artists below were so frightened that they stumbled and knelt on the ground. Ling Xiao was startled by this sudden turn of events. He felt as if something in his body was awakening, and the blood in his body was churning endlessly. Spiritual energy was roaring in his meridians. For a moment, Ling Xiao felt his battle intent surge endlessly, and the energy in his heart seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. At this moment, the Zhao family's king-level martial artist who had consumed the Mad King pill had completely digested the pill's power, and he was at the peak of the king level. He looked at Ling Xiao ferociously and said, "Damned bastard, I will tear your body into 10,000 pieces." After saying that, his entire body turned into a shooting star and attacked Ling Xiao. The broadsword in his hand was surrounded by fire energy and killing intent. The Zhao family elder's strength had increased by more than 10 times, and every slash carried a pressure that tore through the air. At this moment, after the 5-clawed golden dragon behind Ling Xiao disappeared, his entire person was still filled with battle intent, and he was not afraid of the powerful pressure at all. He actually put away the ice and fire sword and used his golden fists to meet the attack. Ding dang dang dang. The broadsword slashed at the golden fist, producing the sound of metal clashing. The spirit energy in the air continued to fly in all directions, and the trees were instantly blown away. The two of them kept changing positions, and the battle was extremely intense. The king-level martial artists who had stabilized their bodies were all stunned by this battle. They had thought that the young man would be cut down by the blade of the peak king-level martial artist. Unfortunately, they saw the birth of a golden dragon. This young man was actually able to use a pair of fists to fight against the Xian artifact in the hands of a peak king-level martial artist. This was simply too unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't have believed it to be true. In fact, even Ling Xiao himself didn't believe it to be true. Although his body could withstand a high-level king-level martial artist's attack, it was impossible for him to fight a Xian artifact head-on. However, his body seemed to have activated something just now. A golden figure condensed from the attribute divine light filled his entire body with power. It was as if his battle prowess had increased by several times, and his flesh and blood had also undergone an inexplicable change. Therefore, he decided to use a head-on method to dissolve the surging energy in his body. The Zhao family elder was about to go crazy. He had originally thought that killing this brat would be as easy as flipping his hand when he reached the peak of the king level. However, Chen Shi's fist was like a 10,000-year-old rock, and he was unable to cut through it. Conversely, it shook him to the point his eyes went numb. "I don't believe that you have a body made of gold." The Zhao family elder cursed loudly. His sleeves fluttered while the broadsword in his hand danced about madly. Spirit energy converged from all directions and formed a flaming tornado that blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao roared with laughter. "Ha, come, let me fight to my heart's content." Ling Xiao was like a fearless golden dragon as he plunged headfirst into the tornado. For a time, exclamations of surprise resounded in the surroundings. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao would definitely die this time. That was the full-strength attack of a Peak King rank expert, and even an Earth Monarch rank expert wouldn't have it easy if he fell into it. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.